Meanwhile, across much of the south of England, there'll be clear skies, meaning temperatures will be quite low at first, but once the sun comes up, they'll rise fairly quickly. Cloud, rain and strong winds will push into the north through the morning, whilst elsewhere it'll stay sunny for most. And that's how the weather's shaping up during tomorrow morning.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. The Labour leaders accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he's calling casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us here at GB News the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
Iran's president's cracking down on protesters following more than a week of anti-government demonstrations. It's being reported up to 41 people have been killed since protests broke out over the death of a 22-year-old woman in police custody. Mahsa Amini died after being detained for allegedly breaking headscarf rules. In a show of defiance, men and women around the world are cutting their hair and burning their headscarves. The massive storm that ripped through the Caribbean is now devastating Canada's Atlantic coastline. It's cut power to hundreds of thousands of people, as well as blowing over trees and destroying homes. There have been no reported casualties so far. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he's now deploying the help of the army with the recovery. And we're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of the George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Now it's time for headliners.
Many thanks to Rhiannon for a largely accurate news bulletin. I'm Mark Dolan, and this is Headliners, your first look at tomorrow's papers in the company of two of my favourite comedians, Josh Howie. There he is. And Eddie Izzard. It's not Eddie Izzard.
It's a woman, though, but it's another woman.
It's Diane Spencer. I was told Eddie Izzard.
Oh, well, that's quite fun. Do we have the budget for Eddie Izzard?
Apparently not. At least you're dressed like a lady, so that's half the battle. Let's take a look at tomorrow's front pages, and we start with the Sunday Telegraph. And they lead with Truss plans to cut taxes again in the new year. Liz Truss is planning to continue her tax-cutting spree in a new year budget that will include further reductions in income tax and discounts for savers and child benefit claimants. Also, military numbers will grow for the first time since the Cold War in a £52 billion spending boost, and London set for influx of bankers from New York and Edinburgh. Next up, The Independent. Iran vows crackdown as protests grow. Demonstrations spread to the UK, Germany and Iraq following the death in Tehran of Mahsa Amini. Budget tax breaks will go to affluent Tory areas, write The Independent. Labour claims giveaways will damage poorer parts of the country. The Observer next, Starmer unveils green growth plan to counter Truss tax cuts. Keir Starmer pledges to deliver a new era of economic growth and permanently lower energy bills, and making Britain a green superpower by 2030 with a massive expansion of wind and solar energy. That, according to The Observer, in an exclusive. Also, Chancellor risks red wall votes, say Tory MPs reacting to the government's mini-budget yesterday. The Sunday Mirror now. Footy legends fears. Harry, my Sandra's COVID hell, wife was seriously ill after catching the virus. Sunday Times now. Riddle, as PM's chief of staff, is paid through his lobbying company, and Truss's plans for more migrants to boost growth. That's right, Cabinet pushback over bid to close the skills gap. Sunday Express, Chancellor, you ain't seen nothing yet. Kwasi Kwarteng says more to come as Liz Truss promises a decade of dynamism. The Sun on Sunday, U-turn after Queen's death. Harry's £35 million book wobble. Panicking Prince Harry is trying to make last-minute changes to his bombshell book in the wake of the Queen's death. The moves by the Duke, who has already received half of a £35 million deal for his memoirs, come amid fears that some sections are now insensitive. There's a surprise. And last but not least, the country's newspaper of record, the Daily Star Sunday, lead with green-eyed monster. A woman planning to marry the ghost who seduced her says the only problem with her Victorian soldier lover that he's jealous and he nicks her pants.
Maybe it is Eddie Izzard.
I tell you, this story's come full circle. And those are your front pages. Ghoulish stuff. Kicking off now with a story from the front page of The Observer and Conservative doubts about the recent budget, Diane. Concern among Red Wall MPs.
Well, yeah, definitely. So The Observer leads with the headline, Red Wall seats are being put at risk by cavalier tax cuts, Liz Truss warned. So Lord O'Neill, who is a former Tory Treasury Minister and who recommended a lot of investment in the north when he was working under David Cameron, has said that he's really, really worried that there's all these new rules that they're bringing in, the new mini budget, is seriously just blue wall focused, and he's worried that it's not really going to help the north of England, and all the people who voted for the Tories are just going to be let down, and that red wall that they won is going to collapse. Because it's all very well saying that we're going to have these investment zones. Like, that's kind of the part of the mini budget that he identified as saying, you know, at least this is a good thing, because the investment zones, there's like 38 of them. But again, they may end up favouring Conservative-led areas, because do you know what? I think they're going to make them bid for the investment in these investment zones. And what I have noticed historically is that Tory places seem to be better at bidding for things than Labour-held constituencies. And like, I don't know whether it's because there's a certain way of doing a PowerPoint presentation that Tories all learn, and like maybe Labour, they're doing it maybe a bit too arty.
Well, are Labour still faxing?
I think they're faxing. I think they're trying to go super left, and they're submitting some of their bids in like interpretive dance, which is like amiable but not helpful.
It's very good. Well, it's very good for the environment.
It's so good for the environment to sort of, you know, vogue your way into money, but I don't think it's going to work. And of course, what we've got to remember is that the households in London and the southeast of England, this is what people have done a Resolution Foundation analysis, have basically said that the mini budget is going to really benefit the south and southeast of England like 3 times as much as the north. And that is not fair. That's not right. And that's not levelling up.
Well, that's right. I mean, there wasn't much mention of levelling up in yesterday's mini budget. And it feels, doesn't it, Josh, like a Boris Johnson policy that went with him.
Yeah, I mean, they're appealing to the core Tory vote, but is that going to be enough to get them in again? I mean, this is a massive gamble, and it feels very cavalier. It feels, I know some people go, oh, finally we have a Conservative government. Well, I don't know if Conservatives were known for just going, you know, just gambling and just chucking it all at the wall and seeing what sticks, which is seemingly what they're doing. Look, if this works out, brilliant. If this can kickstart the economy, but they call it trickle-down economics because it trickles. There's very little that does come down to, if there is stuff that comes through the rest of the population, it's a trickle, as opposed to the massive wealth. Yeah, it's not waterfall economics, it's trickle down, i.e. we're going to get the scraps left at the end of it. And so the poorest fifth of households are going to gain £90 on average from this thing. But then the top 5% are gaining, you know, on average, £2,500, which they don't necessarily need. And the millionaires out there are getting like 50 grand, essentially. So it's very frustrating. And the thing is, we're going to be paying for it. That money has to come from somewhere. And so it's like either they're going to get in which case the Tories are going to get in 2 years' time, in which case they're going to then put the taxes up because they've got another 5 years or whatever, or it's going to be up to a Labour government to sort this mess out.
Well, yes. However, I think that, you know, many on the government side have argued that this policy has been mischaracterised as trickle-down, which essentially is an American idea under Reagan, which is to hand massive tax cuts to really rich people in the hope that they spend it, which boosts the economy. Whereas the idea is these are sort of supply-side reforms to encourage investment, job creation, wage increases, that kind of thing. The idea is you boost the output of the economy, you make the economy bigger and more prosperous, which is therefore more national wealth with which to share with everyone.
But when you cut corporation tax, the problem is, like, the idea is that, they're going to put that into wages or investment? No.
Well, that's exactly the hope.
Well, that's the hope. Where does it go? It goes to the shareholders. It goes to the rich people anyway. So it's been proven that it doesn't work.
But if corporation tax is low, don't you also attract other businesses to come here or indeed incentivise people to start new ones?
There is that argument as well.
I mean, I share my theory with you. I think that this budget is one that on paper looks disgraceful, but in reality, in terms of what it will achieve, will be quite successful. So I think the optics are a disaster. Getting rid of the cap on bankers' bonuses, it's a gift for Labour, isn't it? And letting the rich off with a massive sort of, you know, tax holiday. But the bottom line is that they are going for growth. I don't think that Liz Truss cares about making rich people richer. She wants to see GDP increase so that in 2 years' time she can go, look, we are growing our way through this crisis, not borrowing.
Do you know what? I mean, I get it, because there were some other articles, and one of them said that apparently if they manage to add an extra 1% a year to the GDP, then these measures will pay for themselves. So that's interesting. But the problem is that people are about to go through the winter now.
Yeah.
And it's all very well sort of saying, oh, well, you know, because we've created all these, people will come in the future and bring all this money. And it's kind of like, great, but we need people to be helped now. And a very good idea, in my opinion, was said by Sam Robinson of the Liberal Conservative Bright Blue think tank. What a pretty name. Sam Robinson said, when it comes to income tax, it would have been far better to raise the starting threshold for the basic rate. And I thought, now that's an interesting idea.
Well, yeah, of course, it would have gone to the people who actually need it.
Yeah,
take it up to 15 or 17,500.
Exactly.
Or cut VAT.
I mean, can we get
7.5
Quasi
is
on the line?
That's my salary, so let's take it up to that.
OK, very sensible.
Can we tweak Quasi? Can we say, you know, since you're going to bring it out, can we add this in?
That speech, not too late for a rewrite, is it?
Why not, right?
Correct. Look, I think it's a very, very interesting budget. We've been talking about it for 2 days, and no doubt the debate will rage on, but I think you both raise very valid points. It's certainly a roll of the dice. Josh, what do you think, by the way? If it's a gamble, why doesn't the Chancellor just go to an actual betting shop?
And just say, all on the red.
And if it works out, then we'll
or on
basically...
the blue, I should say.
You know, they'll be like the new British Empire. If we back the right horse in Chepstow at 3:30...
Let's just do it. You know that you're not afraid of bankrupting.
Well, no, what I'd go for is Spurs to win the Premier League. That's a dead cert. There you go. Your money's safe.
What?
Spurs. Right. Let's have a look now at the Sunday Telegraph. And Suella Braverman, our new Home Secretary, says no to wokeness, Diane.
Ah, yes. So, fight crime and forget diversity and inclusion schemes, says Suella Braverman. So, and I think this is quite right, really. She sort of is essentially trying to decongest the police, if that makes sense. So she's trying to sort of scoop away all the inclusion politics, the diversity politics, and she wants them to focus on, you're not going to believe this, solving crimes.
They'll never catch on.
It's a bit radical, but I love it. So she's suggesting that if somebody's house gets burgled, a policeman... or police officer, sorry, is probably the correct term, is going to turn up. Again, radical, love it. You see, obviously there's a big issue with the police. There's zero trust in them because of the amount of incompetence, the amount of scandals, the amount of bad behaviour that members of the force have exhibited. And yes, you can say, oh, but it's a small proportion. They're tiny little rotten apples. But there's so many rotten apples. What the hell got into the orchard? So it's fair enough that they're like... It's fair enough that she's like saying to them, this has got to be fixed. And the way that she's doing it is she's kind of, I assume that as Home Secretary, she's now going to like cut away a load of red tape and make it easier for them to go to burglaries, easier for them to sort of solve crimes. Because I'm assuming there's got to be some bureaucratic reason as to why we're in this mess.
Let's have a look at this. Charging rates for crimes such as burglary and theft have halved in the last 6 years. Charging rates for rape have fallen to just 1 in 70 offences.
Horrific.
It's disgusting. And then you see 10 police trying to arrest someone because they put a picture up on Twitter. Or you see police dancing the Macarena, whatever. You're like, what are you doing? That is not your job. Your job is to solve crimes, in particular the most heinous crimes. So... the fact that they have not been on it and their focus, they haven't had their eye on the ball. So, yeah, absolutely. She sent a letter. She sent it to the 43 chief constables around the country and just said, get on it. Sort it out.
Yeah, too right. The police exist to make the world a safer place, not a better place. Their job is not, like, to transform society, is it?
No, and that is a very interesting... delineation that you've just identified there. Yeah, a safer place, not a better place. Instead of like telling us what we should be thinking and what is appropriate for us to be thinking, like literally, I think they went round to somebody's house and said, we're just checking you're thinking appropriately. What?
Well, yeah, there was this, wasn't it, the ex-military guy who sent out a tweet, and might have been a bit offensive.
I think it was actually ex-police.
He was
an ex-police constable.
And he tweeted out a satirical version of the pride flag, which made it mocked it up as.
I mean, look, it wasn't nice. It was a Nazi.
Offense. Yeah,
it was offensive.
The swastika.
Yeah.
Deeply offensive, but arrestable offence?
No, I mean, it doesn't need 10 policemen going around to sort it out either.
What
else could they have been getting on with?
Yeah, they could have been going to burglaries.
Correct. Or maybe painting one of their vans in various bright colours. The Observer now, and the President of Iran has spoken out on the current protests, Josh.
Yeah, he said that the Iranian authorities must deal decisively with protests, a.k.a. murder all the protesters, which is, I think, in the last the last 8 days or so, we've had, I think, 35 people being killed. This is all after a 22-year-old Kurdish woman was basically pulled off the street by their morality police for wearing a headscarf in an inappropriate fashion. I don't even know what that means. Then she died, and the protests say she died after being hit on the head in custody. But this is, if you've seen the stuff online, if you've seen all these videos, there's something encouraging here about the frustrations of the Iranian people finally standing up and fighting this intolerant regime that's part of. So it's incredibly inspiring. Of course, the people you're not seeing tweet about that and tweet encouragement are the usual suspects from the far left in America and in the UK who aren't somehow, they'll tweet about everything else, but they won't tweet about this particular thing. The bravery of these women in Iran standing up and, risking their lives, literally, now, as we see. And I think they're amazing, some of the stuff.
Why are these sort of so-called progressive figures not tweeting?
Because they're cowards and they're hypocrites.
Well, what makes them afraid to speak out?
Because they don't want to alienate their own base, because some of them, people like Corbyn, appeared on Iranian TV, and was paid £20,000 to do so, and so they don't want to.
So it all ties in with the narrative of support for the Arab world and hatred of Israel.
Of course, but this is what the president's saying. He's saying, it's the United States and the European countries. No, this is a homegrown protest movement coming out because of the injustice and the way that they treat their own citizens. And what an amazing thing. But, the fact that people are dying, literally, and seeing the violence, seeing you see policemen, attacking women, beating them with, massive truncheons. It's heartbreaking.
It's very interesting that Iran is clearly building up to, it's almost a civil war. Yeah. Because there's clearly sort of two ideological viewpoints which are very much clashing with each other. Sort of you have the conservative traditionalist people who believe that the right way to have society is that you have things like morality police, and they believe that that is the correct way to live.
It's a theocracy.
Yeah, and then on the other side you have people who disagree, and this country is now sort of starting to tear itself apart a little. But what is interesting is that there appear to have been protests on both sides. So there have been pro-regime protests against the protesters.
But they've been pushed by the regime, obviously. But in terms of the numbers game, it's the youth who mostly are protesting, and some older women as well. So, but the youth dominate the numbers when it comes to the country. It's the under 30s, I think, is like the majority of the country now or something. And they are not going to take sort of living under that kind of theocratic state any longer.
No, if I cite this tweet from Maya Touzi, who's an Iranian man and broadcaster based and living here in the UK now, and he tweeted, "Iran is falling. We are seeing the final days of the Islamic occupation that started in 1979. A number of cities and towns are now fully in control of the brave Iranian protesters as the regime gets desperate. We can but hope."
Wow.
Can but hope. But look, before we get to the break, let's look at The Sun on Sunday, and Leicester's unrest has a returner, Diane.
Right. So, The Sun have written this article where they say that hate preacher Anjem Chowdhury returns to spout hate over Leicester chaos months after his public speaking ban is lifted. Now, this article, and I think quite rightly, The Sun chooses not to publish his hate messages, and I think that's great and that's good. And they're just highlighting the fact that this man, now that his public speaking ban has been lifted, has gone straight back to doing what he did before and he's just stoking up tensions. Now, for those followers of Anjem Choudhury who think he is the guy, right? Answer me this. Why did he never leave? Answer me that. There was a schoolgirl, Shamima Begum. She left. She went to Syria.
This is after him speaking out in support of the ISIS state and whatever.
He spoke out in support of ISIS. He spoke out in support. He's got all these groups, Sharia for UK and all of this, but he never left. He never went to fight. He never went to Syria. He could go to Afghanistan. He could go to all those places. Does he go? No. And you know why? Because he is a coward. He is a coward who likes to spout his hateful rubbish and just sow divisive rubbish amongst people.
It's a shame because he's a big fan of yours. I think he's going to be quite hurt to hear all this stuff.
Good. I don't want him listening to my stuff.
Well, what I thought, this was actually quite refreshing to read in The Sun, because you're not going to believe what they did. They actually reported which groups are involved here. Because when this first started happening like a week or so ago, you read the newspapers or you look on the BBC and it'd be like, oh, there's been some tension and battles in the street up in Leicester, but we don't, and they're not actually mentioning that it's essentially between people of Pakistani origin and people of Indian origin. Or the other way that this article here sort of delves between, like, they're talking about Pakistani and India, and then it goes into like Muslims and Hindus. But the point is, in those first few articles that came out, those first few days, no one actually mentioned who the groups were and why this was happening. And that kind of dishonest reporting that is why this stuff can't be aired and be sorted out quicker, to appreciate and understand that there are cultural differences here.
And again, it's cowardly, isn't it?
Of course it's cowardly, because they don't want to be afraid of, oh my God, they might say we're racist if we point out that the two groups involved are people of Asian descent or whatever.
Yeah, if you're somebody who listens to Anjem Choudhury and you think he's saying something good that appeals to you, just remember he never went anywhere. A schoolgirl went further than he did. You just remember that.
Well, again, back to Maya Toosey as we go into the break, the Iranian Brit who has been commentating on this. As Iranians bravely fight to remove the Muslim rule from their country, we're freely allowing Muslim hate-preaching nutters to incite violence and plot to bring down our country. This is not normal, says Maya. We'll look at lots more stories to come. Next up, we've got the difficult Duchess, changes to the university leaderboard and dress codes for a particular teacher. You'll love this. See you in 2.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio,
And online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
And Jem texted you, he wants to talk. Welcome back to Headliners. I'm Mark Dolan, and I'm delighted to continue looking at tomorrow's papers with the brilliant comedians Josh Howie and Diane Spencer, who replaces Eddie Izzard.
Oh, God. I am his stunt double.
Absolutely right, definitely.
Her stunt double. Oh my gosh, cancelled.
Oh, God, not another bigot.
Oh, dear.
Not another bigot in our midst. Turf Central.
Terrible behaviour.
Better move on. Back with the Mail on Sunday. And look, trouble in paradise, Josh, in relation to the Sussexes.
Yeah, I don't know what your definition of paradise is. But,
well,
yeah,
so, what, would you like to marry a young prince and live in California? It's probably not too bad, isn't it?
Are you asking me to marry you? Because I say yes. Oh, yeah. Yes, Palace takes revenge on the difficult Duchess, or this is the aides that do. There's a bombshell new book out called Courtiers, The Hidden Power Behind the Crown. And it's published by the today. There's been some articles, some extracts. And essentially what they're showing is a bunch of people who worked, about 5 people who worked for the Sussexes, basically saying she's a bit of a monster. Now, I would just like to say, I think she takes up too much of our time. Now, even though I'm being a hypocrite in here and talking about it because the story is here, but I wish we could just, like, not talk about her.
Yeah.
Or them. It just doesn't bother me. But I will say my hot take is that there are 2 truths that are possible, which is I do believe that she might have been unfairly treated by the press, or there were certainly comparisons in terms of, like, she's wearing a dress and Catherine's wearing a dress, and then that gets treated badly. Now, whether that comes from racism or whatever, but also she can also be a bit of a monster, and she can also be a massive fibber, which has also been proven. So some of the stuff that she's talking about essentially seems like she's possibly been bullying some of her staff, abuse, whatever your line for abuse is, but certainly they were terrified of her and quit. It seems like Harry didn't behave particularly well either. They had a bit of a fit about some tiara, and the Queen had to call him in and have a bit of a telling off. So for the people who don't like, it just frustrates me, because when you're on Twitter and online and you see this stuff, and then everyone hates her in the UK because they're just all racist, and it's like, well, no, because we've read some of this stuff, and she just doesn't seem like a particularly nice person. Like, it doesn't have to come down to it.
She has said things on the record that we can prove were untrue.
Absolutely.
Such as the suggestion that she got married days before her own wedding, something contradicted by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who married the couple.
But this was pointed out in 2018. The Palace press chief wrote to Prince William's private secretary and said that there were some very serious problems with Meghan's behaviour. They didn't say Meghan's ethnicity, they said Meghan's behaviour, and that's really what it all comes down to.
What do you think, Diane?
Well, I just question what progression is here. Because we've had these stories, and now a book is coming out, good for you, but where are we going with this? What is the end goal of us identifying that she is an unpleasant person to work for? Like, OK, we've established that. We've established that she...
Have we, though?
I believe we truly have established...
Well, I think in this country, but in the narrative in America is that she's been attacked.
She's certainly...
Not for her actions, but for her...
She's been through schools of staff, which is never the best sign.
It's never the best sign. And also, I mean, my question actually on this, I would like to have some genuine gossip. I would like to know, was there a prenup? Because she behaves in a way of, like, one of these things says, she said, I can't believe I'm not getting paid for this, when she was walking around shaking hands with people. And
I'm always saying that to you, aren't I?
Yeah. Josh says that a lot. We do walkabouts sometimes when we do the Headliners tour, and a lot of attention.
But in her mind, it makes sense because She is an actress. She's done press junkets where she has to go around, meet people. So in her mind, the marriage is separate. Like, she's married, and to go around and meeting people, in her mind, she should be paid for it. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
So there were cultural differences.
It's also, she doesn't realise maybe that she's married, you're married into an institution.
You've married a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's cultural differences, but I'd be interested more, was there a prenup? And I would imagine that she'd be the one to force the prenup, but then I can imagine that there would be a load of courtiers who would be like, you can't sign a prenup! Like, that's something that I would be interested in.
Where did you
like
even hear about this
genuine
prenup?
gossip.
Have you got a prenup? I don't have a prenup.
No, but
have
this
you
is
ever
the
heard
kind
that
of
there is
thing
a
that
prenup?
they would do that. That's the kind of thing that like American superstars do.
Well, look, I've got to put my foot down about this whole prenup thing.
Do it.
Because I've been married for 20 years. I love Mrs. Dolan very much. And if on the unlikely event that we broke up, I would like her to have half of our debt. I think she deserves that. And it's only right and proper. The Observer now. And let's talk about the best universities in the country, Diane.
Yeah. So, apparently,
I bet you went to one of them. You're dead well educated, aren't you?
Yeah, I think you're more referring to my right honourable sister. Forget Oxbridge, says The Guardian. St Andrews knocks top universities off perch. I wish they put in some kind of golf course sort of pun there.
Hole in one?
Yeah, my dad would have been a lot more pleased. So, essentially, the top three universities are Oxford, Cambridge and St Andrews. And now, not in that order. Now, it's St Andrews, Oxford, Cambridge. And this is measured in various different ways. Student satisfaction, attainment, graduate outcomes.
Sex in Freshers' Week.
Go to Goldsmiths University. That's where I went. It was great.
I went to Loughborough and I did drama.
Hasn't Loughborough closed down?
No, we're still going, I think. Yeah.
Was it closed down when you were there?
We made the special football that no one could kick because it was so round.
Is that right?
Do you remember? There was this special football that they made that was so spherical that none of the footballers could control it.
Sounds very special. Is it the football that was special?
So, yeah, it's just a nice article about how St Andrews is now the top.
Cleverer people than us.
But also, you don't need to go to university. And these three are apparently then, like, there's a big then gap until the other universities. And you think, really? I mean, I don't know what their fees are. My sister went to university, to Oxford. She did politics, philosophy and economics, which I'll be honest with you, I have trouble spelling. But
She doesn't speak to you anymore, does she?
she does she takes my calls.
Oh, okay.
Like, they're reverse charges and stuff, but yeah.
I'm still working on golf-based puns. St Andrews swings to the top of the University League.
Nice. I like that.
Fair way to success at St Andrews University.
St Andrews, not in the rough.
You've got a gift, mate. If only this was your Oxbridge interview, you would have actually you would have scored a hole in one.
St Andrews has St Andrews has the most balls.
Ooh, not sure.
That ties quite well into the next story,
Sounds
actually.
Bit more Tennessee,
I shouldn't
that one.
have flagged that one up.
Oh,
Oh, well, I blame my caddy. The Observer now. No, we've done that. Let's move on. Some of this is live. Let's have a look at this. Oh, yes, the Mail on Sunday. And let's talk about dress codes at school, Joshua.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has seen this particular photo of a teacher. This is in Canada, about 25 miles from Toronto, quite a well-to-do district, Oakville Trafalgar High School. And they have a woodwork teacher who
has wood.
Well, given the wood, I don't know. There is the woodwork teacher.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Wearing...
Can I just say that device will have your eye out?
Yeah, that is
I'm
breaking
not talking...
some serious health and safety things. So these are Z-size breasts.
It's a woodwork teacher. It's a biological male that identifies as female, and these are prosthetic breasts, aren't they? They're not. It's not.
But they cost about $1,000.
It's not a boob job.
They're not implanted.
Because if they were, I would be like,
tell.
have you got the number of that plastic surgeon?
Yeah. You know what? We're looking at a person with a fetish.
Right.
And this fetish is now gotten into schools in Canada under the guise of be kind, under the guise of gender identity and respecting everybody's, have their self-expression. And yet you've got something like that, which frankly is disgusting. Now, you do it in your own home, you do it with other adults, that's fine.
How did you know that?
Yeah, but to do it around teenagers, to do it in a school environment, this is damaging for them. First of all, this idea that this person is a woman is ridiculous, because only a man would wear something so offensive. It's such an offensive idea of femininity, pushed to such an extreme. Also, what does it say for children that people can see adults in their lives being just brazen about their kinks? That it's encouraged, that it's just absolutely okay, and there's no... So what's happening now is the people are protesting outside the school. Some of the students joined in to say, look, we just want to be taught. We don't want to deal with all of someone else's mental health issues or whatever. And the school district are hiding behind, again, this kind of like the province's human rights code, which is that, everybody should have equitable treatment without discrimination. Well, what about the children's treatment who have to deal with this? And also, by the way, it's just exposing the hypocrisy any further. The students aren't allowed to expose their nipples or to wear anything that shows sexual parts of their body. So why are the teachers suddenly allowed to do it?
But haven't woodwork teachers always got big boobs?
Is that your... That's my...
No, listen, I debated this when I was in for Mark Stein during the week with Calvin Robinson, who's now a minister of the church. And he said exactly the same thing, that this is fetishism in Diane and essentially child abuse, really.
It is it's grotesque, literally, because it is a ridiculous, over-the-top, very much larger-than-life interpretation of the female form. It is...
plus the nipples, by the way.
Oh, God, it's just like... breasts are... they are both functional and erotic, and this is too much. Also, that is a genuine impediment of actually being able to physically move.
Yeah, listen, I've actually
How
worn...
can you be a teacher?
Can I tell you that
like
I've worn
in the school corridors?
I've worn breasts that big, and it's so hard to do marking with that heavy décolletage, I'll tell you.
But honestly, that is going to...
No, it's very bad.
I'm not even being... Like, when I was a teacher, even, like, there were the occasional embarrassing moments where you'd accidentally maybe rub the whiteboard with your boobs.
All right.
There's the occasional moment, and I'm not like that.
No wonder you're out of teaching, by the way.
I mean, I ruined a lot of tops.
But did they teach you that trick at Loughborough?
This is the thing, right?
No, but I see what you mean. Your whole point is that any sexualisation in the classroom is just, you don't want to go there, right?
Yeah.
Not unless you're teaching about sex education.
Especially when you're teaching what? He should teach sex education? He shouldn't do anything. But sorry, I just want to say this one point before
misgendering her, you bigots.
No, that's a he, because a woman would not wear that. Or wouldn't express...
Well, you don't know the women I know.
OK, fine. My point, what is amazing about this, and this is what someone pointed out online, is that it's the people defending this that's unbelievable. This is one... People say, oh, this is one isolated case. But the people who are willing to defend this are the people who are willing to also defend people starting using, minor attracted people instead of paedophiles.
Unbelievable.
Whatever. Like, they're defending fetishism, and they're defending it in our schools. And that is what is unbelievable. And they say, oh, it's one person. It's not. This is the way that these people are pushing this gender ideology, the way that society's going. There's this horrible video today of this young woman coming out of Primark crying because Primark had made...
Because it was so messy in there?
Yeah, exactly, because she didn't get the good bargains. But she was in the dressing rooms, and two men opened the curtain and whatever. And this is because they've made all the dressing rooms now sort of this gender-free or whatever. And she's crying in the car afterwards because essentially these two guys and Primark are saying they're trying to find the culprit and they're going to look at the video footage. Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you go back to there's a reason why we have sex-separated spaces for undressing or whatever. And this is just supposedly it's one case. No, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening.
May I add another issue just to that? There are going to be girls who are going through puberty and girls already, you can feel very self-conscious about your body, how much you develop, how much you don't develop. And having somebody walking around like that, it's just ridiculous. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I mean,
but
this is
it's
why, look, briefly,
horrid.
we've got to get to the break, but this is why I think sometimes, you know, we talk a lot about wokeness and we do these, you know, long discussions, and many progressive types will just say, well, you're imagining this, you're exaggerating
You're a bigot.
You're a bigot, it's not happening, this is just tolerance.
Yeah.
But it just, as I've said so many times about this, the extreme elements of woke ideology, it doesn't end well, does it? And this is an example.
This is just one example of many.
And it can go further than that. I mean, in fact, in the UK, we've had drag shows in primary schools with young children being encouraged to give a tip to the drag artist as part of a kind of school event.
I haven't seen that in the UK. I've seen that in America, and you see little kids sort of tipping like they're strippers. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. I mean, I tip.
Yeah, but that's in your privacy. And you tip well, thank you for that.
Listen, tipping... Can I have a camera, maybe? Tipping drag acts, you know, it's redistribution of income as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, deeply troubling stuff, but there you go. We've got some really light stories coming up, so fear not. How to parent your parents, a questionable TV debut for Mr. RMT himself, and in true British fashion, another long queue. See you shortly.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio,
And online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back to Headliners, your first look at tomorrow's papers, tonight in the company of the brilliant comedians Josh Howie and Diane Spencer. We've got to crack on, actually, because at midnight I'm meeting a woodwork teacher in a bar around the corner.
Hope you can fit in.
Let me just tell you, there will be sawdust everywhere. Now, let's have a look at some stories that we've got cracking on with. Can we talk about TikTok's marketing, Diane? It's a very interesting story in the Sunday Times.
Yes, this is interesting. So, crossing the channel is easy, says Albanian child in TikTok advert. Now, what I find interesting about this article is that they write, the TikTok video is believed to be the first time that smugglers have used a child as a marketing tool to target more criminal business. Like, that's the moral outrage. It's not the fact that they're smuggling people, they're extorting money, they're taking advantage of this.
They're very innovative.
Yeah.
You have to respect this kind of hustle.
But what I also think is interesting, you see, so these Albanian people smugglers, sorry, I didn't summarise the story, have posted a video of a young boy and he's explaining how easy it is to cross the channel to encourage more migrants to make the journey. journey. Now, this is very, very scary if you think about the reality of it, because he's actually describing it in Calais before he's made the trip. But what I think is very interesting here is that what we must remember is that TikTok is different in different countries. Now, when you look at TikTok in China, which is actually called Douyin, it shows videos about self-improvement. It shows videos about people learning maths, shows videos about people, expanding their horizons. The algorithms, however, for the TikTok in the UK and the USA are more likely to show you silly stunts. They're more likely to show you cat videos. They're more likely to show you essentially dumbed down content. Now, I do question whether this is also part of that algorithm I appreciate, I might sound a little bit tinfoil hat here, but I do feel that this is also part of that kind of conspiracy to sort of thread divisive content throughout the UK, because TikTok can control the algorithms, and it is run by the Chinese authorities. Yeah. So that's
Is that why GB News is doing so well on TikTok? Is that what you're saying?
Are we doing well on TikTok?
Yeah, do you want to change your story? Now it's all good. Now let's do some divisive content when we're smashing it on TikTok.
So yes, if you want to read about that, it then sort of covers, what's been happening with the migrants and how Suella Braverman is now she's going to continue to implement plans. So that's sort of the thing of the story.
Fascinating story indeed. Thank you for drawing our attention to it. Sunday Times now, and Josh, you're an active man. Maybe a new hobby for you.
Yeah, well, I've been thinking of doing Krav Maga, which is the Israeli kind of, it takes all the different martial arts.
And what is Krav Maga?
Well, it's a sort of self-defense thing, but really it's just like, they say the first lesson is just run away if you can. Seriously.
Yeah. Right.
And then the next stuff is like, it's none of this like gentle whatever. It's just like go for the throat, go. It's the hardcore stuff basically. They've amalgamated all the different bits and come up with some like hardcore. So I'm thinking about doing a course for my kids. I think it's important to know how to defend yourself. This story is all based on the fact that Tom Hardy, the actor, has just sort of rocked up and won a jiu-jitsu tournament in Milton Keynes. It was an open...
Fit.
Yeah, turned up at the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Open Championship. He kind of shocked everybody. That's not him. That's not Tom Hardy.
But with the previous photo was.
Oh, OK, fine.
And that's Josh Howie.
That's Josh Howie.
Did you win?
No, but I know Tom from back in the day. I know him in his
Have you ever done any martial arts?
When he was a young actor, was it?
Yeah, well, but even when he was at university, I knew him back then. And then
a good guy?
No, not really.
OK.
Anyway, but now I wouldn't say that, but now he's terrifying. But I mean, he's changed. He's an adult. I was an idiot.
Although you've got to say, we think of these celebrities and Hollywood stars very pampered and, stunt doubles. Quite impressive that he goes in. Jiu-jitsu, that's a pretty tough martial art.
I would never say anything to his face because he's now properly hard.
Yeah.
And he's been doing all that trade. But supposedly that's quite a common theme amongst, Keanu Reeves is supposedly pretty handy.
He does something called gung fu.
Gung fu?
Yes. I did jiu-jitsu for
3
years. I did kickboxing for a few months as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've actually been in a fight. Okay. I've also done karate and judo.
Who are you in a fight with?
No, it was a proper...
Yeah.
It's on YouTube.
That wasn't a woodwork teacher who stole your breast, did he?
But I would definitely say that if you find a really good club, because this is all about the rise of midlife martial arts, like people it's never too late to try something like this. And if you find a good club, and the different martial arts suit different people, like karate suits some people better than others. Like, for example, kickboxing is very cardio intensive. Like when you have a kickboxing fight, you just keep going. You don't stop. But with karate, you sort of, as soon as you've hit somebody once, they stop you and they reset you, which is very funny if you've been doing kickboxing and you get one sort of punch in and then you're stopped. You're like, really?
And also, but wrestling is supposedly the best for general fitness because you're constantly moving and...
I don't like wrestling.
I've had a flirtation with exercise years and years ago. It was when I got my first proper job. Was adequately paid. So I got gym membership.
Ooh.
And there was a Wetherspoons right next to the gym. And I just used to have a workout and then go and drink beer straight after. So that did not end well.
And then you get in fights?
I wouldn't go that far.
OK, you lost fights.
Yeah, I mean, in a Wetherspoons, let's be honest with you.
Anyway,
that's why you go, mate.
I wouldn't take my chances.
Anyway, well done, Tom.
When someone's had 11 pints of old speckled hen, they win the arguments. How about Sundays at Metro? And Josh, let's talk about parenting techniques.
Yeah, so people are using what's called gentle parenting techniques to deal not with their children, but with their parents, with belligerent older relatives, it's saying. This actually has all come from another online thing, a new trend on, I think, TikTok. They've been making these... The anxious millennial has been role-playing how to sort of deal with parents. The whole idea behind gentle parenting is that rather than admonishing children straight away, you're trying to sort of speak to them, relate to them, empathise with them, ask them what's wrong. It's a nice idea in theory. In practice, when you've got a bunch of kids and you're trying to get them in to brush their teeth and get them out of the house because you're late for school,
right.
That's when it goes out the window and you just get it's the shouting.
You do.
The shouting.
And you're sleep deprived and you're trying to juggle work life. It's not easy.
So trying to use those techniques on parents is a nice idea. It is interesting, the dynamic, how that changes when you have kids or when you grow up, how you do sort of have to start managing your parents a little bit. Different generational thing. Right. But I don't. But these techniques, someone points out in the article, they just don't work because they can come as very. When you use anger, defensiveness, and aggression, will come out if you try patronising people. It escalates the situation.
I don't like the idea of treating your parents like children, but I think the theme is that for years they were there for you, and now you're there for them.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I know. You don't care, but then you've been cut out of the will, so you've paid the price, Josh. Let's have a look at The Observer now and some wholesome news, Diane.
Oh, this is wondrous. So, buzz stops. Bus shelter roofs turned into gardens for bees and butterflies. It's absolutely marvellous. So, they first appeared in the Dutch city of Utrecht, and Clear Channel, which is the company that runs all the bus stops, they are working with the Wildlife Trust, and they're essentially turning bus stops into these fabulous sort of floral gardens, so bees can stop and eat honey, and it's just going to encourage wildlife and make bus stops look a lot prettier, and I think it's a wonderful idea.
And pump oxygen into the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's brilliant. And if you do it to enough bus stops, then obviously, like one bus stop, you think, well, that's not going to make much of a difference. They want to do it to at least 1,000 bus stops, and so you're going to end up with what? You're going to end up with fields of flowers.
Well, I hope that they also, at the bus stops, put some sort of something to deal with anaphylactic shock or people who are allergic to bees. Or just some sort of sting repellent. Yeah, that's also something you've got to think about. But it is a nice idea, but I never knew, look at this. This is how they measure. Do you know how they measure? Did you read this? Oh, no, well, OK, you've been busy, but this is
I can't read, I have everything in Braille.
I know. Yeah, the two big bumps from earlier. This is how they measure flying insects in this country, the number of flying insects. It's called something called the splat effect on car registration plates. So they look at car registration plates after they had a big old drive and see the number of splats on them, and then they can see how many flying insects there are. And they compare that, and that's what they do. So they've actually found out that it's collapsed by nearly 60% since 2004.
Oh, no.
There's a lot less splats
nowadays. I would say I remember sort of family trips to Ireland in the car, and there were so many dead ants on the windscreen by the time we got to Dunleary. But now, not so much.
There it is.
Yeah, quite disappointing. Well, let's stay with Nature and The Observer. And have the veggies and vegans had their time in the spotlight, Josh?
Well, no, arguably, but maybe when it comes to the meat-based products. So they're saying things like almond milk. These are actually still sort of increasing. It's because of the cost. But what they're saying, the news that's happened is that McDonald's has shelled its meat-free burger. And also they've sold some of the stock in one of the major manufacturers.
Oh,
sorry.
Family show.
sorry.
I mean, look, strong opinions and all that.
Freudian slip. Gosh, I hate vegans. Sorry about that. And they've dipped nearly 70% the shares. This was, in 2019, Beyond Meat was valued at $10 billion. Which is more than Macy's or Xerox. The people really thought this was going to really take off, and it hasn't to that level. Arguably, and I sort of went along with it, and I went in the supermarket and I saw a bunch of this stuff, and I thought, oh yeah, I put it all in the trolley. I'm the cook for the house, and then it just wasn't very nice. That's sort of the issue, I think.
And my concern also, Diane, is that it's just not real food, is it? I mean, these soya burgers, 1 million ingredients. I looked at vegan bacon the other day. The first 2 ingredients are water and sunflower oil.
Ew.
Yuck.
Oh, you can't imagine. No, there's nothing like just smelling nice crispy bacon sarnie in the morning. Gorgeous.
Exactly right. Well, look, on that rather gastronomic note, can I thank both of you for a really, really lively and fascinating show tonight. Enjoyed every moment, and these two legends will return very shortly. Of course, Headliners is stripped across the whole week, 7 nights a week. It's an example of quantity over quality. We're here every day, whether you like it or not. Listen, I'm back tomorrow at 9 for Mark Dolan tonight, and we've got headliners tomorrow at 11 as well. We'll be previewing the Labour Party conference and much more. So can't wait for that. Thanks for your company tonight. I've loved every second. I hope you have too, and I'll see you soon.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio,
And online.
we're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's
News Channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Good evening, welcome along to Neil Oliver Live on GB News TV and on radio. Tonight I'll cross live to Israel to discuss the report into the serious side effects caused by Pfizer's COVID vaccine. After violence between Muslim and Hindu groups in Leicester, we'll hear from senior figures from both communities. Plus we'll meet this week's Great Britain, a man who has run 100 miles 3 times to raise money for charity. All of that and more coming up, but first an update on the latest news from Rhiannon Jones.
Thank you, Neil. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. The Labour leader's accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he calls casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Speaking this afternoon, Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, though, told us the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
The Labour Party has pledged to create a national care service. It claims 13% of care homes need improvement. The party says private equity firms are failing in their duties to residents. Plans for the service include improvements in pay, workers' rights and training. Arriving in Liverpool this afternoon, Sir Keir is expected to set out a number of key policies at the party's conference, which starts tomorrow. Drivers could be paying an extra £5 for a tank of petrol due to a fall in the value of the pound. Motoring organisation the AA says petrol prices would be at least 9 pence per litre cheaper if the pound had maintained its mid-February value instead of dropping to a 37-year low. Drivers are being encouraged to shop around to find more competitive forecourts. More than 700 people have been arrested in protests across Russia. The arrests come after President Vladimir Putin ordered the country's first military draft since World War II for the conflict in Ukraine. Footage from one protest shows Russian officers manhandling men and leading women to police vans. According to one rights monitoring group, there were protests in 32 cities from St. Petersburg to Siberia. Adventurer Ross Edgley has broken the record for the longest ever open water swim in Loch Ness. Edgley swam continuously for exactly 52 hours and 39 minutes, covering around 49 miles. He also endured temperatures as low as 5 degrees and said it was one of the biggest challenges of his career. And we're getting our first look tonight at the Queen's Ledger Stone in Windsor Castle. The black stone slab has been set into the floor near Her Majesty's final resting place at St George's Chapel. Her name has been inscribed in gold letters alongside her husband, Prince Philip. Members of the public will be able to visit the site from next week when Windsor Castle reopens to visitors. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Now it's back to Neil Oliver live.
Thanks for all of that, Rhiannon. Now, those who speak out are shouted down until they are proved right. Again and again and again we're made to watch or to endure the crude bullying tactics of the school playground. Reasoned debate and argument have long since gone over the hill into history. Now it's just one long slanging match in which the loudest, angriest and most effectively insulting voices seek to win. So often echoed by mainstream media who hold reasoned voices in contempt, apparently preferring to ridicule and diminish rather than provide courteous space for those who merely have questions in need of answers. Again and again, bear with me. Again and again, those shouted down are, however, revealed as having been right all along. Those who spoke out against lockdowns were shouted down until they were proved right about irreparable harm done, the harms that confront us now in every aspect of our lives. Those who doubted the efficacy and safety of so-called vaccines were shouted down until they were proved right, and it became irrefutable and undeniable that those medical procedures did not work as advertised and had resulted in death and permanent injury for uncounted numbers. Those who spoke out about the existence of rape gangs in British cities were shouted down until they were proved right, and some, just some of the victims finally had their voices heard, and our establishment was shamed for having knowingly stood by for decades while uncounted thousands of the most vulnerable souls were treated like meat by men acting with impunity. All of it was excused and covered up on the grounds that to do otherwise would have brought accusations of racism. Shouting down has become a universal, and even when it is proven wrong, never is there any backing down by the loudest, any real admission of error. Instead, those voices just move on to their next target. But by now, the truth is that too much harm has been done, and any temptation to shy away from confrontation is long behind us. Now more than ever is the time firmly to say, enough, we will not be silenced, however loudly we are condemned. This is precisely the moment when those questioning the dogma must find renewed strength for the fight. Those who questioned the wisdom of sacrificing fossil fuels and nuclear energy on the altar of the so-called green agenda are yet more of those who have been proved right after all. Now millions face a winter of cold and hunger, and futures blighted by the deliberate and wholesale diminishing of opportunities on account of generations of political policies bordering on the suicidal. In the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution that illuminated the entire world, the lights are going out because economically illiterate politicians wanted to live out adolescent fantasies of saving the world. I say it's not the world in need of saving, but us from them and the compound consequences of their vanity and greed. Those who questioned and continue to question the so-called settled science of climate crisis are no longer just shouted down, but demonised as latter-day heretics, apparently fit for little less than burning at the stake. Those who simply have questions about the war in Ukraine, about committing billions of pounds to war while Britons face the darkest winter of their lifetimes, are shouted down as Putin-loving enemies of democracy. The shouting down is the response to every contrary voice, and the shouting down on this matter must stop as well. Those who have questions about mass immigration, who fear the inevitable erosion and dilution of British culture by beliefs and behaviours of utterly different sorts arriving in their midst at an excessive rate, are still being shouted down now, even as the religious hatreds of the subcontinent emerge large as life on English streets. If the questions can't be asked, how can answers be found? Name-calling is at the heart of it too, the seat of the fire that burns to a crisp any with the temerity to challenge this orthodoxy or that. Those who questioned lockdowns were called granny killers. Those who questioned vaccines were called COVIDiots. Those who continue to challenge the green agenda are climate change deniers. How effective in the art of shutting down is the dreaded suffix of denier, with all its echoes of 20th century horror. Those who accused the rape gangs were derided as racists, another slur that's all but unsurvivable for anyone who wants to keep a job, far less a place in polite society. Those who have seen at first hand the worst consequences of too much immigration happening too fast, who have watched self-imposed segregation take shape in one town and city after another, the undeniable establishment of ghettos, are similarly defamed, shouted down as having nothing more to offer than hate based on skin colour, when what they are actually pointing out is the crystallising and entrenching of the kind of division and imported religious hatred that ends always and only in the ugliness playing out now in Leicester and Birmingham. The damage done by the delusion, the myth of multiculturalism, the band-aid hurriedly applied when concepts like assimilation and integration were seen to have failed, has hardly been limited to these islands. Not so very long ago, Sweden was regarded as a beacon of caring, sharing, liberal leftism. Not anymore. Since 2018, there have been almost 500 bombings in the towns and cities of a country most people likely still believe mistakenly to be a model of safety and stability, the home of IKEA and St. Greta of Thunberg. It's not just bombs. 47 people have been shot dead so far this year. National Police Commissioner Anders Thornberg is on record describing, quote, an entirely different kind of brutality, close quote, in ghettoised suburbs dominated by immigrants. Since 2000, Sweden's immigration population, those born elsewhere but now resident, has doubled to 20%. Sweden took in more migrants per capita than any other country during the wave of immigration in 2015. Most of the incomers have been young men. At the recent general election, Sweden's most outspoken anti-immigration party, the Sweden Democrats, emerged as the second biggest in Parliament. Those who have voted for the SDs are shouted down, even as news media carry reports of a new trend in so-called humiliation robberies, during which victims are not just robbed but also degraded while their attackers film the abuse. Despite the hitherto unknown levels of violence and crime, still it's hard for Swedes to speak out about the reality of their situation. Those who point to the existence of ghettos, of no-go areas into which fire and ambulance crews will not venture without police escorts, are shouted down as safety deniers. Can you imagine? Safety deniers, whatever next. When will the shouting down stop? Time and time again, those calling out real problems, real danger, are the targets of tactics shaped always and only to silence dissent, to deride and alienate any who seek to give voice to uncomfortable truth, even just to ask a question. On the other side of the Atlantic, in the US, there is no functioning southern border to speak of. The number of those heading north is now of the 7-figure variety. That's unsustainable in every way. Those speaking out are shouted down as racists and xenophobes, as you would surely expect. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is among those that have taken to moving migrants on, putting them aboard planes and buses and transporting them to self-proclaimed sanctuary states whose politics and politicians declare them as fully supportive of new arrivals. No sooner had 50 of those immigrants touched down in wealthy liberal enclave Martha's Vineyard, however, than the allegedly tolerant and welcoming residents had moved heaven and earth to ensure those pilgrims were back on buses and headed out of sight and out of mind before leaving so much as a footprint on the all-white beach. It was ever thus. Those with enough money and the right friends get to preach about how others must live, while being forever insulated against the consequences. Too many people made guinea pigs for social engineering by holders of influence have been handed too much to bear. Those authority figures who never had any intention of taking part in their own experiment, but saw to it instead that the inhabitants of distant corners they neither knew nor cared about would have to sink or swim in an ill-judged and excessive wave of newcomers, will continue to do as they please, whilst insisting those beneath them in the food chain should simply shut up. But now is most definitely not the time for dissenting voices to lose their collective nerve. Now more than ever, those with questioning, defiant, contrary voices must find the determination to go on. We face economic challenges of a sort most of us have never before had to contemplate. Furthermore, we've been divided among ourselves as never before. Old certainties have been torn away with nothing desirable to replace them, but we must remember what has been taken and so resolve to take it all back. This is no time for silence. After 2 years like no others, when we've been told to be frightened of each other on account of a disease, of our way of life on account of its impact on the world, of the future itself, it might be tempting to submit. Here's the thing, the shouting and the name-calling are the least of it. After COVID, after lockdown, after war, after crisis, after crisis, after crisis. If we don't make all of our voices heard, and right now, ask yourself, what might they try next? All of that is my opinion, of course, and you're free to disagree. Keep your tweets and emails coming all through the show. You can email gbviews@gbnews.uk. You can tweet me as well @GBNews, and I'll try to get to some of your comments later in the show. I'm joined this evening as I recover from that momentary loss of autocue altogether.
We've all been there, Neil.
I don't know if you have, Tom.
I thought you did very well.
By a very familiar face, education specialist Tom Buick, and a newcomer to my show, former Army Officer Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Crawford. Thank you both very much for joining me.
Great being here.
Lieutenant Colonel, what do you make of that atmosphere out there in the world at the moment of such febrile and hot-tempered debate and condemnation?
Well, I mean, it is ridiculous to the extent to which some people are prepared to go to shut down debate. And particularly, I was taken by your comments on the climate crisis. Now, I've been called a climate crisis denier before, but only because I ask the questions and say, is it a climate crisis we've got here, or is it a people crisis? Are there too many people, and how do we sort that out? So I'm certainly a contrarian. Sometimes I've been called an iconoclast, and arguably my military career would have been a lot better if I'd just shut up and kept my nose down.
It's quite nice. I wish I'd only been called an iconoclast. that's quite classy.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. That's quite a nice one.
Yeah.
Tom, you and I have chewed the fat on subjects related to this and like this on more than one occasion. And I think you always take a more tolerant line than me. But how do you feel about the shouting down, the incessant silencing of questioning and debate?
I feel like you absolutely intolerant of those who are intolerant of people's views and opinions within a free democratic society. And as every brilliant monologue, don't worry about the glitches, in the sense that whenever I listen to these monologues, Neil, they're a sort of great intellectual insight backed up with some moral fortitude. And I took three particular things out of your monologue today. One is that, I think as you're saying, we do need to look at why we've lost this sort of art of civility. It used to be a key part of who we are as a people and the West more broadly, as a philosophy, particularly since the Enlightenment period. I think secondly, as you said in your monologue, now is not the time to wither and cower in the face of people who would quote this safety culture, safe space culture at us. Now is actually the time to come out and remind people that if you are truly an inheritor of this Enlightenment spirit and you reject the medieval superstitions of the past, then we have to stand up in that moderate, tolerant way and have the debate, including the difficult debates about multiculturalism, about the green agenda, about all the things that people don't want to hear about. And thirdly, and I think you picked up on this beautifully in your reference to some of the quite disturbing things actually that are going on in a social democratic country like Sweden, a country that actually, unlike Britain, doesn't have this history of empire, and therefore we've had to, over centuries, never mind decades, we've had to kind of have that conversation with the new arrivals, and we've looked to not just the issue of immigration, but integration and integration around British values. Sweden has no history of that. And of course, who are the beneficiaries of that? It's the far right. 20% of the vote went to a party that has its roots in the neo-Nazis. Now, thankfully, in our constitutional democracy, we haven't ever elected into office extremists of either the far right or the far left. But what happens when you close down debate, when you won't want to talk about open borders, is you fuel the people at the extremes.
Stuart, I introduced you, and you are a military, a defence analyst. I would say that there's something attritional about the way in which it's been one crisis after another that we've almost had foist upon us. It's been one bit of bad news after another, and it wears people down. Eventually, one crisis pushed back against is one crisis too many.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and people are forever saying, what's going to happen next? Now we've got all the things that you related. The war, people in the war are now looking, saying, how long is it going to go on, and how long can it be sustained, and at what point is someone or some people going to say, that's enough, we've got to stop here. But it's like in all the topics that you introduced there are groups of people who believe that there's only one truth, and if you're not a believer, then you are the antithesis of what they want you to be. And I think you've just, in this modern age, and I get it a lot from my kids when they're saying, Dad, you can't say that anymore. And I'm saying, I don't mean any harm by it. It's just a phraseology. Oh no, you can't say it because it'll offend people. And frankly, everybody's got a right to be offended, and everybody's got a right within reason to offend. And I'm completely happy with that.
Yes,
Sorry, but on the war in Ukraine, I mean, would we be in the position we're in today with this massive energy insecurity crisis if actually we'd been true to our values in 2014 and Western political leaders had stood up to Putin and said annexing a sovereign part of a European nation is just not acceptable?
Oh, absolutely.
Instead, what they went and did was signed a big contract for a second pipeline with a dictator who he now is using, weaponising energy, which is, certainly in terms of the current crisis, is a key reason why we've got so much unrest and inflation feeding through. So it's back to your point, Neil, when you fail as a moderate, as a Democrat, to stand up to these types of behaviours, actually you're just storing up problems further down the line.
Yeah, it's always easier to do nothing. It's always easier to say, well, it won't be as bad as you think it's going to be.
We'll pick up these thoughts.
Yeah.
We've got to get to a break at the moment, after which we'll get an update on the GB News exclusive about the Israeli report into side effects caused by the Pfizer vaccine. See you in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio, and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel. Britain's
News channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. Now, recently on this show, we broke a story about researchers in Israel having found evidence of severe and long-lasting adverse side effects caused by the Pfizer vaccine. A leaked video recording of a meeting between the researchers and the Israeli Ministry of Health made plain the researchers' concerns about their own findings. But contrary to the researchers' opinions, the official report from the Ministry of Health declared side effects were short-lived and mild. Most significantly, despite the researchers' desire to keep going with their work, to learn more, their investigation was cancelled by the government. Joining me now is Yafa Shiraz, the Israeli journalist who has been with this story from the beginning. Good to see you again, Yafa. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much for inviting me. As you so rightfully said, now is not the time to be silenced. We have to stand up and speak. So I thank you for giving us and other people the opportunity and the courage to do that.
Oh, that's good to hear, Yafa. Thank you for that. Now, since you broke this story, and it was you internationally who broke this story, has there been any response from the Ministry of Health in Israel, or indeed from anyone else?
Well, the answer is from Israel, there is no response. Deafening silence. They didn't even try to challenge our story or say anything about it. And actually, not only have they kept silence, but Neil, the most astonishing thing is that they halted the study. This is such an important study with such concerning findings, and instead of pursuing it, they just pulled the plug.
Remind the viewers, if you will, Yafa, about what the researchers found I've been through this story several times, and it is a complex set of data. But can you summarise exactly what it was that those researchers learned, or began to think that they understood, and what the funding was pulled away from them?
Yeah, actually, it's not so complicated. What they found was that every aspect of this study's finding contradicted what we have been told about the side effects of this vaccine. We were told that these are mostly local side effects and that they are mild, and that even if in some cases there are some serious side effects, and those are short-term and pass within a few days. So first of all, what the research team found was new signals, new side effects that were not listed by Pfizer and were not local nor mild. Actually, they included neurological side effects or muscle side effects and digestive symptoms that were new. They were not listed by Pfizer, not listed in Pfizer's doctor's leaflet. Second of all, they found that the side effects were not short-term, but actually many times were long-term. Those were long-term events that lasted weeks, months, and sometimes a year or even more, and in some cases were ongoing, so that the side effects still lasted when the study was over. They also found a phenomenon they called re-challenge, which is, and many cases of re-challenge, which is a recurrence or even worsening of a side effect following repeated doses of the vaccine.
So every time someone was jabbed, first time they got an adverse reaction, perhaps, then with the second injection it became worse, third injection worse again.
Exactly. This is exactly what re-challenge means. It means that when you get another dose, the side effects either comes back or even worsens. So it's either the side effects were long-term, or when they already stopped, they came back after repeated doses. Okay. So in fact, the researchers were so worried about those side effects, those findings, that their conclusions were that these findings, first of all, they said they established causal relations between the vaccine and the side effects, especially this phenomenon of re-challenge. Professor Berkovich, the head researcher, explicitly stresses that this phenomenon, the re-challenge, increases the chances of causality from possible to definitive. And even more than that, the researchers explicitly warn the Ministry of Health that they need to think medical legal. They need to think carefully how to present this finding to the public, because they contradict what they said, because the Ministry of Health, and not only in Israel, continuously claim that the serious side effects are rare, short-term, and transient, and told people to go get vaccinated anyway. So now the researchers warned the officials that they might open themselves to liability. So when these findings of the team's study contradict the Ministry of Health's safe and effective narrative, instead of changing their approach, they decided to put a stop to the study because they didn't like the findings. That's all. So, and furthermore, they didn't even pursue the most severe cases found in the study. Nearly turns out that there were 155 serious cases in adults, including cardiovascular events, which required hospitalizations or ER visits. And the team was talking during the meeting about them and explaining that they need to analyze these cases and that they haven't yet had the time to do it. So they need more time to continue the study. And moreover, the Ministry of Health now knows about people that were seriously harmed and suffered re-challenge because, this is a very unique study because the form wasn't anonymous. So they know about these people whose conditions got worse by each successive vaccination. They know about them. And that means that there is a great likelihood that there is a causal relation in their case. So they know exactly who those people are, and their duty is to get in touch with them and check on them, and of course to compensate them, but most importantly to follow their condition. Not only for them, but to know what happens in these cases. But instead,
Yafa, are you surprised that this story has not received greater interest from around the world? Given how many billions of doses of the Pfizer vaccine have gone out there, and also the undeniable fact that Israel was acting effectively as a laboratory for the world. Much of the world was watching what was happening in Israel and making decisions based on what they understood from the rollout of the vaccine in Israel. And yet, no one's following up your story.
Exactly. It's not exactly no one. We are getting attention from around the world, not from Israel. From Israel, actually, almost zero attention. Actually, not almost, but zero attention up until now. But we are getting some attention from the world. We had the Epoch Times covering our story. But yes, you're right. It's amazing because Israel was serving as the world's laboratory. And our findings were presented to the CDC, to the FDA, and we served as a model country. So it's a global issue. It's not just a local issue. It's not just Israel. It's not just the Israelis who suffered. It's a global issue. Yeah, I agree.
What will you do next? What will you do next? Are you still in touch with those researchers and those that brought this information to you in the first place?
Unfortunately, the researchers themselves are not cooperating. The Epoch Times just a few days ago tried to reach out them again, and they did not respond. One of them said that she's no longer part of the project, which, strengthens the suspicion that they really closed, put the plug out and they closed the study. So the researchers are also, they have no sources to continue the study.
Yafa Shiraz, it's a fascinating and troubling story, and we will definitely be staying in touch with you and to see what what the consequences are of what you have unearthed so far. So, Yafa Shiraz, thank you very much this evening. I listened to Yafa tell that story about government-funded researchers' alarm about side effects from the Pfizer vaccine, and I honestly struggle to comprehend the lack of response from around the world. As Yafa said, Israel functioned as a laboratory for the wider world. Everyone was watching their vaccine rollout. And yet when researchers there said they needed to know much more about what they had seen so far in relation to adverse side effects, the government pulled the project, having told the public that all was well. End of story. I'm joined now by Dr. Will Jones, editor of The Daily Sceptic, a publication that did follow up on the story to help me interpret what's going on. Good evening, Will. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Neil.
What was your instantaneous reaction to the story that came out of Israel regarding the Pfizer vaccine?
It was an incredible leak and a bombshell story, and we followed it up as quickly as we could and put it out there. and we expected it to be taken up by major news outlets, by newspapers, by broadcast media, or I say we hoped it would be, because it was such a major story. As you say, the laboratory of the world, the Pfizer rollout in Israel, special contract with the Israeli government in order to study the vaccine and the effects of it. And here there was leaked data. It was a major story, and also it's a cover up as well, and scandal. And so we expected it to be big news, and when it wasn't, it's just and Neil, to your credit, you have followed this story up, but in the mainstream media, you are almost or entirely alone.
Now, this was. I keep going over the same facts because they don't seem to be gaining traction anywhere. This was official research commissioned by the Israeli government, and yet it's being ignored even though it's out there. Considering it more widely, how do you explain or comprehend the way in which the bald facts being exposed are not being attended to?
It's hard to understand, isn't it? Is what is going on? I think one of the, to me, what seems to be going on is there's a narrative, and people have bought into this narrative, and people believe it, and so I've been in touch with journalists and editors at national newspapers, and who I know are sympathetic to these stories, and saying, will you run it? But they can't, and they're not allowed to. Either they won't run it, or they try and run it, and it gets spiked. It gets stopped. And it's hard to know exactly what is stopping these stories like these from getting out there and making the impact that they should. It's like you drop a stone into a pool and you expect to see ripples, and yet you don't, and nothing happens. And I think to a large extent it's that people believe in the mainstream narrative of the safe and effective vaccine. I think psychologically they have to believe in it. A lot of people, they've taken the vaccine. It's what they've been told by the authorities. It's created this whole narrative and reality based on what we've been told. And people feel a need to believe it. They have to believe it, and it seems to have captured their minds. There's a technology entrepreneur called Steve Kirsch, and he's been taking a lot of interest in the safety of the vaccines, and he contacted and he's got contacts in the FDA in America, the people who look and the CDC who look after vaccines in America, and he says to them, he says, what's going on? Is it a cover up? Do they know? And to his surprise, these people inside the FDA, they came back and they said, no, the people here, almost to a man, almost every single one, is a true believer. They're blue pilled. They actually believe that the vaccines are safe and effective. And it's like there's blinkers come up, and they just don't want to see, and they just don't want to hear, and won't see and won't hear evidence that contradicts that. And it's a psychological phenomenon. People talk about mass psychosis, and it just seems to be something like that going on. That it's just that there's just this media blackout, and that editors won't cover it, journalists won't cover it, broadcasters won't cover it, public don't want to hear it. Or a lot of people don't want to hear it, and how do you break that spell? How do you overcome that? How do you overcome that huge psychological barrier that's been put up? And to see this story have the impact that it needs to, because these are about serious injuries. These are, as you've said, billions of vaccine doses. Huge numbers of injuries that have been done, serious, long-lasting injuries, as we were hearing from Yaffa, and we need to avoid repeating mistakes as well. A lot of people might want to say, "Oh, well, it's been done now, so there's no point in looking back." But that's obviously completely the wrong attitude, because because they're just going to keep on doing this. We'll keep on making the same mistakes. They keep on rolling out the same things. We've seen in America that the CDC, the FDA has authorized the latest COVID vaccine, without even having a trial. They literally injected 8 mice and to look at supposedly and measure the antibodies in 8 mice, and then the vaccine approval committee said, "Well, that's fine. You can go ahead." And they've started injecting it into millions of arms. They will keep on making these mistakes if the stories like this don't get through. So I think editors and journalists who are watching your show, Neil, I think they need to start seeing that this is a story that needs to be told, and they need to find a way of telling it and find a way of easing the public into a truer narrative about these vaccines.
Dr. Will Jones, the Daily Sceptic editor, thank you very much for your time this evening. Fascinating insights there. Tom, it's quite something, isn't it? I mean, that's a major story coming out of a country we were all watching, and yet it has dropped, as Will says, like a stone into a pool, and yet no ripples.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's so because of some mass psychosis, as he was suggesting. And we should remember, Israel is one of the few democracies, genuine democracies in the Middle East. And so, if there's public concern about any medical intervention, including this particular vaccine, that is for the public policy makers, for the politicians, including the opposition in the Knesset in Israel, to take that up and to insist on a public inquiry. I think we need to have, if it's not already part of the terms of reference for the public inquiry that's going to happen around COVID, hasn't got underway yet, that vaccine efficacy is one of the things that actually we have a proper public inquiry about. Because in the end, we've got to ground any debate about these vaccines, Neil, in the science. And the fact is, the vaccine did deliver for those who took it, particularly of a certain age, over 50, underlying morbidities. The data, you saw it. The hospitalisation and deaths went down. The issue is, was the vaccine suitable for everybody? And I don't think it was. And Denmark, interestingly, has banned now the vaccine for the under 50s because it doesn't see there's vaccine efficacy there.
Stuart, I saw that story. When Yafa got in touch with me with that story, I thought, well, that's it. That's a game-changing bit of information. Everything about it ticked the right boxes. It was official research. It was paid for by the government. And yet when we put that information out there, there was just a communal shrug of shoulders as though, so what?
It's a sort of collective cognitive dissonance, I think. And you get it in all walks of life. Don't give me that information because I don't want to know that because that's going to change the path I'm going down. The thing that I thought of being a child of the 50s straight away was I thought thalidomide. And now I don't know if the research in the effects of thalidomide was suppressed in any way.
It was for years. It was denied for years.
And there's lots of people my age who have all sorts of unfortunate disabilities because of that. And I'm very lucky not to be one of them. And it struck me that this is exactly the same sort of thing. We have another thalidomide.
But that's a really good example because in the end, the pharmaceutical companies were brought to account, they were brought to book, and the truth came out. I think the challenge is here, and where I do agree with you, Neil, in terms of ticking some of these boxes, is the real fear here, I think, are those state public health officials, policymakers, politicians who procured the vaccine, who put into legislation indemnity, by the way, for these pharmaceutical companies. So even if it does come out in the wash, actually, that this is damaging to public health, they won't be the ones that will be sued because they've been indemnified against it. And, of course, why this is really, really important at the end of the day is this isn't like any other drug or vaccine where there was choice. We had countries like Israel. It wasn't just the medical laboratory, it was the social laboratory. Remember, they introduced the first green pass, the vaccine passports. They were the ones who said, we will deny access to basic public services if you do not take the vaccine. That translated over here to students not being able to go to nightclubs unless they took the vaccine. So that's what makes this really, really important at the end of the day from a public policy point of view, and that's why we need a proper public inquiry into.
Yeah, I mean, you're mentioning the specific and I suppose almost unique case of thalidomide, and perhaps it's not directly analogous to what the situation is with these particular medical procedures that are rolling out around us now. I'm simply aghast that even when research comes out that challenges the narrative, it just falls away. It doesn't gain the traction. This is what I don't understand. What kind of information has to come forward and who does it have to come from before people say, well, wait a minute, maybe we should take a breath here. We've already given billions of doses to billions of people. Maybe that, and we're still doing it.
Absolutely right. Suppression of information, but it is, you know, it's the tyranny of the prevailing orthodoxy, isn't it? It's good. These inoculations are good for you, and they are for a large number of people who have been saved and helped. But when the information comes out that contradicts that, it seems to be suppressed.
That efficacy is not proven.
No.
That is part of the narrative. Safe and effective is still out there, and it's a hollow ghost.
But why?
It's a hollow ghost of a statement. You cannot any longer say safe and effective until much more is known about the long-term consequences.
Absolutely.
They didn't function as vaccines as people understood vaccines previously. So they didn't act as advertised.
No.
And as to safety, that is the kind of information that ought to be being exposed by this kind of research and is being exposed by this kind of research, and yet no one pays it any attention.
Well, no one's really paid much attention to the fact the Danish government has now outlawed vaccines for the under-50s. So what's going on there? I mean, what do they know? What do those public health officials and epidemiologists know about the efficacy of the vaccine that we don't?
Indeed. We have to move on, unfortunately. After the break, as the pound falls to a 37-year low against the dollar, we'll find out why that's good news for some UK firms. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV,
on radio and online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. Now, the pound has been falling in value throughout 2022, as I understand it. Last week, it fell below $1.09 for the first time since 1985. Analysts say the recent drop was a consequence of investors taking fright at the thought of how much money the government will have to borrow to pay for the sweeping tax cuts Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng announced in his mini-budget on Friday. US investment bank JP Morgan said it was about, quote, a broader loss of investor confidence in the government's approach, close quotes. Joining me to help me understand what it all means is Marco Forgione, Director General of the Institute of Export and International Trade. Good evening, Marco.
Evening. Yeah.
Thank you for joining me. I find this very challenging information to try and get my head around, with my schoolboy arithmetic letting me down. Who benefits and who loses when the pound does this?
So there's quite a lot to unpick, actually, Neil, from the budget, and there are a number of reasons for that. What the Chancellor announced yesterday is a significant break with the orthodoxy of the past 35 years. And it's clear with this Prime Minister and this Chancellor that the government believes fundamentally that low taxes are going to spur growth and to turbo boost the UK economy. And there are issues. We have a significant problem with productivity in the UK compared to other nations. And we have seen over the last several years a decline in the number of businesses involved in international trade, exporting and indeed importing. So you ask about who benefits from the pound being at the level where it is against the dollar. Well, it's a huge opportunity for UK businesses to exploit and trade, particularly with the US, but with other nations as well. So hopefully what we will see now is a spark of innovation and for UK businesses to start to grow and expand their international markets.
But who loses? This has to be bad news for everyone else on the other side of that equation, surely.
So the issue is if it is cheaper to sell UK goods, it makes it more expensive to bring goods into the UK, which in itself may act as a spark for more manufacturing and for more investment into the UK. And the government is looking for foreign direct investment to come in to the UK through both its free port policy and the enterprise zones, which were announced yesterday.
What does it mean for people, the individual man and woman on the street, when the pound is falling like this? How will we notice it and feel it?
So if you are buying goods that have come in from overseas, then they will become more expensive.
Forgive me if my interpretation of this is just wholly too basic, but Liz Truss talked about 100+ billion to alleviate the energy price crisis, and Kwasi Kwarteng is proposing will be borrowing essentially to create these tax cuts. Is all of this not just the same solution again and again and again? Is it not just creating money? Is it not just a version of quantitative easing, just more and more money being whipped up out of nowhere?
So the aim of what they're doing is clear. They are borrowing money on the market, and what we saw as a result of the announcements yesterday actually is the cost of that borrowing has increased. We've seen an increase on the 10-year yield for UK gilts. But there will be a point where hopefully that will become more attractive to foreign investors to then buy, which would drive down the cost of the borrowing. But it's clear that what the government has done is a fundamental shift and change from what's been happening for the past 35 years.
Tom?
I don't think you have to be an economics expert to know that this country's been living beyond its means for some time. And in a sense, that's what both political parties, the whole political class, over 3 decades, through, in my view, a combination of statism and crony capitalism. That's why we've arrived at the point where things are so desperate with the patient now, the British economy on the table, that this is a gamble by a new type of conservative, we haven't seen this for some time, who are going out on the nation's credit card and saying, if we jumpstart the car, it might have a failed battery, but it might just be enough to get us back to growth. And it is a big if, and that's the theory. But why I think the exchange rate is really important is because in the end, that's like a nation's stock price. And the more the pound plummets against a basket of other international currencies, the less international confidence there is overall in our economic strategy. It's what's called the kindness of strangers in economics. The more we alienate that group of international investors, and we're borrowing something like 10% of our annual GDP just on day-to-day current account spending, that is not a sustainable path in any country's economic future. If you were every month, Neil, going out and spending 10% of your domestic household income on your credit card, sooner or later those creditors are going to run out of patience with you.
And so I think what we've seen with the budget, the announcement yesterday, is a shift, an attempt to try something different. Now, will it work? Will there be time?
Well, at least the metrics are clear, right, in the medium term. It's
will it
growth
fall? Will it fall further? I mean, is it fallen to its lowest level and become stable at that point, or will it fall again?
The likelihood is, my assessment would be, there's a chance it's going to fall further because
and how far?
The price point of the pound, which is similar to the euro and to the yen, is an indicator of the strength of the dollar currently. So the relationship between the dollar and the pound and the euro and the yen is a testament to the policies that are being pursued by the Fed in America, and the interest rate rises. There's every indication that the Fed is going to continue to increase the interest rate in the States, which is going to have an impact on sterling and the euro and other international currencies.
At what point, if it's falling or sliding at the moment, at what point does it go into some kind of free fall? You know, currencies crash, don't they? I mean, what's the point of no return?
Currencies crash when there's an absolute loss of faith in what the value of that currency, and also the ability of that government, that nation, to spark the growth. So what the government have done yesterday is to say, we believe the only way to get the heartbeat of the economy going again is to reduce the taxation, to liberalise and to spark investment. The enterprise zones, the reduction in the extension of the annual investment allowance, the corporation tax, keeping that at the same rate. All of that is about trying to get money flowing in for business to grow and for them to employ more people. And it's just one other thing, if I may. Just, if this is really going to work, this is going to achieve its ambition, we have got to get businesses trading. And the Institute of Export and International Trade, who I'm here representing, believes that there is a huge amount that could have been done that has been missed. And there needs to be a task force within government focused on micro, small and medium enterprises to give them the skills, to give them the knowledge, to give them the capability to trade internationally, because it's only by us making things here and exporting them that we're genuinely going to achieve an increase and turn around the economy.
Marco Forgione, you sound determined and confident, and I will just take that and run with it.
But it's
sometimes I wonder if it isn't just lipstick on a corpse, but I'm a natural pessimist. But thank you, Marco.
Great.
Have to get into another break, after which we'll be looking at the riots taking place between Hindu and Muslim communities in Leicester, as well as the protests in Iran. See you in another couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV,
on radio, and online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel, Britain's
news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back to Neil Oliver Live on GB News TV and radio. We've got lots more between now and 8 o'clock. In a moment, we'll discuss the recent violence between Muslim and Hindu groups in Leicester. An expert on the war in Ukraine gives us his take on this week's dramatic developments. I'll be honest with you, Lieutenant Colonel Stewart, you are that expert. Thank you very much. So brace yourself. Plus, we'll meet this week's Great Britain, a man who has run 100 miles, not once, not twice, but 3 times to raise money for charity. But first, here are the latest news headlines brought to you this evening by Rhiannon Jones.
Thank you, Neil. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. The Labour leaders accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he calls casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
The Labour Party has pledged to create a national care service. It claims 13% of care homes need improvement. The party says private equity firms are failing in their duties to residents. Plans for the service include improvements in pay, workers' rights and training. Arriving in Liverpool this afternoon, Sir Keir is expected to set out a number of key policies at the party's conference, which starts tomorrow. More than 700 people have been arrested at protests across Russia. The arrests come after President Vladimir Putin ordered the country's first military draft since World War II for the conflict in Ukraine. Footage from one of the protests shows Russian officers manhandling men and leading women to police vans. According to one rights monitoring group, there were protests in 32 cities, from St. Petersburg to Siberia. And we're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. TV online and DAB Plus radio, this is GB News. Now it's back to Neil Oliver live.
Thanks, Rhiannon. Religious violence in Leicester between Muslim and Hindu men has spread to Birmingham. Long held up as a positive example of multiculturalism, Leicester has been home for decades to families of both faiths. What does the future now hold for the city and therefore others that are home to multiple cultures? To help us understand a complicated situation, I'm joined now by Dr. Sheikh Ramsey, Imam and Director of the Oxford Islamic Information Centre, and Pradeep Bhardwaj from the Swindon Hindu Temple. Good evening to you both, gentlemen.
Good evening and God bless.
Dr. Ramsey, if I could start with you, has a clear picture emerged of what triggered events in Leicester?
I believe, of course, there are many speculation, but I believe it is RSS. Many times, is several years we told the government RSS, which is one of the party of the Indias, and they started, of course, and what they want to do is to have one religion and the Hindus, and the rest has to go out or convert. This is what's happening. And of course, the route coming, again, I said the route coming from the India and the RSS, again, what they're doing at the moment, training the young people in the United Kingdom, which is a very worrying. The young children in the United Kingdom, they go 60 of them every year to India to train what, I don't know. Of course, if it was a Muslim going and training, we should have said, everybody says they're terrorists. But what is happening and what coming here is a 72, that has been said, of course, 72 organization which teaching the RSS with the young people in this country. And of course, Jon Snow, he had a very big investigation on the matter. I spoke to him as well about it. It is very important, and he shows that, of course, the money. These people going to get trained and coming back here, I don't know for what reason. The government of United Kingdom should find out for what reason. And of course, the money which the people pay to the is a charity registration called HSS SEVA, which he got the money, and of course, again, I said it has been investigated by Channel 4, Jon Snow.
Dr. Ramsey,
where is the money going? They don't know. They goes to India and disappear.
These are significant and serious claims that you're making there. If I could come to you now, Pradeep, how do you react to that assessment of the situation? You know, my question was, what had triggered the recent upsetting violence in Leicester? How do you respond?
Well, I think first of all, it's very disturbing to hear of these incidents of outbreaks of violence in Leicester and Birmingham. I think there is only one thing we can do at the moment as a community leaders, to condemn without any hesitation that this should not happen in the UK in the first place. And I think of all the places to talk about Leicester, for example, if you look at the demographics of Leicester, I mean, we have just upwards of 30% Christians, around 20% Muslims, and I would say to equal measure, just under 16% or so Hindus. And Leicester should be one place. It should be a beacon of social cohesion. And this kind of thing happening where we have, some people may call it race riots, maybe hints of sectarian violence and all these things. I think this should be the last thing we want to see here. But I think looking ahead, more important is how do we stop this from rampaging around other towns and cities? I think that is very important. There could be, people say there are a lot of, let us say, trigger points in this. Cricket match, and obviously social media had a role to play in this and things like that. But I think it's still early days. I'm sure that the authorities, including the police and intelligence, they must be looking at it.
But why there? As you say, Leicester has long been held up as a success story for multiculturalism. So, of all places, why Leicester and why now? Has something changed in terms of the proportions, the balance between groups? Has there been a change that might, at root, explain what has erupted recently?
Yeah. Neil, I would like to, I don't know if you're speaking to me or not, I would like to say, again, the Leicester, I've been living there for many times, teaching there and they were all okay. But unfortunately, again, for the route coming from the India, the route coming from the Kashmir, these are happening. And again, the government, you don't understand it. At the moment, the government of India says there is on the registration, the national certificate or national registration, which is called RNC or NCR, NRC. Sorry, this is they do not give it to Muslim. Anyone can apply against except the Muslims. There are many things happening, and of course, it is again. I said some time ago for other TVs that it is started, and if the government government of UK do not intervene, if the United Nations do not intervene, 25 million Bangladeshis, which they were originally for about 200, 300 years there, they want to throw them out. There are, again, I'm saying it, there is no problem. There are camps, they want to make a concentration camps to put it like a China. You have to remember, a United Nations must intervene. It is going to spread in this country. They have been trained. These RSS, these young people has been trained, and of course, unfortunately,
Dr. Ramsey, I just have to come in. I just have to come in. I have to come in on what you're saying. You're very much referencing
Buddhists. I love Hindus. I love the Hindus.
Dr. Ramsey, you're very much referencing what's happening in the subcontinent, what's happening in India. I need, though, to consider what's happening in Leicester, in Birmingham, in England. You know, Pradeep, can I come to you? Is there a possibility of this having happened in Leicester spreading elsewhere? There's already been something. There have already been incidents in Birmingham. This having happened in Leicester, are we looking at something that's going to spread?
Yeah, I think, we have to be careful. I mean, again, I think I would say this: whether my fellow friend here on the program agrees with the policies of the Indian government or not, I think we have to be mindful. We cannot solve the problems of the world here on the streets of UK. I mean, obviously, you are entitled to your point of view. But that is something that the government of India has obviously chosen to undertake. And if the British government has any issues with that, let the British government take that up with the Indian government. But we cannot be living these issues and trying to settle them on the streets of UK. That is my point. And that is precisely, I think, what we are discussing here. Let us discuss what went wrong. Let us discuss whether the policing response was robust, timely, and proportionate or not. But we cannot solve the problem of Kashmir in Leicester and Birmingham, rest assured. Again, I think there are a lot of other ways we are seeing, obviously, there is no denying. We are seeing a more assertive politics in the UK. We are seeing, obviously, identity politics. We have to look at, whether the intelligence mechanism has been functioning the way it should be or not. But this is something which has been happening for a long time. But you're right. I think now we are seeing increasingly these flashpoints are becoming more and more frequent and more and more violent, and that is worrying for me. But I would say, yes, I think going back to what my fellow friend was saying, what goes on in some of these HSS organizations. Well, on Friday, I know what goes on. Yes, in the UK, in many towns, we have what he's referring to, the gatherings. These are gatherings of children called Bal Gokulam, we call it. Bal is children. And basically, a bunch of children's getting together so they do not lose their cultural heritage. They are chanting shlokas in Sanskrit. Obviously, they are learning about keeping in touch with the Indian and Hindu culture. That is what goes on. So I've seen a lot of them. Sometimes I go there as well. So I think let us not generalize. If there are obviously, if there is terrorism being exported, if there is fundamentalism being exported, we have to tackle that. The authorities, I'm sure personally, I would admit, they have to do a better job in understanding what is going on necessarily in our societies.
That's right.
Dr. Ramsey, that does sound reasonable. That does sound reasonable, does it not? The solution lies in leaving behind the problems of India in India. And the recipe for peace in the streets of the UK is for that to be left where it is and not to be imported and fought out on the streets of English cities.
Absolutely. What we need to do, of course, Neil, I was agree with my fellow brothers. God bless you. I'm a part of Interface. We are trying to keep all, and as I said, I love the Hindus and all. However, we need to see the root of the problem is there. And of course, again, it is not right when the children, which you can see, they say death to Pakistan. Have a look. They said this to Pakistan, this to Pakistan. How come? Is a very important things which are issue. Why they don't say something else? These are important. Therefore, what we can do, if the government, UK and the United Nations look at to see what is happening, and is that they want to conquer that? I don't know why they doing that, because again I say it is going to go on and on and on. If you put it down here, it's got this what's it called, this very important. It's got that many heads, this problem, and you close it here, you come other way, they will come to Birmingham. Other is a start. What we need to do, my brother Hindus and the brother Muslims, together we have to do it, and we can advise our children not to go. And again, what you have to say, advise the children not to go to train in the RSS training them, and it is wrong, which we know. RSS killing the Muslims with the woods in the India. Have a look. They killing him completely. They destroy him. They take a hijab off, and this is wrong. And of course, the Muslim retaliate in other countries, and after that, this is spreading all over.
Clearly, this is not something that we're going to find a resolution for this evening. But thank you both for your contributions. Thank you for a very civilised debate between the two of you. Thank you both, and we will pick this up another time, I'm sure. Thank you for now. You get a real sense there, don't you, of the on the one hand the desire for togetherness, but the distance.
There's not much common ground there, is there? And I'm still not really any clearer why this broke out in Leicester when it did.
No.
When all the different faith groups, the sort of British South Asian faith groups, seem to have been getting on so well for so long.
And neither contributor there seemed to have that answer.
Yeah, I mean, really disappointing. And actually, that was the first in-depth discussion, so credit to GB News, of actually being able to talk to representatives of different parts of a community and try to understand what's going on. But I have to say, I was just left more befuddled by it, really, because as you said, Neil, we should not be importing the challenges and the problems of another, in this case, the subcontinent. We know going back to partition, there are issues still between India and Pakistan and between those two parts of the Hindu and Muslim community. But we're talking about third-generation British Pakistanis, British Indians who've been educated in our schools with British values. Why are they engaging into
that's the question
violence?
That hasn't been answered.
And it ultimately seems so self-destructive for something that has fairly deep foundations already in Leicester. Moving on, though, protesters in Iran are risking everything, life itself, to vent their anger after a woman arrested for not covering her hair properly later died in custody. 22-year-old Kurdish woman Mahsa Amini had been arrested by the morality police for wearing her hijab in an improper manner, and protesters allege her death was caused by a severe beating. The number of people killed in protests so far is already in double figures and expected to rise. Now, I was hoping to be joined now by political commentator Maher Touzi, himself the son of an Iranian refugee, but at the moment our connection to him is not working, so I'll discuss this with the panel. Stuart, it's very much a multicultural feel this evening. There's that trouble from the subcontinent has somehow or other been imported to Britain. There's no denying it, and we're also, but looking back at another country with a history of trouble in recent years, Iran, and anger at the grassroots level surfacing there too, although for completely different reasons.
Well, I mean, it's a good question. Will what's happening in Iran also be exported to other parts of the world? Arguably, it already has, because Iranian dissidents don't go out at night or are always very conscious of their movements and their safety. I guess the world just seems to be bubbling with, as you put it, anger translating into violence. And of course, the death of the 22-year-old is shocking, really, if that's what happened, if the result of a beating.
I think we have Maher Touzi back with us now. Are you there, Maher?
Yes, I am. How are you?
There you are, sir. Thank you for joining me. To get into it right away, you say on Twitter, I noticed, that you've been cancelled by Iran. What's the story there?
I'm officially banned from entering Iran. If I go, I'll be arrested and much more, let's just say.
What are you hearing from people there, from friends, from family?
Yes, it looks very different to any other movement or protest that you had. I mean, for those who are not familiar, coincidentally at least, since the 1979 revolution, every 10 years or so, around the same time, every 10 years, there's been a spark, an excuse for a protest movement. In 89, 88, 89, you had the Mujahideen, the communists of Iran, who failed. 10 years later, it was a student movement. The newspaper was shut down. 10 years later, in 2009, it was a rigged election. And then this time, it started in 2019 because of actual cost of living crisis. And the sanctions actually started to work, but obviously it hit people. So what happened over the last few days? A lot of people in the media, I do have to obviously say, Neil, thank you. If shows like yours are only a few shows that we are seeing on the mainstream media that are actually talking about this properly, this topic, and it's absolutely shameful the mainstream media are completely ignoring it. But it's not necessarily, they keep saying, well, a 22-year-old woman who unfortunately was killed because of the hijab rules that they have. It was just a spark. And unfortunately, those incidents happen on a regular basis. The people were just essentially just waiting for that right moment. Some people on Twitter I see saying, oh, this is a women's right movement. This is just opposition against one person dying, and they just want justice and they'll go home like Black Lives Matter or something. It's not that. It is actual for regime change. And there is, for once, for the first time, there is unity compared to all the other movements that you had every 10 years. It seems to be the majority, the consensus is behind the idea of having a regime change, having a referendum, and being behind one leader who is the crown prince in exile, Reza Pahlavi. They ideally, a lot of people seem to be wanting a democratic constitutional monarchy. They don't want to go back to absolute monarchy, but they want to have a British-style democratic constitutional monarchy. Obviously, I can't speak for every single Iranian. There are different ideas out there, but it does feel different. There are a number of towns and cities who've been taken over by people. That's why it feels different.
It's quite something to watch, though. There's endless footage of individual women and girls taking off their head coverings and and throwing them away or putting setting them on fire or whatever. And protesting in that way in Iran is life and death. It's quite something for every single, even if it's a majority that, as you say, that are in favour of a regime change, every individual acting in that way is doing something quite extraordinary.
Absolutely spot on. And the Iranian culture, Persian culture, they're not revolutionary people. So in the past, unfortunately, you had a situation where the police and security forces would shoot and kill a number of protesters, and it just shuts down the whole thing. People will just disappear and go into hiding. This time, it seems to be that they don't have a fear anymore. They've lost that, which is very powerful. You can, as you said, not only that women are taking off their headscarves and burning them, men and women, young and old, are slightly getting more aggressive. This revolution, this uprising, they still see it as self-defense. But they are now targeting police stations. They are targeting police officers, the security forces, the Basij, as they call them, the Revolutionary Guard members. They seem to be more aggressive and more essentially fed up that none of those attempts worked. In the past, they could, for example, have a protest and have one of the police officers crowded, but they always let them go. But this time, not only it's aggressive, they're actually very vocal about Islamism. They are basically, one of the chants is, take your Islam and go. And it's fascinating to see that there is this fight against Muslim rule in Iran. At the same time, in the UK, we just had Ashraf Chowdhury being free again, to be allowed to go out there on the streets, inciting violence and plotting to bring down the country. It's absolutely astonishing what the state of this country, when it comes to the complacency against Islamism, and Iranians are actually leading the way against extremism.
So is it as amongst other things a call for secularism?
Yes,
if it's
absolutely.
take your Islam and go, is that Islam to be replaced by a secular regime?
Yes, I mean the issue is that Iran, until the 1979 revolution and even now, you have, because it was a former empire and it was a former great nation, you have various ethnicities and religions and everything in there. So you have Persians, but you also have the Kurds, you have the Turks, you have the Christians, you got this, you still have a few Jews left if they can hide and not be completely exposed. But the Islamic regime, the revolution, essentially imposed one religion, not just one religion, a political version of it to actually impose the rules around society. So what they want is not only just secularism, they want actually just to say, well, everybody should just do whatever they want. It's not the job of the state or government to impose on your lifestyle. We just want to have a democracy. We want to have essentially a British liberal system when we talk about a free speech, free market capitalism, and a small government.
Is there any hint of that that motivation spreading beyond the boundaries, beyond the borders of Iran? Is it going to inspire others who feel under the cosh of a totalitarian regime? Is there any sign of that?
I mean, when it comes to the motivating potential uprisings, maybe, because actually some people forget or not think about the fact that the 2010-2011 Arab Spring was actually sparked, motivated to an extent because of the 2009 Green Movement in Iran. Now, the Green Movement in Iran, which was against the rigged election that they had, that failed, but that actually motivated the neighboring countries or the Arab world to actually, and they had different reasons, of course, to do their own uprisings, each country, Tunisia and Egypt and all the others. But I believe that definitely did motivate them. So this time, yes, absolutely. But I think we could go wider because Iran is a big power, whether you like it or not, in the region. Not to be completely optimistic, but we might be able to see at least smaller local regional level in China, maybe. In those places, we might be able to see, because we've already seen in Shanghai over the last few months, people standing up against the CCP. So we might be able to motivate those guys and situations that we're seeing around those countries.
Yes, when people, whoever they are and wherever they are, collectively understand the power that they have as a unit, anything is possible. Maya Towsey, YouTube commentator, political commentator, I'm delighted that we were able to make that connection with you eventually. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Another break is upon us. After that one, we'll look at what yesterday's mini-budget means for you and me, and also what one leading pub owner made of it. See you shortly.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio, and online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, in my big opinion, this budget is annoying all of the right people. We don't just have a brand new Prime Minister, we've got a brand new government, and I'm loving it. A growing economy lifts everyone. My Mark Meets guest is talented X Factor singer Katie Waisel, and on my all-star panel, we've got former government minister under Margaret Thatcher, Edwina Currie. Plus, the EU chief Ursula von der Leyen says that they've got the tools with which to deal with Italy if they choose the wrong government. Thank God we're out. I'll see you at 9.
Welcome back to Neil Oliver Live. Events in recent days, specifically the death of Her Majesty the Queen, became the focus of media attention here and around the world, distracting us all from the day-to-day. There's no denying, however, that for millions of people, the abiding preoccupation was then and is now how they're supposed to cope with the winter ahead, overshadowed as it is by the worst cost of living crisis anyone can remember. Joining me now to consider the implications of the falling pound, the mini-budget, the cost of lockdown, the spiking cost of energy, war in Europe, inflation, recession and the rest are business owners and commentators Bernie Spoforth and Adam Brooks. Good evening to you both.
Hello. Good evening. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too, Bernie. Good to see you, Adam. I'm sorry you're not in the studio, but here we are. Bernie, if I can come to you first of all, the question that preoccupies me more than any other is, have the British people properly grasped the scale of what's coming?
I think some have. I think most haven't. You know, for 2.5 years, people have been completely shielded and looked after by their government in a almost form of luxury communism. And they've been shielded from the things that hundreds of thousands of business owners have been watching over the past 2.5 years. And regardless of who had given this mini budget, be it Labour and their distribution of borrowed or taxed money to individuals, or be it Tories giving money to businesses, we aren't at the bottom of this problem. And all they've tried to do is fix the situation as we are now. A year from now, this problem won't be resolved, and they'll have to give more money to businesses and more money to people in order for them to be able to pay their living costs.
I don't understand, in my simplistic comprehension of these matters, why the only lever that anyone seems to pull is that one which creates more funny money. There's all different ways in which they're doing this, the borrowing, the quantitative easing and whatever, but it seems to me that it all boils down to just a larger and larger mountain of debt that's only prolonging agony.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. And if you look at the economy in Britain historically, we sit on a seesaw. We've got boom one side and bust the other side, and the Bank of England sits in the middle, and it uses its only tool, that hammer of interest rates, to either slow things down if we're all doing really, really well, and make sure we try and save by putting interest rates up. And when things are going badly, they put interest rates down. The issue you have today is that our seesaw is bust on one side and bust even harder on the other side. And the only tool the Bank of England has is those interest rates. And because it's printed so much money to protect everyone for 2.5 years, the borrowing that the government is now about to do is going to cost it substantially more. Because interest rates continue to rise, because prices externally continue to go up, inflation continues to go up. And the only thing the Bank of England can do is put interest rates up. And all that will do is crush purchasing. It won't slow a market down that's already dead in the water. It will just add more and more pressure. And I don't really see where the government are going from this. Yes, I understand that they're trying to keep people employed. So Adam talks about hospitality a huge amount. And he's right. If people don't have any disposable income in their pocket, they can't go to hospitality and to the pub. And that is a huge problem for them. A little bit more disposable income will help. A VAT cut would have helped. Maybe that will come in the main budget. The pound being very low helps tourism. But if you've got a country pub where you don't get tourists, you're not helped. So metropolitan areas may find that the mini budget and tourists coming in do help them slightly, but it doesn't get rid of the debt problem, and it doesn't get rid of the problem of the normal average person on the street having double the price of energy bills, even though they've been capped. They've had a little bit back from the government in terms of NI, 340 quid a year, but interest takes that back off them. The government gave them a bit and the Bank of England took it away again. That's where we are.
Adam Brooks, you're a Republican, as Bernie has noted there. You've been highly critical of the pressure your sector, the hospitality sector, has been under. What are your predictions for the months ahead?
Very difficult. I mean, you cut up a little bit there. Sorry, Neil. But yeah, look, there's really difficult times ahead. And I've been warning about this for like over a year. You know, my energy bills doubled at one of my pubs last November. I felt like I was shouting into a void. Myself and other hospitality figures have been we were screaming January, February, March not to put VAT back up to 20%, but Rishi Sunak ignored us. And, it was very detrimental to the industry. And it actually contributed, I think, about 1.4% to the rise in CPI. Now, I think without the energy cap this winter, we would have seen about 50-60% of pubs being lost. Now, the energy cap has really helped a lot of us. And, I have been supportive of the government of that. I mean, it will be being paid for decades to come. But so would the bill of, a couple of million people being dumped on the benefit system or in the housing system. So there was no getting away from intervening here from the government. But from my sector, we wanted to see more. And a VAT cut was something we was really, really sort of pushing for, and it didn't come. Maybe business rates help as well. That didn't come. I feel like, they ignored us for other, industries, other sectors. And I think it's going to cost them dearly over the next 6 months.
Why it has been apparent to anyone watching that hospitality has been particularly hit to the point where it almost looks deliberate. Why, of all sectors, do you think hospitality, pubs, restaurants, clubs have been so under the gun? Why is that?
I think there's a lot of stigma with hospitality. People don't, a lot of people don't understand how much it contributes to the economy, how many people, it employs. It directly employs, I believe, about 2.5 to 3 million people in the UK, and it supports another 2.5 to 3 million indirectly from supply chains. It's a very, very important industry. It's one that I love. Obviously, I'm going to shout about it more than others. But, we already know that the restrictions during the COVID period, they had no evidence to shut us down like they did. They had no evidence to keep restricting us. You can say it was deliberate. To me, it just looks like incompetence. They still cannot prove why they needed to restrict our businesses. And they kept, I think the evidence that they kept going back to was a nightclub in, Asia somewhere. So, going back to that's still hurting us now. COVID loans, I've got 2 myself. There's people paying off debts from the first lockdown still. And now suddenly we're going into a winter where, yes, we've had our energy capped, and, thank you for that, but it's not enough. My little backstreet pub was looking at $8,000 a month electric come November. Thankfully, the government have intervened. It's probably going to be 3,500-4,000. But that's 3,500-4,000 just for electric. My utility bills are more than my rent at the moment. And if you told me that 3 years ago, Neil, I would have fell off the chair. These are not normal times. And sometimes we've got to think outside the box,
Yeah. Bernie, listening to Adam there, do you think in 6 months' time or a year's time that Britain will be a very different looking place?
I think we'll be in a much worse position than we're in now. Much worse. You only have to look at the cost of the supply chain. So Adam's right. Adam has huge costs in his energy bills and his utility bills, but he has huge costs in other things too. His replacement costs for chairs or tables, light bulbs, are all going to cost him more. His cleaners' replacement costs for all of their consumables are all going to cost them more. And I have heard people say, you know, that this mini budget has helped the wealthy and it's helped large businesses. But you have to look at this from another point of view. Yes, cutting taxes for supermarkets hurts, right? I understand that because they make a large amount of profit, but their costs are growing exponentially. Everything they buy is increasing, and all they were ever going to do was put it on the consumer anyway. So the consumer would have ended up paying the supermarket far more if those tax cuts hadn't happened. What I think the danger is by this time next year, it's really going to depend on what's happening globally. And then you have those net zero policies. The government still can't tell me exactly what net zero means. What it means to the average person is that everything they buy goes up in price. You know, the EU are talking about traceability back to source. How do they think that's going to be impacted? Every item of clothing they wear. Really? They can't trace cotton back like that. And if they could, they'd have a nervous breakdown because they're picked by children. You know, 99% of cotton is picked by children. So the issue you've got is these ideological beliefs in something like net zero have a cost. And we're already facing massive cost increases. So as Adam says, you've got huge debt. You've got huge debt in individual businesses, not just the government. Now you've got energy price issues. You've got currency problems. And now you're going to do net zero? Really? I think we'll be in a much worse position next year.
We'll have to leave that there for now. Business owners and commentators Bernie Spofforth and Adam Brooks, thank you so much for your time. We'll speak again.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Neil.
Strikes me that the greatest sleight of hand they've pulled was doubling energy prices and selling it back to people as a solution.
Well, exactly.
By the clever trick of initially planning to quadruple them. Yeah. But now that they've only doubled them, we're all supposed to greet that with
and uniquely
with
in this country, allowing those energy companies to hold on to the profits.
Yeah. But imagine selling people a doubling in price of energy, and we're all
because it's not quadrupling.
Because we're all down on our hands and knees saying thanks. Thank you for only doubling my costs.
Yeah.
After the break, I'll be joined by this week's.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back to Neil Oliver Live. There have been some dramatic developments in the last few days in Russia's war with Ukraine. On Wednesday, Vladimir Putin said he was not bluffing when he threatened to use nuclear weapons. On the same day, the Russian president announced a partial mobilisation that could see 300,000 men ordered to fight. That led to remarkable scenes of thousands of men apparently trying desperately to leave Russia. Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Crawford is with me in the studio, as is Tom Buick. We can chat with both of you about this developing story all the time. Stuart, do you think Putin is bluffing?
One has to be very careful about assessing anything about Putin because his mind may not work in the same way as normal, sane people like us. In terms of using nuclear weapons, I think you can never totally relax. But certainly on the tactical nuclear weapon front, it's known that the warheads have been in storage since the 1990s. Nobody knows if they've been well maintained or whether they'll still work. And of course, the warheads are not sitting on missiles or in artillery systems waiting to be delivered. They have to be outloaded. And as soon as they're outloaded from their arsenals and depots and bunkers, etc., the eyes in the sky will see that happening. And
what is a tactical nuclear warhead? We hear a lot about that. You know, everyone has only seen the imagery of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yes. But what does a tactical nuclear missile do?
Well, it's still a pretty fearsome weapon, but it's not a strategic nuclear warhead which would level London or anything like that. And you can actually dial in the yield that you're going to get from them. So in a battlefield situation, although they're terribly destructive, you can actually contain the amount of destruction to a certain extent. But I mean, it really ups the ante in any war.
Why? I've grown up watching footage of war in real time from all around the world. Footage from reporters and cameramen and embedded in front lines and all the rest of it. Why has there been nothing like that from the fighting in Ukraine? All we ever seem to see is aftermath.
Well, I think both militaries will be controlling media access to a certain extent. I don't think the Russian media will be allowed anywhere near their frontline troops, particularly when they're doing so badly. On the Ukraine side, I'm not really quite sure why that should be the case. There are journalists around, but they tend to be slightly further behind the lines and appear in liberated villages and record the mayhem.
But Tom, as a consumer of news, it's not a conventional war, is it?
No, it's not, and neither is it conventional to see our British intelligence services issuing daily intelligence briefings, which I've dipped into from time to time, and it's been fascinating. And just as a layperson looking in at what's happening with the conflict, I do think it's extraordinary that now Putin is in this position where he's having to mobilise his population. It drives a coach and horses through his idea of it being a special military operation if he's having to mobilise men essentially who are of combat age. And I think as well the other really extraordinary for me is again someone like
well beyond combat age in some cases.
Well beyond, I'm sure. But also, I remember watching documentaries like Threads. I remember actually feeling frightened of the Cold War when I was growing up as a child. This sort of idea of a nuclear weapon landing. I think we have to take this really seriously. What Putin is saying about going through this, these sham referenda in the Donbass and in the eastern part of Ukraine as a way of trying to manipulate the United Nations and international community into this notion of, but this is Russian territory, this is sovereign territory. This is now a pretext for using, whether they're tactical nuclear weapons or any kind of nuclear weapons, they will cause absolute mayhem and carnage on the whole continent of Europe, not least those two nuclear power stations also that have been bombed by Russian forces. So, again, what I look to is the likes of the White House and other Western leaders. At what point, when will they go on television and say to Putin internationally, "You use nuclear weapons, you can expect a response"?
Yeah. Well, I think Biden has actually. I think Biden has done that.
Has he?
I think so.
We're not interested, it would appear, in a brokered peace, are we? A negotiated peace. That doesn't seem to be. Well, that's as far away as it.
Well, there's no compromise that seems to be acceptable to either side. I mean, the Ukrainians are.
What would a compromise look like for you?
Well, I've postulated before that maybe if Russia gave Ukraine back Crimea and held on to Donbass or Luhansk, that might be acceptable. But I don't think it is, because obviously the big strategic prize in the area is the Crimea, because of the Black Sea and Sevastopol and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's... And the Ukrainians are saying that the war will not finish until every inch of Ukrainian soil has been returned.
Tragically for all the human beings involved.
Well, it's awful.
And history tells me you can't appease a dictator. I know that's probably an unfashionable view, some parts of the left. But
We're going to have to move on. It's time now for something perhaps uplifting rather than doom-laden. This week's Great Britain. The biggest half marathon in the world took place in the northeast of England earlier this month, as 60,000 people did the Great North Run. But a trip of just over 13 miles wouldn't be much of a challenge for Carl Mowat, who once ran 8 half marathons in one go as part of his efforts to raise money to buy guide dogs. Yes, that indeed is his motivation. The man himself, Carl Mowat, joins me now. Hello, Carl.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Carl, what prompted you to raise money for this particular good cause? Why the guide dogs?
The guide dogs is very close to my heart. I've actually raised enough money to buy 3 guide dogs now. The first effort was back in 2021 when I ran 100 miles in a day, and that was to buy a guide dog called Andy. Basically, Andy is named after a very good friend of mine, Andrew Briggs, who passed away, and before he lost his life, he lost his sight. So we named that dog. That's the one in the picture. That's Andy now. He's 19 months old, and Andy is now going to his new owner down in
London. How much does it cost, Carl, to buy a guide dog? When you talk about raising funds, what is the investment necessary? I think we may have lost Carl. Well, I can tell you, he's already run 104 miles, and it's not the only time that he's done it. He's done a distance in excess of 100 miles on 2 additional occasions. If we get him back, we can find out just how much money he has raised so far. Inspiring, though, Tom.
Yeah, always inspiring. Indeed, you have some great Britons on this show, and
what a great guy.
But I think it's so important. This tonight has been no exception. There's a lot of darkness out there. But like salt or chili pepper, you only need a little bit of good news to leaven the situation considerably. And someone running hundreds of miles to provide guide dogs for blind people. I mean, how can you not be inspired?
Well, indeed, and even the previous story about Ukraine and the fact that tens of thousands of ordinary Britons have opened up their homes.
Yes.
Without
Although
question.
that has had some bumps along the way, I think. But generally speaking, I'm a great believer that humankind is essentially good. When you strip everything away, most people are good, and there's a classic example.
I'm always amazed so often with the Great Britons that we draw attention to. It's often people raising funds for good causes, but so often it's people who have been through the most appalling tragedy themselves, loss, either to themselves or they've lost loved ones or they're still going through terrible illness and all the rest. Or they've been in circumstances where they've come in contact with people whose circumstances are so different from our own, but their response, rather than to be felled in the face of it, is to stand up and do something for others, and it's in that they find their own salvation. I just find it
absolutely. I mean, people always say, "How do you ever get over the death of a child?" And of course, you never go over the death of a child, but a lot of people who've had that unfortunate circumstance have become involved in charities for children for the various diseases that have deprived them of their loved ones.
Yes. To get back, if I may, to the situation in Ukraine, Is there an end in sight, or are we locked into some kind of forever war?
Well, I don't know if it'll be forever, but I think the fact that Putin is now recruiting another 300,000 soldiers shows that we're in for the long haul. And there's a redacted paragraph on the decree which may have up to 1 million. No one knows because it's been redacted. So I think that with the onset of winter, the fact that the Russians are not winning and that the Ukrainians are not losing, both sides will be taking a big breath and saying, come the spring, and I've already seen writing about it, come the spring, hostilities will resume again and
resume again.
Overwhelm.
I'm going to have to move us on from there. Technical issues notwithstanding, that's all from me and Neil Oliver live tonight. My thanks, as always, to my panel, to Tom Buick, friend of the show, and a new friend, Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Crawford. I'll be back at 6 o'clock next Saturday, all being equal. Next up, it's Ministry of Offence.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's weather, and the UK's looking chilly but sunny at first, turning cloudier and windier in the far north. Let's take a look at the details. Starting off across Scotland, and by 7 a.m. the cloud will have started to spill in from the north, and winds will strengthen too before a spell of rain arrives later. Whilst it'll be mostly fine across much of Northern Ireland tomorrow morning, there'll be a little showery rain perhaps before turning wetter as we head through the afternoon. Clear skies overnight mean it'll be a chilly start across much of northern England. After a sunny morning, things will turn cloudier here later. It's a similar story across much of Wales, so a chilly but sunny start for many here, the exception being towards the coast where the odd showers possible with more cloud. A dry and clear start across the Midlands. Here it'll be chilly at first, though probably not cold enough for any frost, warming up in the sunshine as we head through the morning. Some showers are likely across northern parts of Norfolk and perhaps coastal Suffolk too. Further inland it'll be chilly but sunny for most, so it'll turn warmer. Meanwhile, across much of the south of England, there'll be clear skies, meaning temperatures will be quite low at first, but once the sun comes up, they'll rise fairly quickly. Cloud, rain and strong winds will push into the north through the morning, whilst elsewhere it'll stay sunny for most. And that's how the weather's shaping up during tomorrow morning.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV,
On radio,
And online.
we're proud to be
the People's Channel, Britain's
News Channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Rhiannon Jones with your top stories from the GB Newsroom. The Labour leaders accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he calls casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
The Labour Party has pledged to create a national care service. It claims 13% of care homes need improvement. The party says private equity firms are failing in their duties to residents. Plans for the service include improvements in pay, workers' rights and training. Arriving in Liverpool this afternoon, Sir Keir is expected to set out a number of key policies at the party's conference, which starts tomorrow. Drivers could be paying an extra £5 for a tank of petrol due to a fall in the value of the pound. Motoring organisation the AA says petrol prices would be at least 9p per litre cheaper if the pound had maintained its mid-February value instead of dropping to a 37-year low. Drivers are being encouraged to shop around to find more competitive forecourts. Ukraine's president is urging his fellow countrymen who are being forced to fight for the Russian army to sabotage it from within. Volodymyr Zelensky says people in parts of Ukraine that are being controlled by Moscow should resist any efforts to mobilise them to fight. If they do get conscripted, he's calling for them to do everything they can to help their homeland. Meanwhile, in Russia, more than 700 people have been arrested at protests across the country. The arrests come after President Putin ordered the country's first military draft since World War II for the conflict in Ukraine. Footage from one protest shows Russian officers manhandling men and leading women to police vans. According to one rights monitoring group, there were protests in 32 cities from St. Petersburg to Siberia. We're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of the George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. And King Charles has been photographed with his red box for the first time. The picture, taken last week, shows the King carrying out official government duties at Buckingham Palace. Red boxes hold papers from government ministers in the Ukraine and the Commonwealth. Adventurer Ross Edgley has broken the record for the longest ever open water swim in Loch Ness. Edgley swam continuously for exactly 52 hours and 39 minutes, covering around 49 miles. He also endured temperatures as low as 5 degrees and said it was one of the biggest challenges of his career. And Roger Federer has bid farewell to professional tennis, bowing out with an emotional doubles defeat at the O2 Arena in London. The 20-time Grand Slam champion teamed up with old rival and friend Rafael Nadal for the Laver Cup match, but lost to an American pair. The Swiss player announced his plans to retire from the sport last week. And very sad it is too. TV, online and DAB+ radio. This is GB News. We'll have more at the top of the next hour. Looking ahead to tomorrow's weather, and the UK's looking chilly but sunny at first, turning cloudier and windier in the far north. Let's take a look at the details. Starting off across Scotland, and by 7 a.m. the cloud will have started to spill in from the north, and winds will strengthen too before a spell of rain arrives later. Whilst it'll be mostly fine across much of Northern Ireland tomorrow morning, there'll be a little showery rain perhaps before turning wetter as we head through the afternoon. Clear skies overnight mean it'll be a chilly start across much of northern England. After a sunny morning, things will turn cloudier here later. It's a similar story across much of Wales, so a chilly but sunny start for many here, the exception being towards the coast where the odd shower's possible with more cloud. A dry and clear start across the Midlands. Here it'll be chilly at first, though probably not cold enough for any frost, warming up in the sunshine as we head through the morning. Some showers are likely across northern parts of Norfolk and perhaps coastal Suffolk too. Further inland it'll be chilly but sunny for most, so it'll turn warmer. Meanwhile, across much of the south of England, there'll be clear skies, meaning temperatures will be quite low at first, but once the sun comes up, they'll rise fairly quickly. Cloud, rain and strong winds will push into the north through the morning, whilst elsewhere it'll stay sunny for most. And that's how the weather's shaping up during tomorrow morning.
Welcome to Ministry of Offence, the show that brings the two sides of the political divide together in order to confirm that, yes, the other side really are terrible, terrible people. I'm your host, Stephen Allen, and I'm going to start with a quick recap of the news you might have missed this week. The UK has experienced a heat wave this week. Please watch out for those dangers on the beach, sunstroke, jellyfish, and the resurgence of the male thong. I always wear factor 50 after a distressing experience a few summers ago when I picked up a tan so quickly that coming back from the beach I was stopped and searched twice. At one point, the heatwave even reached Scotland, giving them the highest temperature since records began. The Met Office confirmed Falkirk reached highs of 12 degrees. Rishi Sunak has been caught telling Tunbridge Wells he'd divert money their way that was originally intended for deprived inner cities. Fair's fair, we hear a lot about the homeless, but always forget the second homeless. Ayman al-Zawahiri, co-founder of Al-Qaeda, a man who stepped into Osama bin Laden's sandals, has been killed by a US drone strike this week. His remains are to be scattered. Sorry, his remains have already been scattered. All over the bedspread, to be precise. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a safe house, or as it's known now, a house. It was Royal Ascot this week. Charles won 2 of his bets. No such luck for Camilla, who fell at the 4th furlong in the 2:30. Boris was put under general anaesthetic this week for a sinus operation. It was a difficult procedure because those sinuses were deep inside Boris's anus and belonged to Jacob Rees-Mogg. Tony Blair has been made a member of the Order of the Garter. Andrew being banned and Blair being honoured sent out a powerful message. If you're going to teenagers, it better be the result of an airstrike. Protesters tried to block Blair's attendance, but Tony's made of sterner stuff. The only thing that would stop him from attending an event is someone trying to haggle down his appearance fee. DJ Tim Westwood has left his radio job after allegations of sexual harassment from numerous women. Tim has strenuously denied all allegations, stressing he has nothing but respect for both you bitches and you hoes. As well as his radio show, Tim has been cancelled from several live performances, including one at Butlins in Bognor Regis, fueling speculation that he may well have started the rumours himself. It's been a busy week for Just Stop Oil Group as 2 more of their protesters headed to the National Gallery and glued themselves to the Haywain and were immediately arrested. Of course they were. It was a constable. Had they glued themselves to a Chinese painting, they would have got Ai Weiwei with it. Doctors and other health workers may strike soon. Are they honestly telling us they've spent all of those claps already? President Macron says we shouldn't humiliate Vladimir Putin over the war in Ukraine and that he should be left with a viable exit strategy. And I agree. What about a jumbo bottle of vodka and a pistol? And that's your weekly roundup. Time to get on with the show. Each week, the teams pick a video that caught their eye. It could be political, or it could be just something that they find weird or amusing. I will decide which video is more point-worthy. So, Leo and Scott, what's happening here?
Есть на земле большая страна, прекрасна, отчизна и духом сильна, богатство природы, широкий край, Россия. Славься, родная моя, героев память храни на век, священные земли, победный май, Россия.
This is the start to the best porno I've ever seen.
I think that was nurses.
I think is it the Cheeky Girls' new music video? Is it the Russian sort of version? Instead of Springtime for Hitler, it's in Germany. It's Springtime for Putin in Moscow.
I think it's clearly a propaganda video made.
No, Russians just speak the truth.
I'm glad to see Shakespeare's sister is still getting gigs. I'm guessing that Pussy Riot weren't available. We have got Nadine Dorries doing a rap on TikTok.
Let's take a look.
This is how we're improving online safety. The UK is passing some new legislation to make the internet safer for the younger generation. It's effectively a framework to protect internet users from scams, illegal content and anonymous abusers. It will force big tech to stop their terms being breached and puts in measures to defend free speech. But is it true it will impact freedom of expression? No, we put in legal protections in the 19th section. Another thing we're doing through the laws we're passing is tackling online crime and cyber flashing. If companies fail to comply with the law, fail to protect the users that they're responsible for, the regulator Ofcom will have the power to fine. So platforms must keep people safe online.
Oh! She rocks! Oh.
You know what? Between sort of this video, Grant Shapps' green screen and Michael Gove's silly voices, you can see how they got through a suitcase of wine a week.
I think she was great. I think she should release a single. I thought it was good. You're actually friends with her.
Yeah, I think she's going to be single after making that, actually. Yeah.
Probably.
No,
Scott, you're right. I mean, she's white. For white rappers are never any good. If you look at Vanilla Ice, Pam Ayres, they've never really got it, have they? You know? But God bless her. You know, she's trying to show that she's got humanity. Yeah. She's trying to have a laugh. She doesn't have a sense of humour. She doesn't have a soul. So she's got to do something, hasn't she? And I think what she's done is commendable.
Former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani was attacked, and this is him describing the attack.
All of a sudden, I felt this tremendous slap on my back, or banging on my back. I didn't know what it was.
The 78-year-old says the smack almost knocked him off his feet and was followed by a verbal assault.
They were curse words and kind of threats. He looked either inebriated or under the influence of drugs, and he wouldn't stop.
Okay, well, that looks worrying. So I understand that I need to issue a warning for the next video, as we are going to see actual footage of the harrowing attack that left Giuliani fearing for his life. Some viewers may find it upsetting. Dicey stuff.
I mean, clearly, Rudy Giuliani's never been on a night out in Leicester, has he? I mean, he calls that a slap. You would have thought in the age of Will Smith smacking Chris Rock round the face that this man would have a measure of perspective.
Get the thought out of your head that you're sorely missed. You're not. For the past 6 years, you have been acting like lunatics, and you made a big nuisance of yourself. Even before that, your exceptionalism was a constant bother. Nobody misses you. Nobody needs you. And nobody trusts you. That's even worse.
What did catch my eye was a German just speaking in the name of all of Europe. Thinking that's okay, yeah. So I feel like now that the UK has left the EU, what needs to happen is for France and Germany to leave, and then we can have a fair European Union. Nobody in the European Union has ever said, "Woo, the British are coming. We're happy. The Germans are here. Things are going to be better."
We've got a video of a woman who identifies as a cat.
OK, let's take a look.
Be teaching you guys some ways that my friends and I meow to one another to communicate when words just seem a little too difficult. So, here we go. Then the angry meow, but we only use this one on rare occasions because overall we're a very happy kitten family. Okay, and last but definitely not least is our in-heat meow, and we use this when we need a little bit more special kitten attention, if you know what I mean. Meow. Meow.
I normally have to pay expensive phone charges for that kind of action. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, well, now I've got to try and mock her with an erection. In the full video, she's got like all these different meows. She's got a meow for when she wants attention, which I'm guessing is 100% of the time. She's got a meow for dissatisfied, which she better start practicing for 2 years' time when Trump gets back in. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Like, man, like we've gone beyond genders now. Now people are identifying as animals. And the worst thing is, so she lives in a house with all these other people who identify as cats, and they all meow to each other. And I don't know, it's just, that means there's men there. And it's just mental the lengths that men will go to debase themselves when there's a chance of getting some. It's just. Not that she's obviously left-wing because she's under the age of 25. I'm saying she as if she's a she. She's obviously not a she. She's got some sort of, cat pronoun.
She's older than that. In cat years, she's at least 60.
The first one has actually been sent to us by a viewer. Let's take a look.
I think it's interesting. Ho Chi Minh and Che Guevara are romantic figures. You can see that. They took on colonial powers and they kicked them out of their country, and then things went bad. But Ho Chi Minh was dead by the end of 1969, I think, or something like that. He wasn't Pol Pot. And Che Guevara was a romantic figure, definitely, the world's best-selling T-shirt. It's a bit dodgy. It's a bit dodgy to stick Stalin on the end there, isn't it? Because the results are in on Stalin, 30 million dead, and you kind of think you've got to kind of factor that in when you. If I was to march down Brighton High Street shouting, "Hey, Adolf Hitler!" there would be some kind of kickback against that, I would imagine.
I'm a recruiter. It's a small industry, smaller than you'd think. Same with HR. So, if you're looking for a job, or maybe trying to keep a job, maybe, just maybe, think about what you're putting on social media. Recruiters are watching, HR is watching, everywhere, and we hate you. We hate you so much. And you think we can't do anything, but we can. We have the power. Always remember that.
You didn't realise, did you, that Hannibal Lecter started in HR? But it's psychotic. It's not just, it's dead behind the eyes. It's zombie level.
Dead behind the eyes that are pointing in different directions. I've got that. That's like that monster in Star Wars who says it's a trap.
It doesn't even cover passive-aggressive. Can you imagine the laminations that woman has put round the office? You wouldn't be able to get close to the sink to leave a single cup in it because there'll just be laminations everywhere of her face with all the individual words. Don't leave your cup in the sink. I will kill you.
It's almost like there needs to be a department you can report her to.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV,
on radio, and online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Stein Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Stein Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back to Ministry of Offence in a week where it was so hot, even Prince Andrew was sweating. Yes, our first round is clickbait, where we give each of our guests a news story and task them to come up with a headline. In true tabloid style, these headlines need to be funny, punny, or downright sensational. Basically anything that's going to draw you in as clickbait. A man who was searched by customs officers at an Indian airport turned out to have 2 pounds of pure gold hidden up his rectum. Officers had noticed the passenger acting suspiciously and then carried out a cavity search that revealed 790 grams of gold valued at around £43,000. According to airport officials, that contraband was extracted and seized.
Wow.
What can you do with that?
Piles of gold?
Custom officer's golden handshake or something like that.
That's nice. The man with the golden bum.
A man disguised as an old woman threw cake at the Mona Lisa in the Louvre in Paris. The eco-warrior, who arrived in a wheelchair, was armed with a gatto, which he smeared all over the bulletproof glass protecting Da Vinci's masterpiece, in a protest at the destruction of the planet. What can you do with that?
Well, I mean, it's not effective as activism, is it? Like, I can't imagine anyone saying, well, I was sceptical about climate change, but after I saw a disabled transvestite smearing Victoria sponge on the Mona Lisa, I realised I have to adjust my carbon footprint.
I think he wanted you get closer in the chair, in a little wheelchair, because it's covered in glass. And there's like 80 people in front of you, so they'll let you wheel up. Especially if you have cake that they can share. So you wheel up. Anybody want some cake? Anybody want? Who wants some cake? Who wants some cake? And then she gets right up to the front. It's brilliant, actually.
Yeah, that's how, because it's a trust thing. Yeah. People trust people in wheelchairs. Terrorists should do this. Like, this is like the way that...
I don't trust people in wheelchairs. I'm right wing. I suspect they're doing it to fiddle the benefits.
Scroungers, aren't they?
Yeah.
What about tranny granny lobs cake at tart?
Do you know what? I'm just glad it wasn't an Extinction Rebellion protest, because then the guy would have glued his hands on the Mona Lisa and then she'd be there like this.
That's why she's smiling.
It's really not. And because this is to do with climate change, I'm going to go with Baker mad at planet cooking.
Or just baking bad.
Baking bad.
You know...
What the hell, man? He edited my joke!
Yeah, I didn't do any of the work there. I just sort of latched on your coattails.
In a way, I think that
That's all right. It's happened to women throughout the ages. It's fine. You just carry on.
Well, how do you know I'm not a woman?
Yeah.
You're being really presumptuous.
Kellogg's won't be allowed to promote sugary cereals in supermarket specials because of new restrictions on foods that are high in fat, salt or sugar. The cereal giant tried to argue that its products are healthy because people add milk.
I think a good headline for this would be crunching up bull.
It's like saying cigars are healthy because Jimmy Savile used to add a marathon. So you got to add milk. But nobody eats cereal dry, do they? So they've got a point.
I know a lot of stoners who do that.
I'm a stoner. I add butter. Absolutely, you have to try it. Butter. Sometimes I put chocolate in it. I don't always put the cereal. I think they should just sell chicken now. They have the logo already.
Yeah.
UK cinema chain Showcase offered free entry to red-haired people during the worst part of the heatwave. Studies have shown redheads are more sensitive to the sun than others, so Showcase stepped in to offer free tickets to air-conditioned auditoriums. Any ideas on how you'd sell this story?
Well, may I just say, I never heard about this story. I am an email subscriber to Redhead UK. The Redhead Alliance didn't contact us. Even our covered meeting that we have in the bottom of Tiger, nobody brought this up.
Don't you feel like it's a bit patronising? Because this feels to me discriminatory, because I kind of feel that gingerhead people should be treated the same as normal people.
No, we shouldn't.
What about albinos scream, what about us?
Sun screening for ginger kids.
But I thought we already had this before. It was Orange Wednesdays. I thought they already.
ITV is reportedly set to launch a new version of Love Island for middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s with normal bodies.
Love Handle Island. And one more, there goes my erection.
Instead of Love Island, You'll Do Island.
An Australian restaurant, which is famous for being intentionally rude to its customers, has been forced to apologise after going too far. A waiter at Karen's Diner in Brisbane called a father who was dining with his family a pedo and asked if his 14-year-old daughter had an OnlyFans account. Thoughts on that one?
So it's a restaurant where you go to get offended by staff who treat you badly. It's currently the chain is being sued by all the restaurants in France for cultural appropriation.
I've got Leo Kirsch fired from waiter job.
The waiter also pretended to masturbate over the table, though, so I thought first come, first served would be quite a good headline.
Thoughts over here?
You've had Pizza Hut. Try Pedo Hut.
And it's time for our next round, Mass Debate. Our teams have differing views, which is the whole point of the show, making sure we are entirely neutral and unbiased, so we can respectfully give a voice to different opinions, specifically the right's utterly crackpot ones. The right, you're up first. Who will you be spinning this week?
We're going to do Mr. Neil Parrish, I believe.
OK, well, let's remind ourselves of this story.
Funnily enough, it was tractors I was looking at, and so I did get into another website that had a sort of very similar name, and I watched it for a bit, which I shouldn't have done. But my biggest crime, is that on another occasion I went in a second time.
And that was deliberately?
And that was deliberate.
Well, good luck. Take it away.
Well, clearly a great man. So Neil Parrish, as you probably know, was caught watching porn in the House of Commons, right? I don't mean that he was staring at Angela Rayner's legs. He was looking at actual porn, but we've all been there, right? Not literally in the House of Commons, but we've all watched porn. At least all men have watched porn, in my opinion, right? That's what I thought anyway. Then my friend said to me, she goes, oh, well, my husband's never watched porn. I do respect that. It takes discipline, doesn't it, to just lie to your wife every day. I mean, takes balls out, doesn't it? Empty balls. But anyway... of course, the problem with porn is that after a while, it gets boring, and you've got to move on to, like, increasing levels of depravity, right? So I've been told by Leo. But that's the problem with porn. So you start off with something quite generic, like sexy maid, and then inevitably you end up with tractors. And it's totally normal. And so I want to defend Neil, because Suella Braverman, the Attorney General, looked at this story and she said MPs are behaving like animals, which is totally unfair. For a start, animals don't watch porn, all right? They occasionally star in it, but they never watch it. And so I think that's very, very harsh. And also, people are going to blame Tories because it happens to be a Tory MP, but we all know it's just like with lockdowns. Labour would have done the exact same. Starmer would have called for even harder porn, OK? That's what I'm trying to say. And ultimately, I think there's no way Neil Parish should have had to leave his job, because watching porn is just natural for men. It's like worrying about hair loss or understanding movie plots. It's who we are, OK? So that's my defence of Neil Parish, a great man. Thank you.
Yeah. And now it's over to the red team. Diane, your team will be spinning Labour leader Keir Starmer and the accusation that he's boring voters to death. Let's have a little look at Keir trying to rustle up a personality.
These aren't the droids you're looking for. No rules were broken. The economy is booming. The problem is, the Force just isn't with him anymore. He thinks he's Obi-Wan Kenobi. The truth is he's Jabba the Hutt. He thinks he's on Love Island. Trouble is, Prime Minister, I'm reliably informed that contestants that give the public the ick get booted out.
Yeah.
Off you go, Diane and Josh.
OK, so he wears the same navy blue jacket, white shirt and plum tie every single week. He's like a cartoon character. But he's predictable. Isn't that nice? Wouldn't it be nice if during this time when Russia has invaded Ukraine, something we never thought would happen, cost of living crisis, never thought would happen, coronavirus pandemic, never thought would happen, wouldn't it be amazing if we had just one boring, stable, solid, beige guy just trying to get us through it all? I don't know when, as a nation, we became so used to abuse, we became so used to lies, we became so used to going, what have they done now? Well, I say, don't be addicted to drama anymore. Be addicted to boring. Sir Keir, boring.
So, Leo, you'll be defending Stella Creasy, saying that women can have penises. Let's have a reminder of this story.
Stella Creasy, the Labour MP, said in an interview with Telegraph yesterday, "Do I think that women were born with penises? Yes."
Spin away.
Well, of course a woman can have a penis. Women love accessorising. And also, it's a really useful way to define the acceptable length of a skirt. Isn't it?
I think it's great to see Stella Creasy standing up for women like me. And I don't understand the complaints from men. I mean, finally, a clitoris you can find. No, I've got massive respect for anybody who transitions. You know what I mean? If you go through all that pain, that hassle, that social stigma, that cost of transitioning, you know, you've got every right to be that gender. If you go through all that, you know, absolutely fair play to you. You deserve that gender. But, you know, as long as you're not then, you know, smashing women's weightlifting records with your penis clearly visible through the lycra. You know, I think there are some lines we could draw. So, yeah, I'm not a penis absolutist. You know, I think...
Protesters gathered outside Disney World in Florida unhappy with Disney's opposition to the controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law. Disney's CEO has said he'll fight the bill, while Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has revoked Disney's special tax status and slammed Disney for being too woke. OK, off you go, Diane.
Disney has always been about celebrating different kinds of love. Even from the very beginning, you know, you have the very simple ones, you know, man loves woman in coma. Woman loves beast. Fish loves man. And now we've even moved on to snowball-generating lesbian loves no one.
You know, I've got to say, as a gay man, that I liked it better when it was illegal. All this support garbage takes away the frisson, if you know what I mean. This and Disney, you've made it into a musical now. It's no fun anymore. God.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio, and online. We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, in my big opinion, this budget is annoying all of the right people. We don't just have a brand new Prime Minister, we've got a brand new government, and I'm loving it. A growing economy lifts everyone. My Mark Meets guest is talented X Factor singer Katie Waisel, and on my all-star panel, we've got former government minister under Margaret Thatcher, Edwina Currie. Plus, the EU chief Ursula von der Leyen says that they've got the tools with which to deal with Italy if they choose the wrong government. Thank God we're out. I'll see you at 9.
Welcome back to Ministry of Offence, where this week petrol prices are rising so quickly that during this recording it became too expensive for any of our panellists to drive home. Let's move on to the next round, which is Lie Detector. Our teams are shown some newspaper stories from this week. They must decide which parts of each story are true and which are false. Fingers on buzzers for this one. Businesses in Sheerness-on-Sea have removed Union Jack bunting put up by local council, saying it was clearly promoting fascism. One local said, "It feels like we're living in Nazi Germany all over again. Not Sheerness, and that's the last thing you want during the Queen's Jubilee." What are the lies in there?
I think someone from Sheerness-on-Sea wouldn't say it's like living in Nazi Germany, because living in Nazi Germany would be a great improvement to living in Sheerness-on-Sea. Fascism isn't the Union Jack or voting Tory or reading the Daily Mail. It's the KKK, Combat 18, Mumsnet. You know, that's what this... It's got to mean something. The word has to mean something.
I mean, I do try to be good, but there were some things about Hitler's Germany that, well, you know... No, I want to be good, like the British were in the war, but I want to look good while doing it. And the Allied uniforms were so boring, but Hugo Boss designed the Nazi uniforms and...
Well, I can tell you, no one's got it right. The correct answer is that the Union Jack bunting was flapping in the wind, making it too noisy for them. Yeah.
Oh.
The last time I was offended by Union Jack flaps was when Ginger Spice bent over to tie shoelaces. Here comes our next lie-laden story. Scientists are planning to get rid of Britain's grey squirrels by introducing specially trained birds of prey to kill them. The aim is to eradicate the squirrels, which destroy trees and have pushed native red squirrels onto the brink of extinction in the UK.
Yes. This is a lie. I don't believe this country would do anything serious to tackle immigration.
Are they giving the squirrels really tiny little condoms?
It's so close that I think you might have to get the points for that.
They're giving them contraceptive pills, but really tiny ones, squirrel size.
Is the correct answer. I can tell you that what the scientists are doing is they're getting rid of Britain's grey squirrels by luring them into boxes containing pots of hazelnut spread laced with contraceptives. Sharks are apparently going through a major mental health crisis. Great whites and tiger sharks are showing signs of depression because conservation efforts mean getting food is no longer posing a challenge for them. What's the line there?
I think it's a lie that the great whites are going through a mental health crisis. Some of the other sharks might be. They're the best shark. Why would the best shark's not going to be depressed?
Yes.
I tell you who does have a mental health issue, hammerhead sharks. Imagine being a hammerhead shark, how bullied you would get for looking like that. All the other sharks just swimming up looking like a normal shark variation, and then suddenly you come here with your eyes like out here like that. Like, oh, hi, guys. Like, oh, even the name taking the piss out of the shark. Like tiger shark, great hammerhead. Like, why are you... Come on, you know that's the thing I'm self-conscious about that. You put it in my actual name. Just call me a shark, you know.
Kanye West announced a surprising new career move while making his Insta comeback. The rapper appears to be redesigning the MAGA hat. Kanye posted an image of the new crisp and clean design and captioned the photo, "You teams up with legendary Muji designer to redesign this classic headwear."
First, that's not you, that's yay. That was the most white thing you've ever done.
It's not the most white thing I've ever done, but
it's up there. And also, Kanye has moved on from the MAGA thing ages ago. That's the obvious lie. The hat probably just says something like Pete Davidson's a dickhead or something. Or Kim, where are my kids? One of those. The kids get that.
Muji is actually a Japanese designer who makes very sleek and crisp lines, whereas all of Kanye's clothing is somewhat sort of graffiti, splattershod. So I would say actually the designer's wrong. He would much more be suited to someone like Gucci or Dolce & Gabbana, but they're currently working with the Kardashians, so that's probably not on the table.
I am so behind on this story. I didn't know
Yes, he's redesigning the McDonald's packaging.
Is the correct answer.
How'd you guess that?
Yes, unbelievably, he appears to be redesigning the packaging for McDonald's. It's hardly the first celebrity to work with a restaurant chain. We all remember when Nando's got that sauce recipe done by Matthew Perry Perry. Yes, this is Anti-Social Media, in which we take a look at online reactions to various world events and then ask our teams to guess who said what about whom. Blank Blank is a powerful man. He also seems like a homophobe, if you ask me, if this is what he counts as comedy.
Is it Andrew? It's Andrew.
It's got to be Andrew, because he labelled himself homophobic earlier. And
he doesn't like you. So
yeah, right.
And also, Andrew with his Latin and his big brain, and he's written books, so he's a powerful man, he has his own show. Yeah, I think it could be Andrew.
Yeah.
And I've heard what he does to men, and I think it is quite homophobic.
Yeah, it is. I think you're the homophobe.
But you're quite homophobic. You have internalised homophobia.
Only certain times of the day.
Yeah. Well, my husband's very homophobic. He's Brazilian, only about 10% gay, but oh, that 10%. And you know, I don't mind gay people. I just wish they'd, you know, shut their mouth sometimes. But other than that, I'm on their side.
It would appear Blank Blank has dropped her husband in 1,000 litres of 219.969152 imperial gallons.
It'll be Amber Heard.
Oh, right.
Amber Heard, because she also provides the
Right, because she does. Yeah.
Are you helping that side of it?
1,000 litres, though. That's an angry woman. 1,000 litres. That's That's intense.
It's not the right answer. Do you want we can open it up to this team for a guess?
I think it's Carrie Johnson.
It's got to be Carrie Johnson, because anyway, go ahead.
I just said the answer, Scott.
No.
If you knew,
I get the point.
You guys are being homophobic. I said earlier, couldn't this be Boris Johnson's wife? Because are they having problems with the not touching
You raised
thing?
it as a question. You didn't present it as an answer.
I thought we were asking questions.
I said it as an answer, and then you stole my answer.
Why are you so angry at me? Look, okay, you can have it. I'll give it to you. I'm gracing you that win. Because you guys, no, you're so far behind. You can have that point. You know what, you Tory scum.
I don't want it
anymore.
No, you know what? Take it. I don't want it either.
I'll have it. All right, all right. Is it Carrie Johnson?
Is the correct answer.
Oh.
GB News, can you give me pre-warning when this idiot blank is on so I can switch off?
That could be any of us.
I mean, I only get universal praise on Twitter.
It's going to be about one of us two.
So it'll be about one of you. Okay.
It'll be a lefty thing.
I think it's Josh. I think it's Josh.
I think it's Dan, purely because Josh doesn't fit in the box and Dan does.
What are you saying?
That's the kind of clever thinking.
And that's also how I run my Undertakers.
Well, let's see if you're right.
Fit in your own coffin there.
Blank is about as funny as a hedgehog lodged up your arse.
This is well, first of all, this better not be about me.
Well, also, that's quite funny, isn't it?
Well, I think it's funnier if the hedgehog has still got its little face poking out. So the hedgehog is like, oh my God, what's going on? And you're like, dude, there's a hedgehog in your backside. And the hedgehog is like, help me. Like, that's funny. I think if the hedgehog is facing, that's just abuse.
But it'd be very hard to shove a hedgehog up in that direction with the face still pointing out.
Oh, yeah, because the spikes point.
I can't believe we're talking about the logistics of this. I'm going to say Josh Howie.
I like how they've written arse like it's an American rapper.
I'm not going to go with you.
Because that would be cruel if the producers did do 2 tweets.
About you.
About me.
Right.
That would
That's
be.
not. Yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't be that cruel. Shall we find out? Let's have a look.
I'm going off Twitter. I'm getting off Twitter.
OK, here's your next one. A headliners with blank and blank is like the new late-night black and white Open University programme on BBC Two.
This is definitely not me because I am thick. So it's it's the smart peeps.
Or the very old peeps, if he's going for black and white.
Oh,
makers.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who is smart and old?
I don't remember seeing this, and I comb the GB News Twitter feed for even the slightest tidbit of affection or even being noticed.
But maybe you don't remember it because, as Josh said, you're old.
I am old.
Find out. Anyone? Other ideas?
Steve, you
have a degree in chemistry.
Yeah. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, so it's going to be Steve and Simon.
Okay.
Let's see if you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's me and Simon. Now, last week, someone suggested that Josh was as funny as a hedgehog stuffed up your arse. Well, it turns out the author of that tweet was watching and posted this update. I'm watching the Ministry of Defence on YouTube as I'm in Florida, and I just saw a tweet I made ages ago about you, Josh, re hedgehog. But it was an old tweet, and you've really grown on me, so I'm sorry. And then some smiley various faces.
Emojis that represent having a hedgehog up your ass.
So I'm not sure whether he's saying he now finds you funnier or he finds hedgehogs more pleasurable.
She's definitely saying that she thinks I'm the funniest person she's ever seen.
Right. Not that she now enjoys a good old hedgehog up the tradesman.
Who doesn't?
The hedgehog.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is really refreshing that somebody came onto Twitter to say something nice and also take back something they had said previously.
I was really looking forward to this round, and they've ruined it.
In our final round, I'll be asking rapid-fire questions based on all of the news this week. Our teams will buzz in and be the fastest to gain the points. How has a woman stopped her landlord from evicting her and her cat?
She married a cat.
She did marry a cat?
What? She did.
I mean, she didn't, did she? Because you can't marry a cat.
I think she's in California, and I think in California, that's the least of their problems. So I think she...
Designers of a face mask for cows have been given an award by Prince Charles, but what does the mask do?
It stopped COVID.
I love the fact that you think masks work. According to lip-reading experts, what did Boris Johnson refer to himself as during the opening of Parliament? think you should get a point for that. Any other ideas?
Big Willie Bojo.
Who's the big dog? I'm the big dog.
Because you wouldn't say who's the daddy, because he's sick of that question. Apparently the answer was, according to lip-reading experts, he said to Keir Starmer, I am the devil. Who did Prince Harry do acting work for this week?
Ron Weasley?
The stunt double. Nice.
James Hewitt. He acted like they're not related.
It's close, but it's Travelist, a non-profit travel organisation. You can now search for MPs on the parliamentary website by which 3 categories?
Paedophile, sex offender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And drunk.
And drunk, yeah.
Not what we're looking for, but it would be a good one.
I reckon men, women, other.
Male, female and non-binary, you get points. Which famous 93-year-old character will enter the public domain in 2024?
Janet Street Porter.
Anyone else?
Mussolini.
Oh, you're so close.
Is he really close?
Yeah.
Some Walt Disney person?
Yeah.
Walt Disney?
No.
Wait, how did you get...
Mickey Mouse. Or Mussolini. It's
Yeah, I was
close.
going to say, how did you get Walt Disney and Mussolini?
They're both fascists.
Fox News presenter Tucker Carlson has blamed the July the 4th mass shooting on what?
Oh, well, he is an idiot, so it's going to be something ridiculous, like, oh, left-handed people who don't make their own custard, and they don't cross the road properly by talking to Jesus first. It's going to be something rubbish like that, because he's a moron.
It's exactly word for word what I've noticed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
He's a really smart guy, so I'm thinking, is it going to be drugs, SSRI, antidepressants, and video games?
No, I mean, you're half there with drugs.
Cannabis?
Cannabis is one of the things he's blamed on 2 things. Something and cannabis.
No, women.
Women and cannabis.
Yes.
Are the 2 things.
Women and cannabis.
Of course, we all know the one thing that can stop a bad guy with women and cannabis is a good guy with women and cannabis. There's no way to do it.
Doesn't just was women right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which multi-millionaire declared they would take a bullet for Putin this week?
Prince Harry.
No.
Is it Ghislaine Maxwell? Because there's no other way she can kill herself in prison.
It's Bernie Ecclestone, and also it sounds like a good swap. Also, can we make it happen?
Stephen King recently said he's only ever walked out of 1 film in his life. What was it?
Kung Fu Panda 3.
Oh, great film.
How does he normally leave a film?
Yeah.
Has he got roller skates?
The correct answer is Transformers. What did a bar in Indonesia come under fire for?
Come Under Fire does sound like a Jakarta brothel and curry house.
Oh, and I just pictured it. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
It was... it offered a free bottle of Gordon's dry gin to men named Mohammed. What new policy has Airbnb introduced onto their platform?
Oh, I think I actually know this. Oh, God.
Yeah, no, if you know it, go for it.
I think it's actually not allowed to film porn there. And it's genuine, it's a genuine thing that they don't want you to film anything in any of the homes. But it started with porn.
I think you've never been allowed... Sorry to break it to you. I don't think you were... never allowed to film porn there. Which beloved children's literary character has been revamped into a horror film?
Johnny Depp.
That remake of Willy Wonka's going to be weird, isn't it?
I know this, it's Winnie the Pooh.
Is the correct answer.
Oh, did you know that Xi Jinping has banned all images of Winnie the Pooh because people compare Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh?
Is that because of his face where he walks around in a red crop top and nothing else?
Next one.
What emoji has been released to commemorate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee?
Is it a flag that says Platty Jubes?
Is it a sheep face because you're all sheep following her to the end of your lives? Is it like that? Is it a little sheep face?
No.
All right.
What a weekend for that answer, by the way. Great work. I can tell you it's a crown sporting corgi named PJ.
Ooh, that's specific.
Isn't it? What did builders unearth in a garden in Herne Hill?
Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Nope.
4.89 gallons of cocaine.
Oh, I mean, it looks this conversion to imperial and metric.
Actually, drug dealers are the only people keeping the imperial system. They knew it was going to come back. They never stopped. It never stopped being an eighth.
Really? I still buy grams. So
grams?
Yeah.
I buy all my drugs from a Victorian ghost.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
It was 2 unexploded World War II bombs which were taken to a nearby golf course and detonated because I guess someone hated golfers. What did an article in the Times suggest to boost birth rates in the UK?
More shagging.
Bring back the page 6 girl?
The page 6 girl? I didn't realise there was one. I never
made it that far.
Is it like a page 4? I don't know. I never checked.
You're getting closer.
3?
Yes!
Hey! I'll do it again. Is it the page 3 girl?
It's not what we're looking for, I'm afraid.
They're going to fine people who don't have kids?
Yeah, it's a tax on childless adults. And that means that, sadly, we have reached the end of the show. Congratulations to our winning team, The Right.
Yay! Yeah! That's how it is! Thank you!
Your prize is Harry and Meghan's place on the balcony next to the Queen for the Jubilee. And to the losers, you won't be going away empty-handed. You'll both get to stand next to Prince Andrew. I've been your host, Stephen Allen, and we'll be back same time next week. See you then.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's weather, and the UK's looking chilly but sunny at first, turning cloudier and windier in the far north. Let's take a look at the details. Starting off across Scotland, and by 7 a.m. the cloud will have started to spill in from the north, and winds will strengthen too before a spell of rain arrives later. Whilst it'll be mostly fine across much of Northern Ireland tomorrow morning, there'll be a little showery rain perhaps before turning wetter as we head through the afternoon. Clear skies overnight mean it'll be a chilly start across much of northern England. After a sunny morning, things will turn cloudier here later. It's a similar story across much of Wales, so a chilly but sunny start for many here, the exception being towards the coast where the odd showers possible with more cloud. A dry and clear start across the Midlands. Here it'll be chilly at first, though probably not cold enough for any frost, warming up in the sunshine as we head through the morning. Some showers are likely across northern parts of Norfolk and perhaps coastal Suffolk too. Further inland, it'll be chilly but sunny for most, so it'll turn warmer. Meanwhile, across much of the south of England, there'll be clear skies, meaning temperatures will be quite low at first, but once the sun comes up, they'll rise fairly quickly. Cloud, rain and strong winds will push into the north through the morning, whilst elsewhere it'll stay sunny for most. And that's how the weather's shaping up during tomorrow morning.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farrow.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, in my big opinion monologue, why this budget is annoying all of the right people. Find out more shortly. My Mark Meets guest is the X Factor singer Katie Waisel, talking fame, fortune and working with Simon Cowell. In my take at 10, EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says there are tools available if Italy elects the wrong kind of government. Thank God we're out. In the big question, with top rock star Adam Levine from Maroon 5 in trouble for flirting with women on social media, we'll be asking, is flirting cheating? We'll speak to a representative of Christian Concern and a porn star. Plus, the papers at 10:30 and my all-star panel tonight of Lynn May, Peter Edwards and Edwina Curry. I'll see you after the headlines with Rhiannon Jones.
Mark, thank you. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. The Labour leader's accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he calls casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us here at GB News the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
The Labour Party's pledged to create a national care service. It claims 13% of care homes need improvement. The party says private equity firms are failing in their duties to residents. Plans for the service include improvements in pay, workers' rights and training. Sir Keir arrived in Liverpool this afternoon and is expected to set out a number of key policies at the party's conference, which starts tomorrow. In other news, in Russia, more than 700 people have been arrested at protests across the country. They come after President Putin ordered the country's first military draft since World War II for the conflict in Ukraine. Footage from one protest shows Russian forces manhandling men and leading women to police vans. According to one rights monitoring group, there were protests in 32 cities from St. Petersburg to Siberia. We're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of the George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. TV online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News. Now it's back to Mark Dolan tonight.
Welcome to Mark Dolan Tonight. In the news agenda with my panel, are tax cuts for the rich immoral? Does life start at 50? And is the name Gary cool again? Would you call your baby Gary? Reacting to those stories and many more are my brilliant panel tonight of former government minister, broadcaster and best-selling author Edwina Currie, former editor of Labour List, journalist and broadcaster Peter Edwards, and the political commentator and presenter Lynn May. My Mark Meets guest is the X Factor singer Katie Waisel, talking fame, fortune and working with Simon Cowell. In my take at 10, EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says that there are tools available, that's right, tools available, if Italy elects the wrong kind of government this weekend. Thank God we're out. That's my take at 10 in the next hour. In the big question, top rock star Adam Levine from Maroon 5 is in trouble for flirting with women on social media. So we'll be asking, is flirting cheating? We'll speak to a representative of Christian Concern and an adult movie star. Plus, the Sunday papers, hot off the press at 10:30, and I want to hear from you throughout the show. mark@gbnews.uk. Now, this programme has a golden rule. It's a simple one, and we stick to it very strictly. We don't do boring. Not on my watch. I just won't have it. So there you go, folks. A very busy 2 hours to come. Big debates, big guests, and always big opinions. Let's start with this one. Following the reversal of the ban on fracking and the most significant budget in decades, with the largest tax cuts in 50 years, it's pretty clear that we've not just got a new Prime Minister and a new Chancellor, but a brand new government. It's almost like there's been a general election in which the public voted for change. It's now a race against time for Truss and Kwarteng, the bravest double act since the Wright brothers, the inventors of flight, for this bold plan to kick in and reap dividends. Let's hope their plane doesn't crash and burn. Not only is this the first Conservative government in years that looks and feels Conservative, it's the first government of any colour in as long as I can remember that actually believes in something. And that something is capitalism. It's always encouraging to have a policy that doesn't need a lot of explaining, a policy that is clear and unambiguous. The three words of "Get Brexit Done" swept the Tories to a landslide victory in 2019. Go for growth could do a similar job for Liz Truss in 2024 or earlier. Why should we always rely on the international bond markets and money printing to pay for our schools, our police and our hospitals? Why not pay for it out of national income? And that's what this push for growth is all about. This budget has been mischaracterised as trickle-down economics, an idea that dates back to the 80s and US President Ronald Reagan, in which you hand the wealthiest in society huge amounts of money and hope they'll spend it. Now, that's not what we witnessed yesterday. This is a push for growth on the supply side. In other words, to sow the seeds for the economy to grow and get bigger and stronger and to bear more fruit, to boost investment, the hiring of staff to achieve pay rises for workers and to put more money into the pockets of every Brit so that they can go shopping. Now, why is that important? Well, because love it or hate it, 60% of our economy is based on consumption, buying stuff. Now, Labour have condemned this budget, but I'll be honest, I'm very confused because they were so critical of Rishi Sunak, the then Chancellor, when he announced the rise in national insurance. They said at the time it was a tax on jobs and an attack on hardworking Brits, which would disproportionately hurt the poorest. Well, they were right then, but it's been reversed. So what's changed? Crikey, I do hope that politics are not at play here. And as is too often the case these days, this government's unapologetically capitalist plan has been mischaracterised by those who want to see Britain maintain and keep going its crack cocaine addiction to tax and spend. Many are in uproar about the banker's bonus cap being scrapped, even though it didn't make a blind bit of difference, as high flyers just received more income through payroll instead. And Alistair Heath, writing in the Telegraph today, rightly points out that the 45% higher rate of tax was more performative, more political than anything else, given the pathetic amount of money it actually brings in. 40% is a much better headline figure because it encourages wealthy people to come to this country, stay in this country, invest and spend their cash here and pay their taxes here as well. Thanks to yesterday's budget, Britain now stands as a global beacon for enterprise and aspiration. And I believe in time Britain will be a model for the 21st century economy. Low tax, independent, simplified, innovative and dynamic, and an economy in which it works to pay, not sitting around all day watching Loose Women and Countdown. Margaret Thatcher transformed our economy in the 80s with low taxes and union reform, something it took the likes of the French and the Germans decades to catch up with. Well, this is another great leap forward, and let me tell you that post-Brexit, EU nations will never be able to compete with attractive, investable, low-tax Britain. EU nations are rooted in social democratic ideology, which involves big tax and big state. Critics of yesterday's budget have also chosen to exaggerate the scale of change. Even with the welcome tax cuts yesterday, which put money back into ordinary people's wallets, taxation levels are still astonishingly high, as pointed out yesterday by former chief Brexit negotiator Lord Frost, referencing a chart by the economist Matthew Leach. He writes, this chart is an important corrective to some of today's hysteria on the left. Today has seen a very welcome change in direction on fiscal policy, but we still have the highest tax burden for at least 40 years. That is why we have to get back to growth. Or how about this explainer, which has been doing the rounds, which puts the level of tax paid into perspective. Take a look at this. It's very interesting. A person on £20,000 pays £2,856. A person on £200,000 pays £85,178, 30 times more tax on only 10 times more income. A person on £1 million pays, wait for it, £435,000 in tax. That's 152 times more tax on 50 times more salary. The rich pay more. But this is my favourite tweet. It's from a young person making her way in the world. Take a look at this. Unpopular opinion. 100k salary is not the wealth you think it is. After tax, your take-home monthly is £5,457. If you're a man with a family of 4 with a wife who is yet to go back to work, with a mortgage of £2,000, no one can tell me that family is rich based on that alone. Who wrote that this week? One of the panellists on tonight's show, the political commentator Lynn May. You'll be hearing from Lynn, Peter Edwards and Edwina Curry shortly. So this should be the first step in the transformation of Britain. There's also, by the way, a deliberate misunderstanding of how tax works and how much people on different incomes actually pay. So let me clarify. How about this corker from this guy? And it's quite something, right? It demonstrates that in the end, taxes are still very high, and it literally is not a situation like we're in Dubai. Now, something that happened in the capitalist revolution under Margaret Thatcher in the 80s, and to be fair, we continued in the late 90s and early noughties by Tony Blair, was to keep taxes low. Don't forget, old Gordon Brown was the toast of the City of London, the banker's hero, but his successor, Keir Starmer, will undo all of that. His deputy, Angela Rayner, has already tweeted that Labour will likely reverse these tax cuts. But what would she and Sir Keir say to this voter who speaks for many? According to online calculators, yesterday's budget puts an extra £1,300 a year in my pocket. I'm just an ordinary working bloke. So why would the party that claims to represent the working man object to that? So there you have it. Vote Labour and vote for higher taxes. There is a sweet spot in taxation where it's high enough to fulfil the needs of the country in terms of public services, but not too high as to be a disincentive for people to take their business and money elsewhere. Before yesterday, we were well north of that sweet spot, with the highest tax burden since the 40s. Wealthy people paying less tax is not a good look, I'll grant you that. It's a gift to Labour. But Truss and Kwarteng are looking at the bigger picture. They want to grow the economy at all costs, no matter how unpopular and unphotogenic the policies are to make that happen. We should be focused upon the outcome, a bigger, more productive economy, rather than the means to get there. Because if the economy grows, we all win. And yesterday's budget taps into the potential of Brexit, because rooted in what was announced yesterday is the principle of economic and political freedom, something impossible if we were still in the bloc. Money's too tight to mention, but if you keep raising taxes, the graph stays simply red. For too long, sluggish, unproductive Britain has been holding back the years. But now a new flame has been lit. To carry on in a spiral of high tax and low growth is taking the mick. For those talking Britain down and criticising this ambitious budget that will deliver for all, I couldn't give a hucknall. If we go for growth, we'll be top of the pops. What's your view? Mark at gbnews.uk. I'll get to your emails very shortly, but reacting to my big opinion and all of the big stories of the day are my brilliant panel of former government minister, broadcaster and best-selling author Edwina Curry, political commentator and presenter Lynn May, and former editor of Labourist, journalist and broadcaster Peter Edwards. Peter, let me start with you. We're going to go for growth and it will lift everybody up.
Well, Mark, you could get a second job as a Treasury spokesman, I think, after that monologue. The mini-budget or full-scale budget has been called by many people a gamble. It's not a gamble at all. There's a certainty. There's a certainty that if you're in the poorer 50% of society, you'll be worse off because of inflation. And it's a certainty that if you're in the elite, you'll be better off because of the abolition of the top rate of tax. There are numerous stats that have been bandied about in the last 24 hours about why this has been an unfair budget, and I'm sure we'll kind of go into more detail, but it is not progressive. It has borrowed more money, £45 billion extra, nearly £200 billion this year, to give money to the highest earners in society. You made a point about growing the economy that was a Liz Truss point, the theory that if the cake gets bigger, everyone benefits. That's not true when inflation is at 10%, because if you grow the cake by a smaller amount, everyone else is left with a few morsels. Inflation at 10% kills off these gains. Poorer people are worse off. It's not just my view. Independent forecasters have said the same. It's not a gamble. It's a certainty. And my advice to the Labour Party would be campaign on that, but don't campaign on phrases like trickle-down economics, because that's too oblique for the doorstep. It's a simple question. Are you better off than you were 5 years ago?
Peter Edwards, it's misleading to quote 10% inflation because the government's rather socialist support for the whole country in paying our energy bills this winter is expected to halve inflation to around 5%. And the bottom line is that, yes, there is the risk of inflation, but do you not want economic growth?
So, Mark, it's not misleading because inflation isn't 5%. It's between 9 and 10% today, depending on which of the indices you look at. My point, of course, everyone wants growth, but it's how you cut the cake. And the cake was cut in a very selective and divisive manner yesterday, with the bottom 50% of people getting much less to eat. That may be literally, rather than just metaphor, this winter.
Well, look, let's have a look at some of the numbers involved, Peter, because let's take the example of somebody that makes £1 million a year. They will pay, based upon yesterday's budget, around £435,000 in tax. So it's almost £500,000 that they will send to the Treasury every year that they make £1 million. Surely that's enough.
That is a very interesting argument because lots of other Conservative Prime Ministers have not taken this step. Now, obviously, Labour are against it today, and Labour have got a tricky balancing act. Do they go into general election calling for a tax rise, even if it's at the top rate only? But the idea that this is somehow a lightning flash of genius to boost GDP doesn't stack up when we've had so many, quite a large number of recent Tory Prime Ministers, even more Chancellors, who've not done that. So, to me, is it patriotic? No. Is it Conservative policy or Conservative value? I don't think so. Is it the actions of an ideological maverick? Yes.
However, Peter, and I'll come to my other panellists shortly, but wouldn't you like more people, that lucky lady or gentleman that makes £1 million a year, wouldn't you like more of those people in the UK, not fewer, given the fact that they write a cheque for £435 every single year? So yes. £435,000 every year.
Yes, but the founding principle, or one of the founding
They won't
principles...
come if taxes are high, Peter.
Well, why can't people here already, regardless of nationality, achieve better living standards? Rather than importing an elite from other countries to work in the city, why can't we make people here already, regardless of nationality, better off? And we're talking about the elites, but remember, this winter, 38% of people still in fuel poverty.
Of course, there are major, major problems. Final thought before I get to the others, Peter, and it's in regards to, again, the sort of tax structure. It's accepted by most economists that not only will the government's support for our energy bills reduce inflation to about 5%, which we can all get behind that policy. It's the right thing to do. It's also expected that this tax cut will create a shorter and shallower recession. So what would you rather have, a deeper, longer recession or lower taxes?
Well, I don't think there are many people against the energy price cap. It's a Labour idea that was taken belatedly by the Conservatives. But do remember the words of Robert Choate, who was the first chair of the independent forecaster called the OBR, which is all predictions are wrong.
Oh, well, indeed, but you haven't answered my question, which is, would you like a deeper, longer recession or lower taxes and a shorter, quicker recession and less profound?
Well, I think you're winding me up because... we're already in recession now. The Chancellor of the Exchequer admitted that yesterday. We are where we are. We've got what I would see as regressive income tax changes and a small handout to help us all with energy prices. We're going to have to see what happens over the winter.
I just need to answer the question. Do you want a short, shallow recession or a long, deep one? Because if we cut taxes, we'll have a short, shallow one.
It's a false dichotomy.
Well, it's a choice, but it's a tough one to make. Of course, many people, and including millions of people in this country, will agree with Peter Edwards and feel that it's been a bad budget for those at the very bottom end of the economic ladder. I've had really angry emails from lots of viewers saying, what has happened to this government? They're not supporting the poorest in our society. So what's your view at mark@gbnews.uk? Lynn May, what's your view on this budget and the race to grow?
Well, a question I'd have for Peter is, you know, there's this misconception that the largest in society are the poorest, but the last survey highlighted that the biggest at the moment and the most to emerge is the middle class, as it were, or those who wish to be the middle class. There's so many people now that are extremely ambitious. And when you look at stamp duty, I spoke to many people since the mini-budget was released, and they're ecstatic that they now will not have to pay loads of money towards stamp duty. So this whole misconception, it's only for the 1%, it's only for the few. No, many of us are going to benefit. Even myself will benefit because of the repeal of the IR35 legislation, which, you know, was awful for many of us contractors. So I don't think this is only for the few. So why do people keep on saying this, like yourself, Peter?
Earlier in the show, during my Big Opinion monologue, I actually quoted you from Twitter today, Lynn, and you said that if you make £100, you're doing very well in life and you can be very grateful, absolutely, but that you're not rich, given the fact that you might take home about £5,000 after tax. If you've got a £2,000 mortgage, you are not rich. What motivated that tweet?
Because I see loads of people suggest, you know, as I said just a minute ago, that it's for the few, it's for the extremely wealthy. But I think we need to have a discussion about what is we see or what we deem to be extremely wealthy or the rich. Because, as I said, it sounds like it's a lot of money, but if you are, let's say, a man supporting a family of four with young children, wife hasn't gone back to work, and you live in London or the surrounding areas, 100,000 isn't that much. So, you know, people often think that so many people, even above 50,000, is the super wealthy, and it's not the case.
Millions of people in this country, Edwina Curry, will agree with Peter Edwards that the optics of this budget are that it's basically for the super rich.
Well, you mentioned earlier that we had a lot of tax cutting in Margaret Thatcher's day. There were three main tax cutting budgets, and that's absolutely right. And I was in the government at that time. And I remember 364 economists saying, oh, the terrible, dire things, that everything's going to collapse on the rest. A load of, you know what, small balls. It was rubbish, and it turned out to be rubbish. Now, my hope is that the same will be the case for this particular mini-budget, or maxi-budget, indeed. I think it's worth remembering that whichever way you cut the figures, the fact is that when you add income tax together with national insurance, you still have a higher than 50% marginal rate on a lot of incomes, and that includes those of the people who might regard it as well off, as being very well paid. And that means that there is really still quite a strong disincentive to earning more money, to doing a better job, to going for promotion, to heading to be a top professor or head of the BBC or something like that, because most of that money is going to go back to the government. I agree with the point that's being made by our new Prime Minister and our new Chancellor. I think we have an obsession with equality in this country. I'm all for equality in the law. It seems to me absolutely essential that everybody is treated the same, treated fairly, and has the same opportunities. But when it comes to what you earn, that should be based on your aptitude and your effort, because that kind of inequality is what brings somebody like me from a very ordinary, very poor background in Liverpool to make the effort to go to college when everyone said, why bother, you could go and get a job, to make the effort from college then to go into all sorts of rather better paid jobs. So I never earned very much until I started writing books. But that kind of incentive is a big help. It actually encourages people to head for being better off than their parents, better off than their grandparents. We shouldn't decry it. And if there is a conflict, and you've tried to get Peter to answer this and he wouldn't do it, but if there is a conflict between growth and equality, I would go for growth, because I really do think that benefits everybody. In Margaret's day, in Margaret Thatcher's day, we had much higher inflation, we had much higher interest rates, and in the years afterwards, particularly as we come towards the Blair government, they were able to benefit from those enormous changes. My fear is that this budget comes a bit too close to the next election, that it won't have had time to work through before the election comes. And what's really bad for inward investment, what's really bad for business confidence, is if we have constant chopping and changing. Margaret Thatcher was able to take advantage of the fact that she had 13 years. The two who are in power have got not much more than about 13 months. Let's hope it works.
Well, let's hope it works indeed. It's interesting, Edwina Curry raises a fascinating question. What's more important, equality or growth? What's your view? Mark at gbnews.uk. Coming up later in the hour in the news agenda with my panel, are tax cuts for the rich immoral? My Mark Meets guest is X Factor star Katie Waisel, and we've got my Take at 10 as well, in which I'll be dealing with Ursula von der Leyen, who wants to try to reverse election results in Europe. You won't believe that story. That's live at 10. But next, in the big question, is flirting cheating? See you in 2.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Well, a big response to my big opinion monologue. I think this government are right to go for growth. I think it's a gamble, but what choice do we have at this time of economic crisis? I'm sick of international bond markets paying for our police, our hospitals and our schools. Why are we always printing money? Why can't we have national income that pays for these things? So I support the policy and I think it's a gamble worth taking. But what do you think? Mark at gbnews.uk. Mark says, Steve, the rich don't pay tax. They avoid it by going offshore. Dan says, good evening, Mark. Good monologue, sir. Here's a little fact that Labour and the poor always forget. Employees do not get richer by making employers poorer. With regards to Labour saying there's nothing for the working people, there's a penny off the basic rate and the national insurance rise has gone back to where it was in March. Doesn't sound like nothing to me. Still need the higher interest rates, though, to try and keep up with the Fed. But if we're on par with the EU, then not at all a major disadvantage. Well, you're right to mention the EU, Dan, because the euro is performing just as badly against the dollar as the pound. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I'll be dealing with the EU later in my Take at 10, by the way. But a couple more emails before we get to our big question. Chris, broken record about Thatcher, yet this is 12 years of Tories and we are in this state. How would Maggie feel about that? 12 years, too long to do the usual blaming the previous incumbents. So, Chris, you're absolutely right. We've had 12 years of Tory rule, but has it really been a Conservative government is the question. Colin, please tell Peter Edwards, your contributor, that the Tories have restored the same higher tax rate that Labour had in the 2000s, 40%. Ironically, the Tories taxed the high earners more than the last Labour government. And last but not least, Fred says, Mark, the fact is all of the Western world is heading for a big shock, mostly caused by incompetent, unpatriotic, greedy, so-called politicians. Fred, thank you for that. Keep those opinions coming. Mark at gbnews.uk. It's time now for this. It's time now for the big question in which we tackle a major news story of the day. Tonight, top rock star Adam Levine from Maroon 5 is in trouble for allegedly flirting with women on social media. His marriage is now under pressure. So it begs the question, is flirting cheating? To debate this, I'm delighted to welcome adult film star Brooklyn Blue, Tim Dieppe, the head of public policy at Christian Concern, Andrew Krapalshet, the CEO and founder of Red Balloon, which combats cancel culture in the American workplace, and former government minister Edwina Currie, who's part of my panel tonight. Let me start with you, if I can. Andrew, do you think that flirting is cheating?
Absolutely, it can be. How about that for an uncertain answer? But, you know, my question is, why would you turn on the oven if you're not planning on cooking, in my opinion, right? We want people who are thinking about what they're doing. And when you're spending all your time at work flirting with the opposite sex because you think that that is fun, you are going to have consequences from that. I have managed hundreds and hundreds of people over the years, and every time someone messes up their family in the workplace, I see significant consequences at work with their performance, with their productivity. And when you wreck your family, it wrecks your productivity at work, so you should not do it, and I think it's wrong.
However, Andrew Krapalshet, don't you think that this is just sort of recreational? It's just fun. It's quite social, isn't it? Sort of maybe having a little flirty text session with someone on social media. It's not like you're making love to them.
Well, you know what the Bible says, and I know you're probably not allowed to say that word, the B word, on national television, the Bible. But when Jesus says if you have lust for a woman in your heart, you are committing adultery with them. I also talked to a lawyer who's helping with marriages right now just last week, and he said, a lot of the big multi-million-dollar divorce cases started with flirting at work and flirting in other scenarios. So you need to understand there are significant dollar consequences for this type of behavior. So whether you think it's wrong or not, you should look at your checkbook, decide if you want to split it in half, and share it with the person that you're currently married to, because you are cheating with them in lots of other categories, even if not in the bedroom.
You've had a lot of success as the CEO and founder of Red Balloon, which combats cancel culture in the American workplace. We know that workplaces are getting more woke, but also, is there a lot of flirting going on in offices?
Well, here's funny. So I have, again, managed hundreds and hundreds of employees. I've had a number of employees that have met at work, gotten married, have lots of kids. They're very, very happy. And I encourage that type of behavior. Now, I do encourage them to take that outside of work, because flirting in the workplace, it just causes tension. It can cause office politics. Because if everyone's spending their time trying to figure out what the person of the opposite sex thinks of them, they're not thinking about their job. And I'd like people to think about their job when they're working for me, because, in fact, there's a one-to-one correlation between me paying them and them doing good things for my company. And so that's why I've told people, look, if you want to go out on a date with somebody that is at work, do it after work. Don't waste my time with your flirty stuff at the office. So that's if you're not married. If you are married, just knock it off. It is a bad precedent. And guess what? I bet that person is going to meet your wife someday, and you're going to find yourself in the doghouse, and nobody wants to be in the doghouse.
Knock it off and knock one off instead. Tim Dieppe, you're the head of public policy at Christian Concern, and I would have thought that you stand for family values and you would consider adultery to be a sin. Doesn't flirting prevent adultery because you get to fantasize about this other person without going further? Isn't that what flirting is?
No, the opposite is the case. Actually, as Jesus said, and Andrew just quoted it, it's one thing to
a lot of Jesus
adultery.
tonight.
He did, yeah. And then he said, but if you look at a woman lustfully, you've committed adultery in your heart. So Jesus is saying there's such a thing as adultery in the heart. So there's actual adultery and there's adultery in the heart. And if that's an actual thing, adultery in the heart, then that's a serious thing. That's something you've done really wrong. And that clearly is cheating. And he went on to say, it's better to tear your eye out than to lose a member of your body and end up in hell. Right? So he's saying that is that serious. It really damages your soul, right? It's something that you need to take very, very seriously. It's one thing because it's actually damaging your relationship with your wife. It's another thing because it's damaging your soul and your relationship with God. And so this is not something to mess about with. It's not something to play around with. It's serious stuff with ultimately eternal consequences.
Brooklyn Blue, you're a very successful and in-demand adult film star. You make a lot of money. You've got a huge audience for your work. What is your thought on flirting?
I mean, if you're taking the time to actually message somebody and do that flirting, the way I see it is there an intention behind that? So if they're actually taking the time to go and message someone and say, oh, you're really hot or something like that, there's a line. I mean, are they just fantasizing or are they intending to go further with that and then take it to the next level? And obviously I wouldn't be happy if my husband was messaging people like that, I can tell you that. But then, people can go to an extreme with it. I mean, some women sit there and say, if somebody's liked someone's photo on Instagram, it's technically, they want to be with that other person. No, I mean, that's ridiculous to me. I mean, but if you've actually taken the time to personally message somebody, I would see it as there is an intention behind that. And I would see it more of a reason of, well, is there a problem at home? Because if you are happy in your own relationship at home, I don't feel like you would need to reach out to somebody else. I feel like you'd only do that if you weren't satisfied at home with your partner. So I think it's more that, and they need to work on their own problems rather than take an easy way out and go take an easy way out and message anyone else who can be up for a little bit of fun. I think it's more a case of, no, go and get, a couples counsellor and work on your relationship and your problems, because I think that's where it stems from. And I do think that is the majority of people having affairs is a problem in your own relationship, whether one of you is not happy or whatever. But I do think if you've taken the time to message somebody, there may be an intention there of taking it further, or as why would you do it in the first place? Because you'd have respect for your partner in the first place to not message that person if you're happy at home.
Brooklyn, I'm curious about where banter stops and where flirting starts. I mean, you're at home at the moment. What would happen if I said, you know, that's a nice kitchen, you've got lovely taps?
I would obviously make a joke back about that. I mean, I don't think my taps are not that great, so, you know, but I mean...
Not what I've heard.
Obviously, it's a jokey thing, it's a laugh, you know, like there is banter, and of course you can have a bit of banter, but there is a line you can cross with that, and, you know, and you've got to know the morals and sort of the morals and the boundaries between that, and just having respect for your partner. I think it all boils down to that. And I think if you are happy in that, you're not going to look elsewhere, or even you'd know when to stop, or it wouldn't even come into your mind to go any further, or you'd want to go any further if you're happy.
Edwina, life would be miserable without a bit of flirtation, wouldn't it?
Well, I must say hats off to Brooklyn. I'm very glad indeed that I've never had to earn a living by taking my clothes off. And actually, I think the rest of you are very glad about that as well. Flirting can be fun. Flirting can, especially in the older generations where flirting was widespread, it's a way of paying a compliment and actually making somebody's day. It can make you feel good. If somebody says to you, "You're looking really nice today," and then the response to that should be, "Thank you." And maybe if you're kind, you look at him and say, "You look nice too." And it may well be that you mean absolutely nothing by it. When people take it as an insult these days, there's a whole generation that doesn't understand why it's an insult to say to somebody, "You look nice today." You've obviously taken some care and effort. You look smart. You look good. To me, that's what flirting is. To go a bit further, as it is here, what's his name? Adam Levine, I'd never heard of him before. To go further and start putting really quite suggestive texts out, I would say this. If you really want to just flirt, don't leave a trail, right? Don't write a letter, don't write a text, don't put something out where it can be repeated, printed off, and it can be used against you, especially if the relationship turns a bit sour. If you want to keep a secret, don't tell anybody. I'm an expert on that.
Well, too right. Look, Edwina, I could pay you many compliments. You chose the wrong night to wear a pearl necklace, but you are, of course, a very admired person. You've written best-selling books that contain love scenes, and you were in Parliament. Parliament, of course, is a hotbed of sex, and you served under Margaret Thatcher, didn't you? Margaret Thatcher herself was a well-known flirt.
Oh, yes. And watching Margaret flirting sometimes with some of the quite senior men, it was really an eyeful. She did actually believe in crossing her legs and batting her eyelids. But behind her sometimes would be somebody like Alan Clark, who found her extremely attractive and said so in his diaries. And you could see him sort of breathing hard. Now, that would keep the rest of us entertained. We were probably listening to the budget or whatever else we were actually supposed to be there for. But yes, the atmosphere in Parliament 30, 40 years ago could be quite exciting.
Do you flirt, Edwina?
There are moments when I think about it, and then I look at somebody like you, Mark, and I think, do you know what? I'm old enough to be a mother. I better not.
Listen, let me tell you, I'm trapped in a loveless marriage. All bets are off, Edwina, and I'll see you after the show. Let me come back, if I can, to Tim Dieppe from the Christian Concern organisation. What is permissible in terms of an interaction with the opposite gender?
Yeah, I think it depends a bit on the relationship and how you know them and so on. I'd be fine with saying "you look great today" to somebody I know well, who would understand that that's just a general compliment. That's not flirting. That's just complimenting someone. I'm fine with that. And I think we know where the line is. The line is about lustful intent, isn't it? The line is about engaging lustful thoughts in your mind, and that's where the line is crossed here, and that's where it's kind of crossing a line. In fact, Adam Levine said, "I crossed a line," and he regrets it, and he knows he made a great mistake, and he knows he's damaged relationships in what he did in terms of his flirtatious text messages. He clearly crossed a line. There are clearly lines to be crossed here. Yes, let's have fun, entertaining, witty interactions between men and women, fine. Let's compliment each other, fine. But when it goes into lustful intent, and when it goes into something that you'd rather didn't go public, let's not do that at all. Whether it's not doing it on text because it might get caught, let's not do anything that might not get caught either. If it's something we'd regret, something we'd be embarrassed about with our wives or with our spouse or whoever, let's just not do that.
Andrew Crapuchet, it's interesting, isn't it? The US streaming giant Netflix has apparently got a directive for the crews that do filming on their TV shows and their movies that you cannot make eye contact with someone of the opposite gender for more than 2 seconds because that would be considered harassment. But eye contact is very much part of flirting, isn't it? Catching a colleague's eye or somebody on the train.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to, as others have said, what are you trying to accomplish? So if I tell you that I have a little bit of hair envy because you have a luscious head of hair, that doesn't mean I'm flirting with you. It just means I'm giving you a compliment. And I think people know far more than they admit what they're trying to accomplish. We try and, in a workplace, we try and keep people out of situations where maybe they're going to compromise, because flirting generally goes somewhere. Real flirting, right? Compliments are one thing, but when you're flirting with intent, that is the problem. And so we'd say, look, if there's two people of opposite sex, they can't go take a business trip together, because if you are spending multiple days together, going back to the hotel together, you are just setting yourself up for a problem. And you are even putting yourself in a position where you can't be above reproach, right? What if the female later in the Me Too movement says, oh, he did this? Well, now you have no defense against that. And so Netflix obviously is being ridiculous because I have looked someone in the eyes for more than 2 seconds without flirting. In fact, I'm doing it right now. And it's worked out just fine. So you just need to define, what do you mean by flirting? Are you being ridiculous with your rules? And you need to check the heart, right? What is your intent? Where are you going with this? And I think we all know, whether we want to admit it or not.
Brooklyn Blue, the clock's against us. So briefly, is there much flirting on set in an adult movie?
Well, I'm going to totally ruin the fantasy of porn here, but not really. I mean, everyone kind of turns up and wants to get the job done and get home.
Sounds like GB News
in the world. But I mean, fair play to Margaret Thatcher. She sounds like she was a very clever woman and used her femininity to get what she wanted in Parliament, I tell you. But I mean, there isn't really. I mean, obviously we act it in the scenes and it's written into scripts and stuff like that to make obviously the scene look good. But in reality, we're all just there, talking about the most boring, mundane things that everyone talks about in the office and, can't wait to get home. So, yeah, I make it sound really terrible, but it is a normal job and that's how it is. But
Brilliant.
Other than that, I mean, obviously, messaging someone and things like that, it depends on what's being said, what's being done, and the intentions behind it all. I mean, obviously, giving someone a compliment, saying you look nice, or this, that, and the other, I mean, absolutely no problem with that. I think more people should do that. Everyone should, make someone's day by just saying something nice to a total stranger.
Well, too right. And Andrew Crapuchet, you are luscious as well. In fact, you look very rugged. You look very rugged indeed, and maybe I should just go for the full number one on my hair as well. My sincere thanks to Andrew Crapuchet, the CEO and founder of Red Balloon, which combats cancel culture in the American workplace. Also, my sincere thanks to Tim Dieppe from Christian Concern, Brooklyn Blue, who is an adult film star and a good friend of the show, and of course, Edwina Curry, who's part of my panel tonight. Lots more to get through, let me tell you. In my take at 10, the EU seems to have given up democracy altogether. Find out why at the top of the next hour. Plus, does life start at 50? And is the name Gary back? Would you name your baby Gary? And the Queen of US Royal reporting, Kinsey Schofield, live from Hollywood, reacting to a shocking new book with more revelations about, you guessed it, Meghan Markle. Plus, a surprise US honour for rock superstar Elton John. But next, in the news agenda with my panel, are tax cuts for the rich immoral? See you in 2.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio.
And online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
A big response to our debate around flirting. Is flirting cheating? This from Peter. My rule in business, says Peter, has always been thou shalt not stick thy rod up thy staff. How poetic. Shakespeare lives. I'll get to more of your emails shortly, but we must get to our fascinating news agenda topic because Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's mini budget abolished the 45p top rate of income tax for people who earn more than £150,000 a year. According to Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, that is a tax break for just 629,000 lucky people. Can it be moral that such a small group of people are paying less tax when many others are struggling with energy bills and the cost of living crisis? It begs the question, are tax cuts for the rich immoral? Lynn May.
Oh, I don't know about immoral, because as I said before when I was on here with you, what do we deem as immoral? How do we quantify morality? However, the perception of it would be seen as it's not right to many, for the simple fact it's about quality of life. And if you don't have those tax breaks for the people on lower wages, their quality of life is already probably scuppered. So that's why people would say that the cuts for the higher earners would be immoral. So personally, I wouldn't say it's immoral, no. But I can see why the perception would be deemed as immoral.
I think we're conflating two things, aren't we? We're conflating the actual amount of tax paid and the proportion of income. And those earning over £150,000 will pay a smaller proportion of their income, but a larger sum. Still a lot of money.
Yeah, but it goes back to me saying about their quality of life. If they pay even a bit more tax, and I'm not encouraging them to do that, but if they had to, would their quality of life really fall? Whereas even a tiny bit more for the people on lower wages, their quality of life would drop considerably. £5 to someone on, I don't know, let's say 18,000 a year is a lot of money where it's not for a higher earner.
But Edwina, taxing the rich, it's the great imponderable of politics, isn't it? It just doesn't work.
Well, look, we cut the tax on the lowest paid by an enormous amount quite recently. We cut income tax, so they pay no income tax below 12.5 grand on the first 12.5 grand of income. And we also recently cut the national insurance as well. So people on £1,000 a month are not paying any tax at all. That's already been done. You can't cut taxes if you're not taxing anybody.
But Edwina, you're very experienced. You know what fiscal drag is. I think you're being very selective. Fiscal drag, so I'm sure you can explain in one sentence, is a personal allowances. Everyone's going to be worse off this week because of inflation, the personal allowances haven't gone up in line with inflation.
Peter, you're being a fiscal drag tonight.
First of all,
taxing rich people doesn't work, does it?
First of all, you're muscling in on my time. All right.
Don't interrupt the
It's a discussion.
Secondly, look, that is a huge difference because until recently, at £8,500, you started paying national insurance. Most of the time when I've earned that kind of money, I've been paying tax. And now it's not happening. And that particularly helps the people everyone always forgets, which is pensioners. Because that's basically your state pension and perhaps a small works pension you've got on top of it, and you're not paying any tax on it. And that is wonderful. It's a really, really big help. The encouragement has to be to get people into the higher rates, into the higher incomes. And then, yes. And I tell you what happens when you start paying tax. You start to think about where the money's going and what it's paying for. One of the best things that we could do to improve the quality of life for everybody in the country, and particularly those in the lower paid groups, would be to improve the health service so they could get care for any illnesses they've got, so they could get to see a GP. That's the sort of thing that makes a huge difference to your quality of life, not just how much tax you're paying. And it seems to me that when we concentrate to such an extraordinary and irrational degree on the tax rates on the very highest pay, we are ignoring, as you pointed out right in your monologue right at the beginning of the programme, we're ignoring that actually provide by far the bulk of the money that comes in from income tax, by far in this country, and that they are highly taxed. You highly tax them, two things happen.
This is a monologue.
One is...
I will definitely give you your time.
One is that they employ an awful lot of accountants...
You two flirting, by the way. Just flirting. Edwina, continue.
They employ an awful lot of accountants to find loopholes, which takes money out of the system anyway. And the other is they go and live abroad, right? So you don't get any money from them at all. So in practical terms, never mind morality, in practical terms, what we're doing at the moment, I think, is plain common sense, and I think it will turn out to be that.
Peter.
It's important for everyone watching this to know that the funding for tax cuts delivered this week does not exist. The money does not exist. Kwasi Kwarteng is borrowing more to give a bigger tax cut to people earning the highest amount. The money does not exist. It's as simple as that. Increasing borrowing will be paid by you and you.
So
and
you
me
want a balanced budget?
No, I didn't say that. No, Edwina.
So you are happy with borrowing?
Come on, you had a 5-minute monologue. I'm asking for 50 seconds. Borrowing is a debt for everyone to pay, even people who are out of work, even people who are poor, certainly NHS patients. I do know about the NHS because Labour invented it. But borrowing is a debt for everyone. So we've borrowed more this week to give a tax cut to the highest earning people. Who would defend that?
Would you be so critical if there were more tax cuts for the people on lower wages?
I think that's a really good question. I think if there were more tax cuts for people on lower wages that were proportionate, that's something Labour would have to be open to. And, you know, I'm not a...
No, if Conservatives had more tax cuts for people on lower wages, because your issue is there's no budget to fund it, but then if the conversation was the other way round, far more cuts for those on lower wages, would you still be having these
Well, there are lots of things I don't like about the budget, of which tax is one, but the other
Peter,
point...
you don't like yes or no very much, do you?
Well, I think the whole budget, as big as yesterday, is a bit more complex than yes and no.
Well, not necessarily. As a simple question. If it was the other way round and the government said, in the mini-budget, we're going to have loads of tax cuts for those on lower wages as opposed to those on higher wages, would you be happy with that, yes or no?
Well, I said yes to that the first time you asked. But then
where's the budget for that, then? Because you're complaining that Kwasi Kwarteng does not have the money to be able to do the tax cuts for those on higher wages. Where's the money if it was for those on lower wages?
OK, well, what we're going to do, we're going to pick this conversation up. But let me tell you, I've had a lot of emails in the last couple of days. Lots of Conservative supporters that are not liking this budget and are closer to Peter Edwards on this. So is it going to blow up in the government's faces? It is a gamble. We'll discuss more reaction to the budget after the papers at 10:30. But next up, my take at 10. See you shortly.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio,
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
It's 10 o'clock and this is Mark Dolan Tonight. My Mark Meets guest is the X Factor singer Katie Waisel, talking fame, fortune and working with Simon Cowell. In the news agenda with my panel, does life start at 50? And is the name Gary cool again? Would you name your baby Gary? We'll discuss that later. We've got the Sunday papers at exactly 10:30 and they're full of fascinating stories in relation to the mini budget. And in my take at 10 next, EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says that there are tools available, that's right, tools available, if Italy elects the wrong kind of government. Thank God we're out. I'll see you after the headlines with Rhiannon Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. The Labour leader's accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he calls casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us here at GB News the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
The Labour Party's pledged to create a national care service. It claims 13% of care homes need improvement. The party says private equity firms are failing in their duties to residents. Plans for the service include improvements in pay, workers' rights and training. Sir Keir arrived in Liverpool this afternoon and is expected to set out a number of key policies at the party's conference, which starts tomorrow. Elsewhere, Iran's president's cracking down on protesters following more than a week of anti-government demonstrations. It's understood up to 41 people may have been killed since protests broke out over the death of a 22-year-old woman in police custody. Mahsa Amini died after being detained for allegedly breaking headscarf rules. In a show of defiance, men and women around the world are cutting their hair and burning their headscarves. And we're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of the George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News now. It's back to Mark Dolan tonight.
My thanks to Rhiannon, who returns in an hour's time. Welcome to Mark Dolan tonight. Big stories, big guests, and always big opinions. In the news agenda with my panel, does life start at 50? And is the name Gary cool again? Would you call your baby Gary? How important are children's names? We've got the Sunday papers at exactly 10:30 and reacting to all of the big stories of the day and tomorrow's front pages are my brilliant panel of former government minister, broadcaster and best-selling author. Doesn't she look absolutely gorgeous tonight? Ravishing, Edwina Curry. And the rather handsome, the dashing Peter Edwards, who is a former editor of Labourist, journalist and broadcaster, and the gorgeous political commentator and presenter Lynn May. And the Queen of US Royal Reporting, Kinsey Schofield, is live from Hollywood. An exciting new honour for Elton John bestowed upon him by the President, and more revelations about Meghan Markle from an excoriating new royal biography. So that's Kinsey Schofield at 10:20. But first, it's time for my take at 10. The halo has slipped for the EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen, and the mask has slipped too. There is now some speculation about what kind of government will be elected in Italy in this weekend's elections, with a right-wing bloc led by Giorgia Meloni expected to win. Now, at first glance, he's not my cup of tea, but hey, that's democracy. But here is the best-dressed autocrat in the world, Ursula von der Leyen, with her rather disturbing view.
We'll see if things go in a difficult direction. I've spoken about Hungary and Poland. We have tools if things go in the right direction. And people, as a body that is always where always governments have to be accountable to, play an important role.
If things don't go the way we want, we have tools? Sorry, Sebastian and Mark, can you just run that again, please?
We'll see if things go in a difficult direction. I've spoken about Hungary and Poland. We have tools if things go in the right direction. And people, as a body that is always where always governments have to be accountable to, play an important role.
OK, I've just made notes here. What is a difficult direction in a democracy? A great democracy like Italy. One of the greatest nations on earth, Italy, isn't it? What is the right direction? And what, when it's at home, is a tool? We have the tools to do something. What would that be? Cancel elections in Italy, perhaps, and have an emergency government run from Brussels? Maybe they should close down Italian media and have an information feed directly from the European Parliament. Or perhaps whoever is elected Italy's new Prime Minister should just be bundled into the back of a van and sent to jail without trial. The EU don't think much of democracy, do they? After all, it was a democratic vote in which a majority of Brits chose to leave the EU, a mandate from the British people which the EU fought tooth and nail to reverse. And this is how the bloc have always operated, with many countries, including Ireland and Denmark, having had various referenda about various issues which did not go the EU's way. I guess Ursula would call it a difficult direction. What happened when the EU didn't get the referendum result they wanted? Well, they kept having more referenda until they got the result they did want. I feel sorry for countries like France, Spain, Germany, Portugal and others being run by this pampered and unaccountable elite. Yes, we've got our problems, but if things go badly wrong for Britain, for example, if the tax-cutting budget backfires, we know who to blame. The people have a voice. We have a democracy. With its push for ever closer union, those remaining in the EU are like the handful of prisoners who were unable to run for freedom in the Great Escape, still behind bars, reading the Bible and waiting for their 1 hour of daily exercise. Not only is the EU a deeply undemocratic institution, it's dangerous too. Don't forget it was EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen who tried to blockade supplies of the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine coming to the UK from the continent because they hadn't got their shit together to order enough jabs. They were actually going to sue AstraZeneca so that they could jump the queue, Holly and Phil style, and they were willing to deprive Britain of the medication that we had ordered first. Most egregiously, it was von der Leyen and her commission that threatened to erect a hard border between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland as part of the dispute. Except the threat of a border between the two countries was always the excuse the EU used for making our lives so hard after Brexit and blocking a trade deal. The EU doesn't believe in nations. It doesn't believe in sovereign states, and it doesn't believe in democracy. Threatening to overturn or tamper with the election result of a great Western democracy like Italy is a new low, but not surprising. Thank God we're out. What's your view? That's actual footage of the Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen saying that if the election result in Italy, of all places, goes in a difficult direction, then they have the tools to do something about it. Would you agree? Thank God we're out. Let me know your thoughts. Mark at gbnews.uk. Let's get the verdict of my all-star panel. Former government minister, broadcaster and best-selling author Edwina Currie, political commentator and presenter Lynn May, and former editor of Labour List, journalist and broadcaster Peter Edwards. Lynn May, what's your thought about this? What was your reaction when you first saw that video? Am I overreacting?
No, I think it's disgusting, to be honest with you. And I just have to remind people, for all those that are wavering in them voting for Brexit, which I did, this is one of the huge reasons. They shouldn't be able to meddle in our affairs like they're trying to do in Italy's. And who knows where it will stop. And even though people are slightly fractious about where's Brexit going and maybe it wasn't the best deal, the point is, when you get divorced, it's never nice at the beginning, is it? But then afterwards, you see the light. So I'm happy that we Brexited.
For sure. Peter, what's your thought about the undertones of this statement? And as Lynn May said, where this actually goes?
Well, I'm not sure there are any undertones. It was a statement of economic and legal facts. And I think as a Brexiteer, Mark, having won the referendum, you shouldn't be so paranoid, feeling that the wicked Europhiles are out to get you. Ursula von der Leyen, in a very understated manner, and I'm not particularly a fan of hers, but what she said was entirely reasonable. There are economic and budget deficit rules in the Eurozone, and Italy is part of the Eurozone, and there are European laws and precedent that, for example, ensure human rights and proper treatment of people in minorities, gay, lesbian and transgender people. And I think she was making economic and legal points that are perhaps not fascinating, but the EU does have levers to pull in terms of if its member states step out of line in terms of either economic pacts or the law. So that's why I think you're making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill.
Do you think she was considering minorities? Sorry to interrupt. I just have to ask, Peter, do you think she was really considering minority groups when she said that statement?
Well, I think she was talking about economic rules of the Eurozone and the law, basic human rights in EU members. So, yeah.
Peter Edwards, I hate to spoil the party and prick your balloon, but I voted Remain in 2016. But when I see a video like this, I'm so glad that I was in the minority of those voting to get out. I was also very grateful that we were out during the vaccine rollout when von der Leyen herself threatened to erect a border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. The behaviour of the EU post-Brexit has been a disgrace. And if there was a referendum now, I would absolutely all day long vote for Brexit. So let me clarify that point. I've got buyer's regret as a Remainer. But in the end, it's the optics of this, Peter, isn't it? Of a supernatural organisation like the EU dictating to a great democracy like Italy.
Mark, I mean, we disagree on one or two things, maybe slightly more than that. I would never call you naive, ever. I think it's entirely realistic that having Brexited, the EU takes quite a tough approach on Britain to deter other countries from doing the same. And I think that is just realpolitik.
OK, Edwina.
Well, I wonder exactly what she's thinking of, because it doesn't seem to apply, for example, to Hungary right now, which has taken a totally different view from the rest of the EU in trying to fight Putin's Russia and refusing to accept deliveries of gas and oil. So it doesn't seem to work when push comes to shove like that. And I'm minded that actually Ursula von der Leyen was a minor politician, not anywhere near the very senior levels, in Germany at a time that the Nord Stream gas pipelines were built, and they were more than friendly with Russia and thought they were going to be really reliable deliverers of absolutely essential stuff like gas and oil. So, you know, people in that position need to, I would say, choose their words more carefully. They are working with democracies. And I was like you, Mark. I campaigned for Remain and I voted for Remain in 2016. But I understand why millions of people in this country took a different view. And it is statements like the ones that you have just highlighted, the feeling that we were going to have to do, we were being told what to do by a group of people who weren't elected and that have been very minor politicians in countries that we didn't always have the greatest respect for, who were trying to tell us what to do and who were being given the international powers and the powers by our own parliament to enable that to happen.
Edwina, there are a lot of minor politicians who have a role in public debate. But what I'd ask...
I'm one of them, and we often talk a lot of sense. But that's why I say that Ursula has to choose her words with more tact, more grace.
This is what I want to ask you and Mark. What is wrong specifically of what she said? If you join a club, you have to abide by the rules of a club. We're not in that club anymore. Why are you both upset with her comments?
Because you take part in making the rules. Sometimes you don't take part in the making of the rules. Sometimes a lot of these rules now are made on majority voting. Sometimes she just decides how she's going to apply those rules. What she can't do is say, look, there's an election going on or election has gone on and we don't like the outcome and we don't like the policies and we're going to decide.
Italy keeps voting in Europhile leaders. Therefore, the Italian people accept being part of the EU.
We'll pick up this conversation. It clearly is a heated debate. Yes or no, Edwina Curry, if there was a referendum on European membership now, would you vote to go back in?
Oh, absolutely not. But I would want us to be close friends and really good trading partners with them. Customers.
Edwina would not vote for EU membership. She voted Remain. She would not vote Remain today. Fascinating stuff, a journey that I've been on too. Well done, all you Brexiteers. Hashtag right side of history. It's time now for this. It's time now for Mark Meets, in which I speak to the biggest names in the world of politics, sport, showbiz and beyond. Tonight, the brilliantly talented singer and songwriter Katie Waisel, who won the public's heart in the 7th series of X Factor. Let's have a listen to Katie in action.
So give me the secret mankind, tell me what to do. Give me the power of man's red flower so I can be like you. Oh, who be do? I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, someone like me.
Absolutely brilliant performance. Following her success on the show, there followed the release of her self-titled debut album, which won rave reviews. And following that, another stint on reality TV, and this time Celebrity Big Brother, alongside Christopher Biggins and Samantha Fox. Plus, she was an earlier pioneer of YouTube and Facebook, starring in the innovative online reality show Green Eyed World, which charted her quest to get a record deal. Well, She got that deal, and the rest is history. And I'm delighted to say that Katie Waisel joins me now. Hi, Katie.
Hi. Oh my gosh. Thank you for just the most wonderful introduction. I can't believe that you even mentioned about the Green-Eyed World, which I hold so dear to my heart, which was prior to that show. I just want to say I was so also blown away by what Edwina Corrie was saying just now, and I really appreciated that. So as you know, somebody that's just finished law school and understands public law, I was really actually moved by what she was saying, and I understand where she was coming from. So
that's really
X factor.
That's really interesting. Did you felt that Edwina was right to say that Ursula von der Leyen must frame her language very carefully as the leader of the EU Commission in relation to national elections?
I think that everybody as a whole should frame their language, with a different, I guess, approach and understanding. We live in a very transparent world these days where, people are so connected globally with online channels that they create, but and rightly so, people are giving the voices a voice, and you can't hide behind a ministerial code anymore. The truth comes out. Do you know what I'm saying? So there is a way that, rightly or wrongly, whatever this person's intent is, there is a way to handle it, which is respectable and kind, and for the future generations. Otherwise, they're just going to end up archaic and Jurassic like the law itself. But that's just me.
I think you're absolutely right about that, and I think that it's just bad politics, really, isn't it? Well, look, you are a lawyer now. Congratulations. You've had lots of careers. You were an innovator on online sort of streaming and YouTube and Facebook, all of that. You a very talented songwriter and singer. You got your break on the X Factor. Did it change your life, Katie, for the better or the worse?
Oh my gosh. Well, I just want to make a couple of amendments to that narrative, is that I didn't get my break on the X Factor. If anything, it was unfortunately and very sadly something that was quite destructive, and that's putting it politely. So I speak as much as I can, in a way that I can, about my experience on there, uncovering and rediscovering information. Now that I understand contract law, I'm able to relook through things and decipher what was really absolutely beyond imaginably unacceptable, and the mistreatment of and lack of duty of care to not only myself, but there were minors on the show at the time. So in relation to your question, whether it was a making or breaking of me, I guess 12 and a bit years on, I'd like to think that I'm turning poison into medicine now with all that we are campaigning for and fighting for.
I mean, are you able to elaborate? Katie, if you're comfortable, are you able to elaborate on the negatives of your experience, or the poison, as you refer to it as?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's taken me quite some time to get to a point where I speak about it comfortably. I will never speak about it comfortably, but basically there was so much coercion, manipulation, things that happened that, I can only but speak for myself, and I'll just say that off the bat. But, when faced with such fear of the outside world, when, you would only but, I guess, be told to trust the people that were around you, and then later on understand that wasn't the absolute case at all. So I know I'm talking a bit in riddles here. Basically, I never wanted to go on the show in the first place. I didn't. And I really am so apprehensive about really disclosing it. But I'm telling myself in the back of my mind, no, just speak on it. It's okay. I I didn't want to go on the show in the first place. As you said, I did the show with the Coca-Cola company, and this was prior to the X Factor, and I was very proud of the immense hard work and efforts I'd put into my promising, I guess, career as a singer and a songwriter since I was 17. So when I had filed my police report for something, I tugged at a string that unraveled quite a lot. That I really wasn't even expecting to unravel, but it just unveiled a lot of manipulation and coercion and illegality, to be very frank.
It does sound absolutely appalling. My heart goes out to you, and I hope that you're able to amplify this message about how you were treated so others don't suffer the same fate. Briefly, Katie, and I apologise because the clock's against us, but do you think it still goes on these singing shows? And would you discourage a young star like you were back in the day to now do them?
I'll never discourage anybody to follow their dreams and follow their heart. What I encourage is, and I'm pleading with the government right now, is for education in schools, on TikTok, social media platforms, to at least provide the fundamental tools, like my charity, the Owl Foundation, is doing currently with One Direction fans and people that formerly worked on the show, is educating people about the rights and wrongs, what to look out for from a legal standpoint, how important mental health support is, and things like this. So I would never discourage anybody from following their dreams. It just needs to be done in the right way. And I think that the first port of call is legislation.
Yeah, and they need to be safe, and they need that duty of care that you did not receive very clearly, Katie. I want to congratulate you because you have started a career as a lawyer now. You're a mummy as well. You look incredible. You're still a great singer and songwriter. So will you come and see us in the studio soon?
I would love nothing more, honestly. Thank you for being so accommodating, and as a single mum to a 4-year-old, so it's a bit tough to juggle, but thank you, and I would love to come in studio soon.
Well, we can't wait. And bring Baba with you, because producer Mark will look after your little baby. Don't worry. He's got a very good
Thank you so much for
he's
your
got a good
time
manner.
and everything else that you do.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, Katie Waisel, thank you so much for joining us. X Factor star now, lawyer, mum, songwriter, you name it. She's been through a lot, and I think it was very courageous for her to come on this show and be so honest about what she went through, which it's very clear was deeply, deeply traumatic. Lots to get through. We've got the papers next and Kinsey Schofield. So we'll see you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Papers next and Kinsey. And don't forget, you can email the show, and it's going to be mark@gbnews.uk, of course, for all of your feedback across the board and a comprehensive look at tomorrow's headlines. We're printing out the front pages, and let me tell you, there's some explosive stuff out there. And with Kinsey, we'll be talking about a surprise gong for Sir Elton John in the United States. Well, look, let's go straight to America. Kinsey is here, and she joins us for Showbiz News. Kinsey, how are we?
Look at you dancing, Mark. I love it.
Dancing around, improvising on live telly. Now, Kinsey, it's great to see you. And I want to ask you about, a new book by Valentine Lowe, who's a highly respected royal journalist, who's written a book about the royal family. And it doesn't make good reading for one Meghan Markle.
No, Mark. This is what I would say is probably the worst reflection of Meghan that I have read so far. I know we both loved Tom Bower's book, and Tom Bower talked in his book about how Meghan was so kind to her Suits cast and production team. Now, in Valentine Lowe's book, you are seeing a completely different character. I think that Meghan is, as she becomes the Duchess of Sussex and as she gets into this relationship with Prince Harry, you really see her insecurities start to come out, and she is overcompensating for the fact that she maybe doesn't feel like she belongs. So many episodes of cruelty documented throughout this book. We even heard, shockingly, someone overheard Meghan say that she thought she should be paid. She could not believe she was not paid for her position in the royal family. very unappealing story about Prince Harry walking back to the press pack and saying, thanks for coming, even though you weren't invited. They're referred to as teenagers, the way that they behave and the way that they feed off of each other. Some of their employees referred to them as teenagers, and they rallied together and created a group called the Sussex Survivors Club. So a lot of it, I also wanted to say really quickly, just to give Valentine Lowe some credibility here, which he does not need from me. But I heard in February, so these are some direct quotes from my sources, that Meghan was overly harsh to the staff inside Kensington Palace, cross with the servants is another quote that I received, and occasionally shouted at them. So I just think that this maybe was something that we were whispering about for a long time, but did not really have the guts to say until Meghan started making some pretty harsh accusations on Oprah Winfrey.
Yes. Kinsey, is it my impression that during the course of the very sad occasion of the Queen's funeral, there was zero progress made between the Sussexes and the firm? This couple are now back in California and back to square one, because I don't see a difference in relations between the two families. Do you?
Yeah, it's my understanding that while everybody was just sucking it up for the circumstances, they wanted to do the best for the Queen. But reality is not a lot of progress was made. The Sussexes, the time they spent with the family, we saw most of it. We saw the majority of it. It was on camera, and it was throughout these ceremonies. I just think that Meghan and Harry, since they've gotten home, they've had a completely new PR blitz. Hearst magazine all tweeting out these same glowing articles about Meghan's charity involvement, which is lacking, by the way. And then I think we also need to get prepared, because I'm not seeing anybody talk about this, but Samantha Markle, her lawsuit with Meghan, we're going to see it at the beginning of October. They're supposed to actually go to court. So a lot going on with Harry and Meghan back in the States. Variety magazine cover, podcasts are going to start coming out again soon regularly. And then we've got Samantha Markle's lawsuit to look forward to.
Kinsey, finally, before we let you go, apologies for the truncated chat today, a very, very busy show, but big news for a British music superstar. Elton John, surprised by the President Joe Biden.
That's right. He cried when he got his medal on Friday. He performed for about 2,000 people on the White House lawn. This was the people in the audience are, hospital workers and LGBTQ campaigners. So this was a humanitarian medal that he received. Actually, Elton John's very important to Joe Biden. He used to sing Crocodile Rock to his son, Beau, as a child. And again, as Beau was dying of cancer, Joe Biden said he used to sing that song to Beau. So, I think that this was a really beautiful scene, actually, to get to witness.
It really is wonderful. The Rocket Man does it again. Kinsey, brilliant stuff. Great to see you back at home, safe and sound in the United States, and we'll catch you in a week's time.
Thank you, sir.
The Queen of US showbiz, royal and political reporting, Kinsey Schofield. Well, the papers are in. They're hot off the press, and we'll react to them with my panel in 2 minutes.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show, Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Hey!
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back to Mark Dolan tonight. It is just gone 10:30. At this time every Friday, Saturday and Sunday we have the papers, and of course we'll have a full panel reaction from Edwina Curry and Peter Edwards and Lynn May. Let's start, shall we, with the Telegraph. And here's their front page. Take a look at this. Truss plans to cut taxes again in the new year. And Peter Edwards spits out his tea. Reforms to income tax, savings and child benefits considered to boost economy. Liz Truss is planning to continue her tax-cutting spree in a new year budget that will include further reductions in income tax and discounts for savers and child benefit claimants. Treasury officials are drawing up a list of pinch points that discourage employees from making more money by imposing high rates of tax on extra earnings as part of a wholesale review of Britain's tax system. Up to 1.6 million savers could benefit from a review of the lifetime and annual allowances on pension pots, which can encourage employees to take early retirement to avoid the tax trap. Workers who earn more than £100,000 would be given a full income tax personal allowance under plans that amounts to a tax break worth up to £5,000 a year for top earners. Military numbers will grow for the first time since the Cold War in £52 billion spending boost. And London set for influx of bankers from New York and Edinburgh. OK, let's go to the Sunday Times now. Riddle, as PM's chief of staff, is paid through his lobbying company, and Truss's plans for more migrants to boost growth. Liz Truss is facing her first cabinet row as she prepares to increase immigration to boost economic output. The PM is pushing for wide-ranging reform of Britain's visa system to tackle acute labour shortages from around the world. Sunday Express now. Chancellor, you ain't seen nothing yet. Kwasi Kwarteng yesterday heralded his £45 billion tax giveaway as just the start of a true blue Tory revolution. Barely 24 hours after announcing the biggest tax cuts in 50 years, he declared, "We're not stopping there, we're just getting started." Of course, those set of comments backed up by the front page of the Telegraph. The Observer next. Starmer unveils green growth plan to counter Truss tax cuts. Of course, tomorrow sees the start of Labour Party conference, and we'll have a conference special tomorrow night from 9. Keir Starmer today, and of course that in relation to tomorrow's papers, so he will pledge tomorrow to deliver a new era of economic growth and permanently lower energy bills by turning the UK into an independent green superpower before 2030 through a massive expansion of wind and solar energy. Announcing details of the plan exclusively to The Observer, the Labour leader says he will double the amount of onshore wind, triple solar and more than quadruple offshore wind power, re-industrialising the country to create a net zero, carbon, self-sufficient electricity system by the end of this decade. Meanwhile, Chancellor risks red wall votes, say Tory MPs, as a response to his tax-cutting budget. The Independent. Iran vows crackdown as protests grow. Demonstrations spread to the UK, Germany and Iraq following the death in Tehran of Mahsa Amini. Budget tax breaks will go to affluent Tory areas, is the front page of The Independent from their deputy political editor, Rob Merrick. Labour claims giveaways will damage poorer parts of the country. At the Daily Mirror, footy legends fears. Harry, my Sandra's COVID hell. Wife was seriously ill after catching virus. And last but not least, the Daily Star Sunday. Green-eyed monster. A woman planning to marry the ghost who seduced her says the only problem with her Victorian soldier lover is that he's dead jealous and nicks her pants. I think a lot of men do that. And those are your front pages. OK, well, look, it seems, doesn't it, Peter Edwards, that this government are committing to their growth strategy and their low-tax agenda, with the Telegraph predicting more tax cuts in 2023.
Well, I think there will be tax cuts. There's a question, of course, about who they benefit, but I think the Tories have got what they wanted, which is clear dividing lines with the Labour Party. I've always felt there have been, but they're clearer than ever now on the basis on which the next election can be fought. And I think we've got a couple of things going on this week which are reflected in the papers. We've got sticking plasters for cost of living, energy, and the evil acts of Vladimir Putin and the impact on energy. But then you've also got the run-in for the next election, and Liz Truss knows that she doesn't have very long at all. And, of course, the thing about budgets is there's a time lag. So whether you agree with the measures or not, some of the times they're not felt for a year later. So I think Liz Truss, and it was a quote from one of her advisors in the paper this week, is in a race to turn 2 years into 7 years. So I think this breakneck pace of announcements will continue. But, of course, I think it's fair to say of any party that if you hurry stuff that is reliant on vast amounts of economic data, you might get it wrong.
But as a Labour supporter, if these tax cuts are such a bad idea, you're laughing, aren't you? You've won the next election already.
Well, I think Labour have got to be anything but complacent. Now, I worked for a Labour shadow cabinet minister when Ed Miliband frequently had an opinion poll lead of well over 10%, and I liked him a lot, and I thought Ed Miliband would have been a really good social democratic prime minister, but we were behind, we being Labour, we were behind on the economy. Ed Miliband was behind on leadership. So I think many of us had this sneaking fear that the closer it got to polling day, David Cameron would creep up and up and up, and then they had a very negative campaign, but it worked. The Tories won fair and square, and I think Labour's got to learn quite a painful lesson from that it does come down to economics and leadership. And while I absolutely do think that the mini-budget was unfair and benefited the elites, as we were saying earlier, that won't wash on the doorstep. You need a message about leadership, and you need a message about are you better off than you were 3 or 4 years ago to win. And Liz Truss, may well blow it up, but if there's any sign of that, there might be yet another Tory leadership contest.
Isn't this budget a gift for Labour, at least in terms of headlines? Because, I stand by the principle that I think going for growth is the way to go. You borrow for tax cuts, which shortens the recession, and in the end you get that money back, hopefully, and then a growing economy can lift everyone, pay for the NHS, etc. But the headlines from the budget could be bankers' bonuses, unlimited, and tax cuts for the rich. That's going to be great news on the doorstep for Labour, isn't it?
It should be, yeah, and it's not just tax cuts for senior bankers, but it's tax cuts for senior bankers at a time there's a cost of living crisis. But my view is that's all well and good as a political argument, but Labour still needs more on top. And I think the one bit of advice I give, and I'm very happy with Keir Starmer's leadership. I think he's very sensible, and I think he's...
You're looking for a job?
Focused on the whole economy. I doubt they'd want me, and I'm always happy chatting to you, Mark.
Head of media?
I'm always happy chatting to you.
You'd be the new Alistair Campbell. I think you'd be much better than him. You're much cleverer.
I think many people would disagree with that, not least Alistair. No, I'm English, so I've always got a pink face.
You're less of a bully as well. Honestly, that man is a
but anyway, to finish that point, I think Keir Starmer's doing very well, but I also think what he's got to do this week is introduce the shadow cabinet of the country, because when Labour wins, it's on having a broad pool of talent. Cast your mind back 25 odd years, not just Blair, but Brown, Mo Mowlam, Robin Cook, senior figures, a lot of experience, Mandelson behind the scenes doing the media. Let's make the best of the shadow cabinet, give them a platform this week.
Well, I thought New Labour were quite good. They kept taxes very low, didn't they? 40% top rate, and very aspirational, Tony Blair. New Labour, of course, but a distant memory under this new leadership of Keir Starmer. Do you think that this is a sort of open goal for him, Lynn May, just the idea of bankers' bonuses and tax cuts for the rich?
Well, I thought it would be, but it seems that they're leading on green growth. And if we look at the current climate now, and if they're the party that's supposedly for, the working class, the average person, the normal man, I don't think they should be leading on, a green plan, because if we're honest, do we really care about, green plans? Because that means more taxes, green taxes. And I think people want to know how they're going to feed themselves as opposed to the future of green plans.
But Lynn, briefly, I think it's about expanding the pool of energy because none of us, left or right, want to be on the hook to Vladimir Putin. So it's about expanding the pool, there aren't any more fossil fuels. We know we're running out. So then going to renewables to give Britain more energy independence seems fairly sensible, given what's going on in Eastern Europe.
But he doesn't mention nuclear, so he's not being realistic at all.
Well, you know, having been to Labour conference a lot, if you pitch up on day one of Labour conference and say, let's build a lot more nuclear power stations, that's a pretty tough sell to the comrades.
That's the problem that Labour faces. And in a way, Keir Starmer, the guy on the front page of The Observer, is one of Lynn Truss's best assets, because he's only going to try and find middle-of-the-way, non-insulting, non-controversial stuff, and it doesn't add up to a hill of beans. Where I live up in the High Peak, this last week, we had the resignation of 2 Labour councillors, not only from the council, but from the Labour Party as well. Why? Because they're not going to sing God Save the King at the Labour Party conference. They are still grieving for Jeremy Corbyn, right? And a large number of the people who were fighting for Labour last time are of that ilk. So Keir Starmer, nice man that he is going to stand up in the Labour Party conference and say virtually nothing. Now, what we have to do on the Conservative side, we really have to improve our PR. We have to have people half my age on programmes like this talking sense.
And explaining the tax cuts.
Explaining why. Kwasi Kwarteng, I thought, did a good job of this when he was talking, but he had so little time and so much to do. Yes. He really needs to have some rather stronger support that's going out there. And he needs support from our previous prime ministers, all of them.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, well, quite.
Lynn, it's interesting that you mentioned the green policies as outlined by Keir Starmer. We'll be focusing on Labour tomorrow in our conference special. But Starmer unveils green growth plan to counter Truss tax cuts. I mean, this is a gamble, isn't it? It will play well with sort of Labour grassroots. But Germany invested £500 billion in renewables over the last decade, and they face a winter fuel crisis because they're still reliant on Russian gas. And so the issue is we all want to go green, don't we, eventually, right? Clean up the planet, bring down carbon emissions. But renewables are unreliable and expensive. And therefore, I would argue, in the short to medium term, you need a mix. And I'm not sure this message of go green is going to wash well.
And anything that they do now, it's not going to be something that people are going to benefit from in the next year to 2 years. And that's what people are going to be looking at when they go to the polls. What are you doing for our standard of living? What are you doing to help us have more money in our pocket? And to be honest with you, I know this has been said before, but talking about green growth is fairly middle-class Islington.
Oh, Lynn, I'm not sure if that's quite fair. Surely one of the lessons of the energy and the cost of living crisis, these things don't come out of nowhere. The cost of living crisis isn't just like the weather. It materialises from poor government decisions, whereas it's Theresa May reducing the gas reserves or Britain not building enough homes, forcing up rents and mortgages. Labour or any party of government are completely right to plan for 10 or 20 years hence.
No, I understand that.
I think we both accept that.
Yeah.
The problem is now, and one of the best ways, and I hate saying this because I'm anti-inflation, but one of the best ways of ensuring that you actually support the standard of living of millions and millions of households is cutting taxes. Right? And Labour is stuck because they were very hostile to some of the increases, such as the increase in the national insurance.
But Labour's just won that argument.
And they have just won that argument, and they can't say so because they have to oppose it.
No, Labour are the opposite of stuck. They said, don't go ahead with the Nix rise, the government U-turned. Labour won that argument, and one can debate Keir Starmer's other policies, but to say Labour are stuck when they've won the argument is the opposite of the truth.
Then why has he got this
that
as his
shouldn't
headline?
be his main
It's a good policy.
There you go. Sparks again are flying. My goodness, you could get energy from this lot, couldn't you? We could warm a village with the heat of their debate. Lots more to come from the papers. Also, does life start at 50? And is the name Gary making a comeback? And, of course, lots more on Labour. Their conference starts tomorrow. And also, how about this? London set for influx of bankers from New York and Edinburgh. The tax cuts are working already. See you in 2.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio.
And online.
We're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's
News channel.
On the Mark Stein Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Stein Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
OK, well, look, a word of warning from Jackie in relation to a possible Labour government. We'll be talking about Labour tomorrow because their conference starts tomorrow afternoon. This from Jackie, who says, be careful what you wish for by voting for a socialist government. The left-wing Social Democrats are ruling America, and what goes on there often comes here. With socialism, you become reliant on the state for your way of life. They end up controlling you. Great programme, says Jackie. Jackie, thank you so much for that. Greg says... in regards to Starmer and the Green Agenda, let's have a look. He says, I'm having trouble reading this, but it says, I'd like to... he just lists my support for his plans, Keir Starmer, because to date, what he wants to do will take away too much farmland and won't be able to be self-sufficient for healthy fruits and vegetables. Plus, the Green Agenda is really having an impact on manufacturing. So I think that's... words of concern from Greg there in relation to Starmer's plans for the environment. A very kind email from Lee, who says, Dear Mark, I adore GB News. The presenters are amazing. I love all the topics, guests, everything's spot on. Such an amazing channel. In fact, the only decent channel on TV these days. Mark, you're simply delightful and set exactly the right tone. Well done to all involved. What a breath of fresh air. I can't believe I'm enjoying watching the media in 2022. Well, look, you go on to be very, very kind about it. There's no but after that. There's no but. There should be. Normally there is. Well, Lee, thank you for your kind words. We are nothing without you. So if you're enjoying the show and enjoying the channel, tell your friends, tell your family, and let's change the world together. Lots more from the papers, but can I just bring you the results of our text poll? Earlier in the programme, we put out a tweet and we asked, are tax cuts for the rich immoral? 51.5% said yes and 48.5% said no, and that was across 6,500 votes. Another story that caught our eye from the papers, Gwyneth Paltrow shares advice on her website Goop about turning 50, which includes owning her body and deepening her relationship with her husband. Now, I know not all of my panel have turned 50 yet, but let's see what they think. Does life start at 50? Perhaps, Edwina, I could start with you because I believe you're 51.
I will be 76 next month.
It's incredible. You look amazing.
So Gwyneth Paltrow is talking a load of gobbledygook, so ignore her. But I was very lucky because I lost my seat when I was 50. And that sounds bizarre to say. I mean, I was expecting it. Once Tony Blair got elected as leader of the Labour Party, he just kind of swept everything before him. And I knew my seat was going to go.
Was it 97?
97.
97, yeah.
And I looked at him and I thought, do you know what? I'm going to be a pensioner before we get back. It's turned out to be true. I have to do something else. And at that age, it's a wonderful opportunity. You are young enough to make a go of things, and you are old enough to have the wisdom that you can start to apply to whatever you're doing. So I would say if you're coming up to 50 and you are not sure whether to change tack or not, go for it. Go for it. And you will have all the benefit of what you've learned up to that point, and you will then have the excitement and the incentive and the really making something new out of what you're about to do.
You were an
and you're going to be working to 70 anyway these days.
You were a fearless, combative, hard-working and talented minister and one of the most high-profile politicians of your generation. You managed to steal a bit of limelight from Thatcher, which was almost impossible to do. You got out of Parliament, you became a best-selling author, you published your diaries and then some rather exciting thrillers set in Parliament. And you had a very successful show on 5 Live, a weekend phone-in, actually I think in this slot.
That's right.
And how long did you do that for?
About 5 years.
That was brilliant.
Until the Iraq War, when I felt the BBC was at that time beginning to back the narrative of the government, and I didn't think that was our job. So I didn't fall out with anybody, I didn't have any rows, but there came a point at which I thought, I'm not going to do this anymore. I've done it for 5 years, I'm going to do something else. And I went off and did other things.
Well, it was a show I listened to every night when I was coming home from my comedy gigs.
Dear boy.
Not at all, far from it. It was a definitive bit of broadcasting. So there you go. So it's never too late, and life starts at any age, doesn't it?
Well, I think whatever opportunities you face, and people have had huge churn in their lives in the last couple of years, if you're thinking of doing something different, I would say go for it. Take advantage of the opportunity. Don't worry too much if you don't succeed. You learn from that. But if you never change, you will always have regrets about never having tried something new.
Very inspirational. I think you've got another book in you, and I think it's a self-help book. Edwina Curry Changes Your Life. Can we now just talk about the name Gary before we go? Because this is a story from the papers in Metro. A list has revealed what the most popular baby names are for 2022. Ian and Paul were 2 quite surprising entries, and Gary has made a comeback. So what do we think? Is Gary cool again? What do you think, Lynn May?
I'm so sorry to all of the Garys, but I just don't think Gary's a very sexy name. So
would you date a Gary?
I mean, he would have to be 10-10.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. When you look at... I was saying this to the others outside. When you look at a baby, oh, I'm going to call my baby Gary, it's just a bit flat. Again, no offence, I'm sure there's some lovely Garys out there.
Well, let's have a look at some of the greatest Garys in history. Are you ready for that? There you go. So we've got Gary Lineker. Is he a 10 out of 10?
No.
Not having it. He's a bit woke, isn't he? How about our Gary Barlow?
Wet.
Gary Barlow?
Not bad, not bad.
Potentially. Talented songwriter. We've got Gary Cooper, famous actor.
Oh, yes, please.
Handsome devil. Look at that.
He is good looking, yeah.
OK, and we've got another Gary. Gary Neville, footballer. What do we think? A good talker?
Oh, no.
Great left foot?
I fight with him on Twitter
do you
all
really?
the time. I do.
He's quite stubborn, isn't he? He's a bit tenacious.
Gary Lineker and Gary Neville.
Any other
Same
Garys?
pod.
Gary Oldman, brilliant actor. I interviewed him in Hollywood, a really nice guy, great sense of humour.
Quirky, quite quirky.
Any other Garys in the back of the cupboard for me, Sebastian? Gary Glitter?
Oh, no.
Okay, well, I think the less said on that, the better.
Yes. But did you know that...
The end of the show couldn't come soon enough, could it?
One of the least popular names now is Nigel. And everybody I know is called Nigel.
Oh, I can see why.
Well, I'd like to have another son just so I can call him Nigel. Peter, that served you well. What a lovely name.
Well, Peter, I guess, although I didn't choose it, has kind of endured through the ages. I'd stand up for Gary's. I've worked with a few nice ones, but...
Peter has stood up for 2,000 years.
The rock upon which the church
that would do it. But you know what Peter's going to be calling his next son? Keir. And we'll be talking about Keir Starmer tomorrow in our Labour conference special. My thanks to Lynn, Peter and Edwina, and most importantly to you for your company. It's been a joy. Stick around for headliners at 11, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 for a very special show.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's weather, and the UK's looking chilly but sunny at first, turning cloudier and windier in the far north. Let's take a look at the details. Starting off across Scotland, and by 7 a.m. the cloud will have started to spill in from the north, and winds will strengthen too before a spell of rain arrives later. Whilst it'll be mostly fine across much of Northern Ireland tomorrow morning, there'll be a little showery rain perhaps before turning wetter as we head through the afternoon. Clear skies overnight mean it'll be a chilly start across much of northern England. After a sunny morning, things will turn cloudier here later. It's a similar story across much of Wales, so a chilly but sunny start for many here, the exception being towards the coast where the odd shower's possible with more cloud. A dry and clear start across the Midlands. Here it'll be chilly at first, though probably not cold enough for any frost. Warming up in the sunshine as we head through the morning. Some showers are likely across northern parts of Norfolk and perhaps coastal Suffolk too. Further inland it'll be chilly but sunny for most, so it'll turn warmer. Meanwhile, across much of the south of England, there'll be clear skies, meaning temperatures will be quite low at first, but once the sun comes up, they'll rise fairly quickly. Cloud, rain and strong winds will push into the north through the morning, whilst elsewhere it'll stay sunny for most. And that's how the weather's shaping up during tomorrow morning.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
On radio and online.
we're proud to be
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. The Labour leaders accusing the Chancellor of gambling the mortgages and finances of the British people with what he's calling casino economics. Sir Keir Starmer's echoed claims from the Institute of Fiscal Studies saying Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget puts government debt on an unsustainable rising path, something Mr Kwarteng denies. Sir Keir says the government's fiscal plans won't work.
And after 12 long years of Tory failure, didn't they just show their true colours yesterday? Their driving ideology, make the rich richer and do nothing for working people. Well, this conference is our chance to set out the alternative, to make our case, an economy that works for working people, growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever they are, a fairer, greener future.
Well, Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, told us here at GB News the whole country will benefit.
I think the real gamble would be maintaining levels of tax that are inappropriately high, which risk deterring investment, which risk disincentivising hard work, and which risk driving individuals and companies out of the United Kingdom. By having competitive tax rates, we're encouraging people to work, encouraging them to invest, and encouraging people and businesses to locate here in the UK.
Iran's president's cracking down on protesters following more than a week of anti-government demonstrations. It's being reported up to 41 people have been killed since protests broke out over the death of a 22-year-old woman in police custody. Mahsa Amini died after being detained for allegedly breaking headscarf rules. In a show of defiance, men and women around the world are cutting their hair and burning their headscarves. The massive storm that ripped through the Caribbean is now devastating Canada's Atlantic coastline. It's cut power to hundreds of thousands of people, as well as blowing over trees and destroying homes. There have been no reported casualties so far. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he's now deploying the help of the army with the recovery. And we're getting our first look tonight at Queen Elizabeth II's final resting place in Windsor. The picture of the Black Ledger Stone has been released by Buckingham Palace. It's been set into the floor of the George VI Memorial Chapel, where the monarch was buried on Monday. The new stone's engraved in gold in memory of the Queen, her parents and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. It'll open to the public from next Thursday. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Now it's time for Headliners.
Many thanks to Rhiannon for a largely accurate news bulletin. I'm Mark Dolan, and this is Headliners, your first look at tomorrow's papers in the company of two of my favourite comedians, Josh Howie. There he is. And Eddie Izzard. It's not Eddie Izzard.
It's a woman, though, but it's another woman.
It's Diane Spencer. I was told Eddie Izzard.
Oh, well, that's quite fun. Do we have the budget for Eddie Izzard?
Apparently not. At least you're dressed like a lady, so that's half the battle. Let's take a look at tomorrow's front pages, and we start with the Sunday Telegraph. And they lead with Truss plans to cut taxes again in the new year. Liz Truss is planning to continue her tax-cutting spree in a new year budget that will include further reductions in income tax and discounts for savers and child benefit claimants. Also, military numbers will grow for the first time since the Cold War in a £52 billion spending boost, and London set for influx of bankers from New York and Edinburgh. Next up, The Independent. Iran vows crackdown as protests grow. Demonstrations spread to the UK, Germany and Iraq following the death in Tehran of Mahsa Amini. Budget tax breaks will go to affluent Tory areas, write The Independent. Labour claims giveaways will damage poorer parts of the country. The Observer next, Starmer unveils green growth plan to counter Truss tax cuts. Keir Starmer pledges to deliver a new era of economic growth and permanently lower energy bills, and making Britain a green superpower by 2030 with a massive expansion of wind and solar energy. That, according to The Observer, in an exclusive. Also, Chancellor risks red wall votes, say Tory MPs reacting to the government's mini-budget yesterday. The Sunday Mirror now. Footy legends fears. Harry, my Sandra's COVID hell, wife was seriously ill after catching the virus. Sunday Times now. Riddle, as PM's chief of staff, is paid through his lobbying company, and Truss's plans for more migrants to boost growth. That's right, Cabinet pushback over bid to close the skills gap. Sunday Express, Chancellor, you ain't seen nothing yet. Kwasi Kwarteng says more to come as Liz Truss promises a decade of dynamism. The Sun on Sunday, U-turn after Queen's death. Harry's £35 million book wobble. Panicking Prince Harry is trying to make last-minute changes to his bombshell book in the wake of the Queen's death. The moves by the Duke, who has already received half of a £35 million deal for his memoirs, come amid fears that some sections are now insensitive. There's a surprise. And last but not least, the country's newspaper of record, the Daily Star Sunday, lead with green-eyed monster. A woman planning to marry the ghost who seduced her says the only problem with her Victorian soldier lover that he's jealous and he nicks her pants.
Maybe it is Eddie Izzard.
I tell you, this story's come full circle. And those are your front pages. Ghoulish stuff. Kicking off now with a story from the front page of The Observer and Conservative doubts about the recent budget, Diane. Concern among Red Wall MPs.
Well, yeah, definitely. So The Observer leads with the headline, Red Wall seats are being put at risk by cavalier tax cuts, Liz Truss warned. So Lord O'Neill who is a former Tory Treasury Minister and who recommended a lot of investment in the north when he was working under David Cameron, has said that he's really, really worried that there's all these new rules that they're bringing in, the new mini budget, is seriously just blue wall focused, and he's worried that it's not really going to help the north of England, and all the people who voted for the Tories are just going to be let down, and that red wall that they won is going to collapse. Because it's all very well saying that we're going to have these investment zones. Like, that's kind of the part of the mini budget that he identified as saying, you know, at least this is a good thing because the investment zones, there's like 38 of them. But again, they may end up favouring Conservative-led areas, because do you know what? I think they're going to make them bid for the investment in these investment zones. And what I have noticed historically is that